allegations into his alleged support to banned CPI Maoists party and Maoists. NIA officials surrounded the Mailu home ashram run by Gade Inaya. The National Investigation Agency conducted searches at the ashram this morning. It is reported that they are questioning the ashram's administrator, Gade Inaya. It is suspected that Gade Inaya recently went to meet Hidma's family. So he allegedly went to meet Hidma's family. Now NIA officials are conducting an investigation from this angle too, the angle of the meeting and how come he went and met Hidma's family. So this is a very big development that is coming in. NIA arrests founder of Telangana Rashtra Party Gade Inaya in allegations into his alleged support to ban the CPI Maoists party and Maoists. For more details, we are being joined by Aishwarya. Aishwarya, please give more details about this big breaking development.
Yes, absolutely. As you pointed out, Gade Inaya, he is one of the social workers who runs the national ashram as well as politically very active in Telangana state. Currently, NIA has arrested him in his village in Jangaon, where most of the Maoist activities had once been very active. In earlier years, he lives in one of those. He's been arrested from one of those districts after he was spotted supporting the re-evolutionize of the Maoist protest there in that particular forest areas. Where he was, where the NIA is suspecting that he's becoming one of the, he's being responsible for again repopulating the Maoist revolution movement there after multiple surrenders as well as encounters that were taking place in due course of a few months in Telangana specifically. If you see, there was at least in matter of 1-2 months, there were almost more than 100 Maoists who surrendered in front of Telangana DGP himself. So in order to, after the Hidma encounter also, the particular Maoist movement had become less popular, but NIA has currently arrested him in allegations of him trying to repopularize it, and they are trying to investigate further. And currently, they are moving him from Jangaon to Hyderabad for further interrogation.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks a lot for the information. So it's a very big development, and we'll follow up this story as more developments follow. All right, viewers, let's move on to another top big breaking news. A man has been arrested after Bengali singer Lagnajita Chakraborty alleged that she was abused and nearly assaulted during a live performance at a private school in Purba Midnipur's Bhagavanpur area on Saturday. In a written complaint submitted to the police, Chakraborty gave a detailed step-by-step account of the incident that took place during her program at South Point Public School. And here's what she said. She stated that the event began at 7 p.m. and continued smoothly for the first 45 minutes. But after that, what happened? Now, singer Lagnajita alleges assault at the event. She alleges that she has been assaulted. Now, for more details, we are being joined by Pinky for more information on this incident. Pinky, it is being said that she has been assaulted and she was asked to sing a secular song, Pinky.
देखिए, कल भगवानपुर में, जो कि ईस्ट मिदनापुर में है, वहां पर एक शो में गए थे ये रिनोन सिंगर लग्नजिता चक्रवर्ती, और वहां पर जो 7th सॉन्ग था वो था जागो माँ, जो कि बहुत एक मूवी का सॉन्ग है, बंगाली सॉन्ग है, और वो गाना लग्नजिता ने गाया। गाने के बाद जब ये गाना खत्म हुआ, तभी वहां पर महबूब मलिक कह के जो इस स्कूल का जो स्कूल में ये प्रोग्राम हो रहा था, फाउंडेशन में जो स्कूल फाउंडेशन डे के लिए जो प्रोग्राम होता है वो हो रहा था, उस स्कूल का वन ऑफ द ओनर है ये महबूब मलिक, और टीएमसी लीडर कह के भी परिचित है इलाका में। ये महबूब मलिक उठता है स्टेज में, उठ के लग्नजिता चक्रवर्ती को हेकल करता है, हरेस करता है और उसको मारने तक भी जाता है। ये भी कंप्लेंट लेटर में लिखा हुआ है। कहना ये है उनका कि कोई भी आप या लग्नजिता चक्रवर्ती क्यों एक जागो माँ सॉन्ग गा रहे हैं, क्यों वो सेकुलर सॉन्ग गाए। और ये कहा गया कि इनफ सिंगिंग जागो माँ, sing some secular song. ये भी कहा गया था, ये महबूब मलिक की तरफ से कंप्लेन लेटर लॉन्च किया, कंप्लेन लेटर दिया गया था भगवानपुर थाने में या कंप्लेन पुलिस स्टेशन में लताजीता की तरफ से, और आज सुबह अरेस्ट हुआ है महबूब मलिक। आपको बता दूं, महबूब मलिक को आज कोर्ट प्रोडक्शन किया जाएगा, मगर इस घटना को लेके चारों तरफ से निंदा हो रहा है।
All right, thanks a lot for the information. So the organizer wanted her to sing a secular song and she was allegedly assaulted and he tried to hit her. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next story. The illegal mining in the Aravallis remains a top focus. The Republic investigation has exposed the rampant post-sunset illegal mining across Aravalli range in the state of Rajasthan. The growing momentum of the Save Aravalli movement has reflected rising public awareness that the future of the Aravalli range is directly linked to regional sustainability. Now, just a definition change and you can understand what can happen to Aravallis, where already illegal mining is taking place. It's happening right now. The degradation of the Aravallis has direct impact on North India's climate resilience and even air quality and also water resources, with urban centers such as Jaipur, Delhi and Gurugram being practically vulnerable. The movement also has highlighted the need for science-based policy making and also transparent governance. Calls to protect this biodiversity, the flora and fauna, maintain ecological connectivity and ensure sustainable livelihoods align with India's broader environmental responsibilities. By engaging citizens, lawmakers and legal institutions, the movement underscores that safeguarding the environment is a collective responsibility.
We are here at Ajitpura village in Kotputli, Rajasthan, and we are showing you yet another blatant breaking of law and order. We are showing you, this is the fourth village where we are showing you illegal mining going on against the DGMS order. The allowed span is between sunrise to sunset, and they have clearly just decided to not follow the law, and this, you can see the full mining process going on in a full-fledged way. I'm also going to show you, they use this deep hole blasting method where when they dig around 7 to 8 inches deep some holes, and then they fill it with explosive and then they blast that site. They're doing it around 40 to 50 meters close to the residential area, while the permissible limit is 300 meters only. Because you can see that this is where the deep blasting is actually taking place, and just few meters away from here, this is the residential area. These are the homes which, because of the lack of light, might not be very visible. But this is what is happening. Apart from this, there is on the far end, you can probably see that there is this talab, there's this water body, and the acceptable limit for any deep hole blasting to happen is at least 45 meters away from that water body. But they have started it right next to it, around 3 meters close to the water body. They've started this deep hole blasting, and that is on the left side. Now on the right side, we'll show you there are 3 heavy machines which are very dedicatedly emptying out water that has been collected. Now 3 dedicated machines for emptying out the water from that area, which is affecting the groundwater level in this locality. And at the top, there are around 7 to 8 heavy machineries installed, which is affecting the air level, the pollution, and also which is causing around 2 inches deep, which according to the locals, each of their homes have around 2 inches deep deposit of cement every day. Their crops are unable to grow because of that cement deposit, and also their houses have huge cracks. And this is all, viewers, this is all happening in defiance of law and order. Well, we are at Pawana Ahir, which is a very secluded village at Rajasthan, and till now we have covered around 3 villages, and one thing has been common, that is illegal mining all throughout the Aravalli hills. And right now I'll show you the situation because it is caught on our camera. As you can see, there are 3 trucks. When we came here, when Republic came here, this was a well-lit area. Mining was going on, and as per the DGMC order, which is Directorate General of Mine Safety, DGMS's order, no mining is allowed post sunset. So the allowed time period is between sunrise to sunset. But we reached here around half an hour ago, and this entire area I am showing you, which is pitch dark right now, this was completely well lit. There you can see there are 3 trucks who are functioning, who are carrying out the mining, illegal mining of that sorts. And the moment they saw us arriving, they started turning off the lights one by one. All these trucks who were working, they became stationary, and now this entire area, which was very well lit just 15 minutes ago, is completely pitch black. Now, even if you see, we'll also show you just a few meters ahead from us, a small light. That is the only light which is still there, which is not even 2% of the light, how well lit this area was. And that is where this entire area, there was mining going on against the law, against the order. And after being reminded n number of times, they still continue to do this. And this has been a common practice in all the villages that we have covered till now. And the locals have told us that this remains to be similar all throughout the Aravalli Hills, and this is before the Supreme Court has accepted the new definition of Aravalli Hills. Aravalli Hills and several of its mountains have been chopped off from the top so that they don't qualify the 100-meter criteria, which is no mountain which is below the 100 meters will be considered a part of Aravalli Hills. Thus, it will lose protection. It will lose government protection, and it'll be open to corporate affairs, to construction, to mining, and illegal mining for that matter. Once again, I'm going to show you this entire area, this mining zone that you see, which spans around 2 villages at Pawana Ahir village. 3 trucks are pretty clear, pretty visible right now. They were lit up, this entire area, several huge lights, but within a matter of 5 minutes, the moment they saw us approaching them, the moment they saw us coming, they've managed to turn off every single light. They also turned off their trucks. The trucks are stationary. The people, you can still spot people who are sitting inside using their phones on inside the truck. You can see in all the 3 trucks, you can still see the movement. So they are still there. There was mining, illegal mining going on. And when Republic came at that spot, they stopped all the activity. तो आप हमारे एक बार दर्शकों को भी समझाइए, हम उन्हें समझाएंगे आपके पास जो मैप है उससे कि कहाँ आपका गांव और यहाँ आसपास क्या क्या चल रहा है, थोड़ा आप इससे हमें समझाइए।
बिल्कुल मैम, हम ललाउंडी गांव में हैं। ललाउंडी गांव में पिछले 10 से 15 सालों से, मिनिमम 15 सालों से कंटिन्यू ब्लास्ट किए जा रहे हैं, माइनिंग, इलीगल माइनिंग की जा रही है। इलीगल माइनिंग के अंदर यहाँ हाँ, इधर हम अभी खड़े हुए हैं। ये पूरा अरावली रेंज हमारी पहाड़ी है, छोटी सी प्यारी पहाड़ी मैडम। इसके पीछे आज से 15 साल पहले 3 क्रेशर जोन स्थापित हुए थे, मादेवा, बालाजी, हरी ग्रेड। ये हमारा खसरा नंबर 1294 और ये 1301 पे माइनिंग चल रही है, जिसकी दूरी महज कागज़ों में 60 से 80 मीटर बताई गई है, जबकि एरियल व्यू इसका देखें हम मुश्किल से 20 से 30 मीटर के आसपास होगा। और माइनिंग इतनी भयानक की जा रही है कि रात में भी ये लोग माइनिंग कर रहे हैं, ब्लास्टिंग इतनी तेज़ करते हैं कि भूकंप के झटके हमको महसूस होते हैं।
तो अभी आपको ये पता होगा कि जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट है उसने एक नई परिभाषा एक्सेप्ट कर ली है कि जो ये पूरा अरावली है उसमें जो भी पहाड़ 100 मीटर से कम के होंगे वो अरावली में नहीं माने जाएंगे, जो कि लगभग 90% जितने हैं, 90% पहाड़ हैं यहाँ पे। अब इसका मतलब ये होगा कि उनके ऊपर से प्रोटेक्शन हट जाएगा। तो हमें बताइए कि अब और क्या क्या चीज़ें होंगी एक बार जब वो 90% खुल जाएगा सरकार के इस्तेमाल के लिए, कॉरपोरेट इस्तेमाल के लिए।
ये लोग इलीगल माइनिंग को लीगल कर कर अपने पैसों से अपना पेट भरना चाह रहे हैं। बहुत मोटे स्तर पर ये काम किया जा रहा है। ये लोग चाह रहे हैं कि राजस्थान की संस्कृति जिससे जुड़ी हुई है, राजस्थान का इतिहास अरावली से जुड़ा हुआ है, मैडम हम हमारे होते हुए ये नहीं होने देंगे। अरावली नहीं मिट सकती, जब तक हम हैं अरावली नहीं मिटने देंगे।
All right, viewers, let's move on to our top big story that is coming from Chhattisgarh. Communal tension, arson and stone pelting scene. The situation has deteriorated in Kanker district of Chhattisgarh, where a dispute between the tribal community and tribals who have converted to Christianity has escalated into a violent clash. The incident reportedly took place in the Amabeda area, where the two groups confronted each other over the burial of a body. Now, according to reports, the dispute began over the burial of a person belonging to the Christian community in the village, and hence tensions escalated. It is alleged that the body was forcibly buried in the village, which angered the local residents who reside at that place. The situation quickly escalated, became tense, and the dispute turned violent. Upon receiving information about the violence, police and administrative teams rushed to the spot. During efforts to control the situation, even several police personnel, including the area's DIG Tukaram Kamble and SP Ashish Bansor, were also injured. Several people from both sides are also reported to have been injured in the clash. Considering the seriousness of the situation, the administration has imposed Section 144 in the area. For more information, we are being joined by Bharat. Bharat, what is the situation right now? Is the situation still tense?
देखिए, कांकेर जिले के आमाबेड़ा जो इलाके पड़ते हैं, जहां पे आदिवासी समुदाय और ईसाई धर्म अपना चुके आदिवासियों के बीच में जिस तरीके से विवाद बढ़ गया था, विवाद झड़प में बदल गया था, जिस वजह से आमाबेड़ा क्षेत्र में जिस तरीके से एक व्यक्ति के शव दफन को लेकर दोनों पक्षों में आमने सामने जैसे विवाद जो है वो बढ़ गई थी। ईसाई समुदाय से जुड़े एक व्यक्ति का शव को गाँव में दफनाने को लेकर जो विवाद का मामला जो है वो सामने आया था, जिस वजह से विवाद इतनी बढ़ गई थी कि वो विवाद हिंसा में परिवर्तन हो गया। हिंसा में परिवर्तन होने के बाद बहुत से पुलिस के जो अधिकारी हैं वो भी घायल हो गए। मामला इतना तूल पकड़ गया कि उस पूरे इलाके में 144 जो धारा है वो लागू करनी पड़ गई थी। स्थिति इतनी विपरीत हो गई थी। वहीं अगर बात की जाए इस पूरे मामले को लेकर छत्तीसगढ़ के जो गृह मंत्री हैं उनका भी बयान इसको देखने को मिला था। डिप्टी सीएम गृह मंत्री का जो बयान है वो भी आया, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि कांकेर के देवड़ा गांव की जो घटना है बेहद ही चिंतनीय है। ऐसे में पूरी घटना में अंतिम निर्णय की जरूरत है। पुलिस ने अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक शव को दफनाने को लेकर ईसाई धर्म और आदिवासी समुदाय में जिस तरीके से विवाद हो गया था, विवाद होने के बाद उस गांव के जो लोग हैं, गांव के जो सरपंच, उन्होंने गांव तक छोड़ दिया था। इतनी विवाद और इतनी हिंसा बढ़ चुकी थी कि परिस्थितियां विपरीत हो चुकी थी। तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं जो आमाबेड़ा में जो सरपंच है उन्होंने भी अपना गांव जो है वो छोड़ दिया था। पूरा जो घटनाक्रम हुआ था कांकेर के अंतर्गत आमाबेड़ा एक गांव पड़ता है जहां पे ये पूरा हिंसा जो है वो जो हिंसा है वो परिवर्तन हुई थी। कहीं ना कहीं पूरे इलाके की अगर बात की जाए तो जिस तरीके से हिंसा बढ़ी थी, हिंसा बढ़ने के बाद भीम आर्मी और मिशनरी के जो है उन लोगों ने भी शुरू कर दिया था हिंसा। तो हिंसा जो है आदिवासी में
ठीक है भरत, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर द इंफॉर्मेशन। इट्स आल्सो अ डेवलपिंग स्टोरी एंड we'll track the developments. But coming up next, viewers, Republic investigation exposes illegal mining along the Aravalli Hills. Republic cameras catch illegal crushers operating inside habitation zones.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
we just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast.
Good evening and welcome to our estate, Building the Nation. This is the show where we cut through the noise and bring you what truly matters in real estate. Facts, trends and decisions that impact your money and your future. Tonight, from the key developments shaping the market this week to stories that help you make better decisions, we've got you covered. Let's begin with the top real estate news making headlines this week.
The Ganga Expressway, the second largest expressway in India, is set to open this January, stretching from Meerut to Prayagraj and cutting across 12 districts. It's a major boost to Uttar Pradesh's high-speed road network. Project officials say just 10 to 15% of Phase 3 is left. Once complete, the expressway will significantly improve access during the annual religious gathering. Spanning 12 districts, the project carries an estimated cost of 5,626 crores. The Ghaziabad Development Authority is gearing up to launch the first phase of its mega Harnandipuram housing project within the next 5 months. The groundwork is already underway, with a full topographical survey using drones and satellite mapping to lock in the blueprint. Spread across 541 hectares, Harnandipuram will redefine urban living, with zones for Sports City, Medicity, Cyber City and Edu City. Strategically placed next to the rapid rail transit corridor and linked by key expressways and the Delhi Metro, it's designed for next-gen connectivity. Navi Mumbai is set to roll out its intelligent traffic management system on Palm Beach Road next month. Developed through a PPP model, the NMMC's tech-led pilot aims to upgrade traffic control without adding financial pressure. Once active, the ITMS will adjust signal timings in real time based on vehicle density at every junction. The system is designed to cut delays, ease congestion, and keep traffic moving smoothly across the city.
Once you understand what's happening in the market, the next question is, how do we build better spaces to live in? On Design Dialogue today, we bring you a story on Anagram Architects, an award-winning practice known for thoughtful, climate-responsive design and a strong sense of responsibility towards people and communities.
Hi, I'm Madhav Raman. I'm a partner at Anagram Architects. We are a multidisciplinary design and architecture studio based out of New Delhi and Goa.
My name is Shruti Dimri. I am principal at Anagram Architects. I joined them 11 years ago.
Hi, I'm Vaibhav Dimri. I'm from Anagram Architects. I'm partner at Anagram Architects.
I know these guys since college and we were a still smaller firm in 2014. So coming into the practice, it was a bit, I would say, not chaotic, but a little less organized.
So really the practice started from this idea that, oh, we should just work with each other. So there's nothing really bigger than that. But it's lasted us now almost 25 years.
The kind of education system that we come from, where we used to make models with our own hand, or test construction techniques with our own hand on site, that kind of culture has remained in our office. In remote areas when we're working, you try and use technology and cameras and Zoom links, but I think we still heavily rely on touching the material ourselves.
Context comes from what client wants. It obviously comes from climate, where it belongs. The cultural context is important, the climate is very important, but the budgets are also equally contextual. So how can we be within the budget or what the client is aspiring that building to be? I think it's very important. We should never forget that we are building for somebody else.
Some of our houses that we've done, they seem to have a lot of impact for the families they live in them. There's outre, there's cleft. You see, in India, a home that people build for themselves comes at the end of a very long aspirational journey. It's not considered a real estate investment. So I think most of our private residences is where you can genuinely see an impact in the lives. We are looking at how homes are morphing now as we build larger and larger apartment complexes, residential complexes. We are understanding the dynamic between living as an individual in a larger community, and also the understanding of how those are actually instruments of real estate investment. People are looking for dividends that are financial, not just aspirational. So these are the things that we are beginning to understand now.
You have to get material that is locally available, as much as possible naturally occurring materials. It's very simple, and there are very few things that you have to follow to ensure that the building is sustainable as it can be. You have to follow climatology, you have to respect the sun, its angle, its distance, seasons, etc. And you don't have to do too much. So I think all of our buildings do follow very thorough guidelines as far as sustainability is concerned, because the approach is such, because the studio approaches projects in such a way that it is inevitable that the approach to construction follows these values.
HARDC was the first building actually we ever did, and interestingly so that we were very young at that point of time, and client put a lot of trust on us. He wanted an efficient building for his NGO. Simply, that was the only brief. As in, we were looking at it beyond just the building. And that's what we always do. We don't look at building within its footprint. We are looking at it in the context of where it belongs. But obviously the limelight was the jali or the brick facade which we created. And at that point of time, it was very, very unique because there was no parametrics then and computers were very new. And we worked with the masons, and we learned a lot with the masons. That was the first building, so we didn't even know. To the first building, instead of making simple bricks, we made the brick differently. And it was just a thought. But then with masons and stuff, we tried to work it out, and it was very hands-on.
I think our studio is very concerned about what's going to happen because of climate change over the next 20 years, which is really where we see ourselves before we sort of retire. And I think it's a very, very dynamic space, and it requires not just this idea of sustainability, but now I think architecture has to move on to resilience. We can see how our cities are flooding, how we live in many cities, and this is across the world, in places that are very, very highly polluted, where we seem to have eradicated all other forms of life forms like flora, fauna. Cities are no longer lively places. I think these are all concerns that architecture can address successfully.
You've heard this many times before, but bad design is the actually expensive design, and this is something that you have to tell the client, that if you don't get a designer, then you're actually building something that's going to cost you much more in the longer run. I think there is a huge change in the consumer in the last 10 years, where I think more and more people understand the value of good design, which is not just limited to having something that you can take a picture in front of and put on Instagram. It goes way beyond. I think people really understand now.
This cleft house is something, it's a residence. It's residence in North Delhi. Client wanted something which he had never seen before. And when we went to the site and when we saw the site, we realized that there are no views up front. If you look at the entire road, you realize that lots of buildings are there. They are basically, they have default balconies because balconies are free of FAR. So people, whatever you get free, people want it. So we decided, why do we actually need it? Why do we go for default? where balconies are given. So we decided not to have any balconies, not to have any windows, because it didn't require. And there was no view. And that also created a very monolithic kind of structure. And when it was getting built, people thought it was a mall or something. It's not a, so we don't believe in typologies. You know, we don't say that house is a typology which has to be designed like this. I think typology, how the space feels. So if the courtyard feels like a house, it's a house. If it feels like a mall, it's a mall.
People who want to study architecture and become architects are coming from smaller and smaller towns. I think it's a great thing. I would seriously advise that anyone who comes to a big city to learn architecture should try and consider going back to their town and setting up a studio. I think the value you would bring to your community would be so immense. It would replace any other joy that you may get out of winning a competition, winning an award. Just people you know coming to you and saying what an awesome building or what an awesome space you created is a joy that's incomparable.
In our Real Report this evening, we take a closer look at why religious cities across India are witnessing a real estate surge and the factors driving this growing demand.
Ayodhya, Kashi, Shirdi, Tirupati, Rameshwaram. Today, these spiritual cities have it all. Airports, rail links, expressways, schools, industry and business hubs. In just 3 years, property prices here have surged over 200%. As infrastructure grows, India's sacred centers are witnessing a powerful revival, driven by a post-pandemic shift towards calmer, purpose-driven living. That momentum is powered by landmark projects, the Ram Temple complex in Ayodhya, the Kashi Vishwanath corridor in Varanasi, and permanent event infrastructure in Prayagraj, dramatically improving access and amenities. Religious tourism is now booming, drawing pilgrims from across the world. The surge is lifting hospitality, retail and housing demand. For many, investing here is emotional, a return to faith and heritage. With leading developers launching modern homes and serviced apartments, these ancient cities are entering a new era of growth and long-term value.
After that report, I'm here in the studio with Ashwinder R. Singh to address some of the questions many of you have been asking. This is the Clarity Corner, and Ashwinder R. Singh will help us in breaking it down for you. So, I have quick questions for you. Let me ask you the first one. For someone looking to sell their property, one of the biggest challenges is pricing it right. How can a seller realistically determine the right price for their home?
Now, the right price isn't what you want. It's what the market will pay today. Benchmark against recent sales within 1-2 kilometers, not just listing. Real buyers pay for usability and not nostalgia. Another point to keep in mind is, as a seller, if you price your properties 5-7% below the perceived market rate, the property sells 3 times faster. Yes, it sells 3 times faster. In real estate, time is money and liquidity is the new luxury. Remember, liquidity will always score more than anything else in real estate.
There's been a lot of conversation around interest rates. Do you think the recent rate cut will actually translate into higher housing sales?
Well, I want to tell you that the world has changed, Indian buyer has changed, and it is all about sentiments. And rate cut is no more the sole driver. Buyers move when jobs, confidence, and supply of real estate aligns. India's housing market is now aspiration driven. It is more aspiration sensitive, not rate sensitive. The new buyer fortunately responds more to lifestyle than to loan rates. I think we give far more importance to rate cuts than we should. Earlier, this was not the case, but now the Indian home buyer and real estate investor is far more evolved.
We've seen steady momentum in the luxury housing segment. Do you expect this demand to continue over the next few years?
Yes, luxury demand is driven by wealth formalization and not speculation. People need to understand that. Buyers are mostly end users, not flippers. And that is why luxury demand is going to be good. Luxury today means privacy, wellness, and design. It's a secular demand story and not a cyclical one. People have become aspirational. They want a good quality of life. They need good amenities. They need a good standard of living. That's why the luxury demand, according to me, is going to remain consistent, sustainable, and thrive. Why just for 3 years, but maybe for the next decade?
And finally, many people see real estate as a long-term investment. Does investing in property still offer the potential for stable passive income?
The three pillars of passive income are rental yield, co-investment, and fractional ownership. In today's time and age, all are strengthened by technology, platforms, and blockchain. The smartest investors, according to me, build cash flow before capital gain, rent before resale, yield before the yield curve. Real estate is a great asset class for passive income, but it is also a great asset class for capital appreciation along with passive income. If you keep real estate as a long-term asset class investment instrument, in 10 years, you'll be surprised that it has given more returns than any other asset class ever, whether it is equity, whether it is gold, or anything else. So yes, these are the three things you can keep in mind while choosing real estate as a passive income instrument.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashwinder R. Singh, for joining us here today on Our Estate, Building the Nation. And now it's time to look ahead. In 26 for 2026, we bring you the trends already shaping the future of real estate, quick, focused, and easy to follow.
Mumbai MMR will see over 15 luxury launches in 2026, starting at Rs 2 crore. By 2030, redevelopmental projects may cross Rs 1.30 lakh crore. The Ganga Expressway, India's second largest, is set to open before Magh Mela 2026. With construction nearly complete, it will connect Prayagraj and Meerut seamlessly. India's first bullet train will debut by 2026. Trial runs between Bilimora and Surat will hit 320 kilometers per hour, with indigenous 8-coach prototypes under testing. Over 30 premium projects launched in Gurugram and Noida in 2026, starting at Rs 2 crore. Noida Greater Noida leads India in recent price growth. Navi Mumbai Airport opens December 25, operating day hours. Initially, a major airline will launch with 23 flights, scaling to 35. Mumbai gets its second international airport. By 2026, virtual tours and 3D walkthroughs will transform property marketing. Better material planning may cut construction waste by 30%, while AI could boost sales efficiency up to 30%. Circles rates across major cities like Delhi, NCR and Mumbai may rise nearly 20%, driven by land prices and large-scale infrastructure upgrades. The Delhi-Mumbai Expressway, India's biggest road project, is expected by May 2026, cutting travel time between the two cities to just 12 hours. Yeida will launch 973 residential plots near Noida Airport in January 2026 across multiple sectors, just ahead of the airport's expected opening. Delhi Metro's Rithala-Narela corridor and Pune Metro Line 3 will partially open in 2026, significantly boosting urban connectivity. Oyo plans a 6,500 rupees crore IPO in 2026. With over 1 lakh rooms, the company reports annual profits of around 80 crore rupees. Rental yields are expected to rise from 3 to 3.5% in 2026, with Bengaluru, Hyderabad and Mumbai seeing rent hikes up to 15%. Chennai will unveil its third master plan in January 2026. The 2027 and 2046 roadmap will guide the city's growth for the next 2 decades. ESG complaint real estate is gaining momentum. Green certified projects may rise to 30% of new launches by 2026. Noida International Airport, India's largest, will begin operations in 2026. Phase 1 includes 1 runway and terminal handling 12 million passengers annually after mandatory testing. India's co-working market could hit rupees 30,000 crore in 2026 as operators expand from 15 to over 25 cities beyond metros. India plans to integrate 20 gigawatt of renewable energy by 2026, building over 10,700 kilometers of transmission lines across Gujarat, Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu. Discussions on RERA 2.0 may begin in 2026, focusing on transparency while addressing developer concerns like faster approvals and realistic timelines. A 14,000 crore rupees freight corridor will link Vadhavan Port to Samruddhi Mahamarg, easing congestion and improving north-south connectivity in Maharashtra. The FNG Expressway is set to open by 2026, cutting travel time by 40 minutes and unlocking major housing, retail and office development across NCR. Affordable housing supply may rise 8% in 2026 with prices up 5%. Key hotspots include Indore, Surat, Kochi and Jaipur. India's data center capacity is projected to grow 30% in 2026 with $2 billion in fresh investment from global and domestic tech giants. Guwahati is emerging as an IT corridor with hospitality booms across the northeast. With rising tourism, multiple REITs may launch northeast-focused funds by 2026. Commercial real estate is expected to grow up to 12% in 2026, with FDI touching $7 billion across top business cities. 10 cities including Pune, Kochi, Indore, Jaipur and Ahmedabad are set to see strong real estate appreciation in 2026. Pepperfry targets a 2026 IPO after $150 million funding and plans 50 showrooms. Sadoxo expands smart cities, Siemens launches smart building services and Ultratech adds major capacity.
That's all we have on this edition of Our Estate, Building the Nation. From the week's top news to design, data and what lies ahead, we hope tonight's show helped you better understand a fast-changing real estate landscape. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned for more and we'll see you next time on Our Estate, Building the Nation.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा.
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा.
Viewers, the Epstein Files Transparency Act's December 19 deadline prompted the recent release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, which disclosed a vast amount of information that connects
the financier's personal life to his connections to the most influential people in the world. The House Oversight Committee collected over 95,000 photos and documents from Epstein's estate, which served as the foundation of the recent revelations. Watch this detailed report for more.
The recent release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, triggered by the December 19, 2025 deadline of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, has unveiled a massive trove of data that bridges the gap between the financier's private life and his proximity to the world's most powerful figures. What was once whispered in deposition transcripts is now being visualized through tens of thousands of images and documents. The backbone of the recent disclosures is a collection of approximately 95,000 photographs and documents obtained from Epstein's estate by the House Oversight Committee. While the Department of Justice, DOJ, began its mandated release on December 19th, House Democrats had already begun a drip feed of these materials. The files include estate photos, high-resolution images of Epstein's properties, including his Manhattan townhouse and his private island, Little St. James. Photos of a dentist's office in his Caribbean home, BDSM equipment, and peculiar office decor, such as a chalkboard with words written on it. A commemorative book given to Epstein for his 50th birthday, containing notes and signatures from various elites. The files contain visual confirmation of several high-profile connections that have been the subject of speculation for years. One significant image features former President Bill Clinton smiling alongside Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The photo reportedly bears Clinton's signature in gold ink, though his representatives have long maintained he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. Photos capture Bill Gates in social settings with Epstein, including one where he is seated with the financier and the former Prince Andrew. Another photo strangely showed Gates and Andrew together with King Charles, cropped out of the original frame. In a surprising intersection of worlds, filmmaker Woody Allen is seen in multiple photos, including one where he is conversing with former Trump advisor Steve Bannon at an Epstein-related social gathering. The files offer a nuanced examination of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, which spanned approximately 15 years before a falling out in 2004. Trump appears in at least 3 images from the new batch. One shows him at a Hawaiian-themed party surrounded by 6 women whose faces are redacted. Another shows him sitting with a woman on what appears to be an aircraft. Despite the provocative nature of the photos, investigators and journalists note that none of the images released thus far show Donald Trump engaging in illegal activity or provide smoking gun evidence of involvement in Epstein's sex trafficking ring. Despite the December 19th deadline, the release has been criticized for being incomplete. Huge swaths of the 95,000 photos remain unreleased to the public. The House Oversight Committee has stated it is redacting the faces of potential victims to protect their privacy. The Department of Justice released a partial batch on the deadline day, announcing that the remainder of the files would be released over several weeks. This has led to accusations of a cover-up from some lawmakers who argue the DOJ is violating the transparency law. The files have unearthed details that paint a picture of Jeffrey Epstein's obsessive need for leverage and his strange intellectual preoccupations. Photos of a landline phone at Epstein's island residence showed first names written on the speed dial, hinting at the immediacy of his access to powerful people. Some of the most personal images include Epstein in a bathtub and a selfie of the financier with a swollen lip, the context of which remains unknown. The release has turned into a partisan battleground. Democrats, led by Representative Robert Garcia, claim the files prove a White House cover-up. At the same time, the White House and Republican allies accuse Democrats of cherry-picking photos to create a false narrative against President Trump, noting that Trump himself signed the act to release these very files.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters. And when that
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello viewers, you are watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin we will bring you the top national and international stories. But first up, the headlines. Shocker comes to light from Karnataka's Bagalkote. A 16-year-old mentally challenged boy brutally thrashed with belt and plastic pipe on camera. FIR filed in the case. Bengali singer alleges assault bid over Jago Ma performance. Maharashtra local body election results underway. Mahayuti crosses 200 mark with BJP in lead. MVA trails behind in trends. Indian visa application center suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong amid security concerns. Trump's photo among 16 Epstein files disappeared from US government website. Republic speaks to one of the survivors. All right, viewers, let's start with the top big breaking news that's coming in at the moment. Indian visa application center has been suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong amid security concerns. Big development. The Indian visa application center in Bangladesh's Chittagong will remain suspended amid the unrest in the country and the security concerns. It announced on Sunday. The Indian Visa Application Center in Bangladesh informed on their website that due to recent security concerns at AHCI Chittagong, Indian visa operations at IVAC will remain suspended until further notice. The announcement
The announcement for reopening the visa center will be made after reviewing the security situation, it also stated. The official website said the development came as security was tightened around the Assistant High Commission office in the Upper Shahar area and the visa application center in Shobha Nigahat in Bangladesh. So situation is quite tense in Bangladesh. Indian visa application center suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong amid security concerns. The Indian visa application center in Bangladesh's Chittagong will remain suspended amid unrest in the country and security concerns. It announced on Sunday. The Indian visa application center in Bangladesh informed on their website that due to recent security concerns at AHCI, Chittagong, Indian visa operations at IVAC will remain suspended until further notice. For more information, we are being joined by Kishle on phone line. Kishel, what are the latest updates? The Indian Visa Center has been suspended in Chittagong.
Well, exactly. Looking at the situation in Bangladesh right now, the law and order has been completely shattered. We have seen radicals out on the loose, and we've seen a Hindu man being lynched and burnt. In that situation, also we have seen that there were protests outside the Indian embassy and the Indian visa application centers. The latest news is the Indian visa application center, IVAC, in Chittagong has been suspended for now. It was decided last night that it will be suspended, in fact, and now the decision has been made. Now the announcement has been made. On the other hand, 3 other visa application centers in several other parts of the country are right now under closure, one in Dhaka and 2 other in different parts of Bangladesh are also closed. In the IT park in Dhaka has also been closed. So about 4 visa application centers of India in Bangladesh right now has been closed down by Indian authorities. Looking at the deteriorating law and order situation of the country, we've seen that the mob completely out of control came very close to the Indian embassy 3 days back after Osman Hari's death was announced, and the police had to really push them back. And now looking at the security of the personnel inside the visa application centers, India is right now, India has decided to close these centers till the law and order situation improves.
All right, Kishle, stay with us. We are moving on to another big breaking development that we are receiving at this moment, and another big development that has come as Bangladesh court imposes travel ban on ousted PM Hasina and 16 others. A court in Bangladesh has imposed a travel ban on deposed Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who is currently in India, along with 16 others. The order was issued on Sunday by a Dhaka court after an application was filed by the Anti-Corruption Commission, ACC. Now, according to the Commission's spokesman, Tanzir Ahmed, those named in the order include Awami League General Secretary Obaidul Qadir, Presidium members Amir Hussain, Amu Tofel Ahmed and Khandakar Musharraf Hussain, former Law Minister Anisul Haq Muhammad Abdul Manan, Man Siddiqui, Muhammad Farooq Jalil, Shafiqul Karim, Firoz Iqbal, Ibn Alam Hassan, Muhammad Aftab Hussain Khan, Muhammad Abdus Salam, Monir Uz Zaman Chaudhry, Salina Chaudhry and Ikram Iqbal. The ACC said the order was made by Dhaka Metropolitan Senior Special Judges Court during the court's vacation period. Now, court documents filed by Anti-Graft Agency indicate the travel ban is linked to allegations of financial irregularities involving a toll collection contract awarded during Hasina's time in office. So another development for Sheikh Hasina, a big development. Kisle is again on the phone line with us. Kisle, tell us more about this development. Her ID cards have already been suspended. And what more?
Well, these developments really doesn't mean much to Sheikh Hasina, who is currently in an unknown location in India, as per sources. We have seen that there was a death sentence that was pronounced a few weeks back in Bangladesh, and Sheikh Hasina was, in fact, was sentenced to death. On the other hand, there was several other members of Army League who have been right now under scanner. And now this travel ban, which has been promulgated by a court in Bangladesh, Bangladesh after the application of Anti-Corruption Commission is now on order, but it really doesn't mean anything, as Sheikh Hasina and all the members who have been named are not really in Bangladesh right now, and even if they are in Bangladesh, their location is not known to the authorities. So the police is, at one hand, looking for these people who have been named. Most of them are Army League leaders and Army League leaders who have been who are right now not in Bangladesh, and some of their location is not known to the police. That is what the order says. So they're looking for them, but Sheikh Hasina, who is right now in an unknown location in India, has already been sentenced to death on a different account. She has been sentenced to life imprisonment, and now another rule comes where her travel ban is promulgated by a court in Bangladesh, but it really doesn't mean anything to her as she's not in Bangladesh.
All right, Kishle, thanks for the information. This is a developing story, and we'll share more info as the story develops. Let's move on to our next news segment, ladies and gentlemen, which is Bharat in 1 minute. A wanted criminal with a bounty of rupees 50,000 on his head was killed in a police encounter during patrolling. Police tried to stop two men on motorcycle. The men opened fire on the police party. In counter firing, one of the criminal also got shot. National capital wakes up to thick blanket of toxic smog, reducing visibility and causing discomfort to residents across the city. Several parts of the city experienced a dense haze, with pollution levels remaining alarmingly high. 4 criminals were injured and 1 accused arrested following a police operation in Balia after the suspects opened fire at police. Police confirmed that a detailed investigation is ongoing and strict legal action will be taken against all individuals involved in the crime.
भारत को मातृभूमि मानने वाला, भारतीय संस्कृति पर श्रद्धा रखने वाला और भारतीय पूर्वजों का गौरव मन में रखने वाला एक भी व्यक्ति हिंदुस्तान की भूमि पर जब तक जीवित है तब तक भारत हिंदू राष्ट्र है। यह संघ का विचार है और इसलिए हिंदुस्तान हिंदू राष्ट्र है। कभी मन में आया संसद के कि बदलो और उसमें शब्द डालो, वो डालेंगे, नहीं डालेंगे तो भी ठीक है। हमको कुछ उस शब्द से मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि हम हिंदू है, हमारा हिंदू राष्ट्र है, ये सत्य है। किसी पोथी में लिखा होगा, नहीं लिखा होगा, जो है सो है, वो बदलेगा नहीं। इसलिए उस झंझट में न पड़ते हुए ये समझना कि जन्म आधारित जाति व्यवस्था ये हिंदुत्व का हॉलमार्क नहीं है। जातियां बदली है काम के अनुसार, जन्म जाति में होने के बाद भी काम बदल गया उस जाति का, तो जाति ही बदल गई। ये हुआ है। और कोई व्यवस्था, कोई खानपान रीति रिवाज, कोई पूजा यानी हिंदुत्व, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं है। मैंने पहले ही बताया, अपने मंत्र पुष्प कहते हैं हम, मंत्र पुष्पांजलि में शब्द आता है। कितनी व्यवस्थाएं थी प्राचीन भारत में? ओम स्वस्ति साम्राज्यम, भौज्यम, स्वराज्यम, वैराज्यम, पारमेष्ठ्यम, राज्यम, महाराज्यम, आधिपत्य, समंत पर्यायी, सार्वभौम, सार्वायुष। इतनी व्यवस्थाएं एक समय भारत में अलग अलग स्थानों पर चलती थी। फिर भी समुद्र पर्यंताया पृथिव्यै एक राटिति। समुद्र पर्यंत पृथ्वीराजा ने कृषि योग्य बनाई इस भूमि में, समुद्र पर्यंत एक राष्ट्र है। तो ये जरूर नहीं कि आज हम हिंदू राष्ट्र है ऐसा सबने मान लिया तो वो जाति व्यवस्था ही आनी चाहिए। हम कोई दूसरी नई व्यवस्था बनाएंगे, समता न्याय पर आधारित, जन्माधारित न हो, गुणकर्माधारित हो, कुछ भी हो, उस समय का समाज विचार करेगा और अपने विकास के लिए और सब में सद्भावना के लिए, सबके विकास के लिए अनुकूल व्यवस्था ले। व्यवस्था तो बदलती है समय के अनुसार, और इसलिए हिंदुत्व यानी जाति व्यवस्था, वर्ण व्यवस्था, ये समीकरण गलत है। कोई भी व्यवस्था एक नहीं, वो बदलती है देश काल परिस्थिति अनुसार। पूजा प्रत्येक व्यक्ति की अलग हो सकती है, खान पान रीति रिवाज भूगोल के अनुसार बदलते हैं, ये सारा बदलने वाला है। इन सब में एक बात है, सर्व समावेशी संस्कृति। उसके लिए जिन्होंने काम किया वो पूर्वज, और जिनके कारण हम ऐसे बने वो हमारी मातृभूमि। ये तीन जब तक है तब तक हिंदू है, हिंदू राष्ट्र है। बाकी सारी बातें ये बदलने वाली बात है, उनके वापस आने का डर नहीं पालना कभी भी। जातिगत भेदभाव भारत में कब आया वगैरह आप डॉक्टर आंबेडकर का पढ़िए, हु वेयर दी शूद्रास, बहुत अच्छा रिसर्च है, उसमें आपको पता चलेगा। और आजकल मैंने ये भी पढ़ा है कि 80-85 पीढ़ी के पीछे पहले ये भेदभाव नहीं था, जातियां थी, लेकिन रोटी बेटी होता था। तो गुप्त साम्राज्य के बाद ये रिजिड हो गया और जन्माधारित बन गया, उसके पहले नहीं था, ऐसा भी मैंने पढ़ा है। तो एक अध्ययन करने का विषय है, अध्ययन कीजिए। ये मूल से हिंदू समाज में नहीं है, कभी ये आ गया देशकाल परिस्थिति के कारण, और देशकाल परिस्थिति के परिवर्तन के कारण ही उसके जाने का समय आया है। वो जाने वाला है, वो जाए, इसलिए उसको पिटने की आवश्यकता नहीं, वो जाएगा, ठीक से जाए, इतना केवल देखना है। इसके और हमारी एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान है, वो पहले से है, हम हिंदू है, या कुछ लोग कहेंगे हम भारतीय है, आर्य है, इंडिक लोग है, हिंदवी है, ठीक है, ये सब समानार्थी शब्द है। इनका मतलब एक ही होता है कि भारत भूमि के अंदर परंपरा से रहने वाले और जो सबको स्वीकार करते हैं, सबका सम्मान करते हैं, वो ये हमारी एक राष्ट्रीय पहचान सब विविधताओं के बावजूद कायम रही है। आजकल हम विविधता के कारण हमारे नजर में भेद आ गया, इसलिए इसके भेद बनते। तो हमारे नजर से परायापन, दिल से परायापन हटा लो, तो इन सब विविधताओं के बावजूद हम एक कैसे है, और हमारी एकता की ये शोभा है, सारी विविधताएं, ये आपको साक्षात्कार होगा, वो करने की आवश्यकता है।
इसके साथ जुड़े एक प्रश्न और भी है। डॉक्टर ममता चावला, आप वैज्ञानिक है। प्रश्न ऐसे है, वामपंथी लोग कहते हैं कि मनुस्मृति।
All right, let's move on to our next story. Big breaking news coming in, and this is in regard with the local body polls in Maharashtra. Big breaking development. The Bharatiya Janata Party, that is BJP, has emerged as the largest party, leading in 129 seats out of 288. Big development. The Shiv Sena, led by Eknath Shinde, secured 51 seats, while the Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, led by Ajit Pawar, won 35 seats. The Congress Party also bagged 35 seats. The Shiv Sena UBT faction, led by Uddhav Thackeray, won 9 seats, and the Sharad Pawar-led NCP-SP secured 7 seats. Other parties and independents also won 22 seats. The official results will be out in some time. So very big development in the local body election results from Maharashtra, and how people have chosen Shiv Sena. As Eknath Shinde says that people chose the real Shiv Sena. Big development coming in from Maharashtra. The Bharatiya Janata Party has emerged as the largest party, leading in 129 seats out of 288. The Shiv Sena SS, led by Eknath Shinde, secured 51 seats, while the NCP, Nationalist Congress Party, led by Ajit Pawar, has won 35 seats. The Congress Party has also bagged 35 seats. The Shiv Sena UBT faction, led by Uddhav Thackeray, has won 9 seats, and the Sharad Pawar-led NCP SP secured 7 seats. Other parties and independent independents won around 22 seats. The official results will be out in some time. Big development for Maharashtra. Another big achievement for the Bharatiya Janata Party, who has emerged as the largest party in Maharashtra local body polls. They are leading in 129 seats out of the 288 seats. The Shiv Sena, which is led by Eknath Shinde, has also secured 51 seats. Big development here too. While the NCP, the Nationalist Congress Party, NCP led by Ajit Pawar, has won 35 seats. And the Congress Party has also bagged 35 seats. Shiv Sena UBT faction led by Uddhav Thackeray has won 9 seats, and the Sharad Pawar-led NCP-SP secured 7 seats. Other parties and independents have bagged 22 seats. The official results will soon be out in some time. So big development in Maharashtra, big achievement for BJP. For more information, we are being joined by Satyaprakash. Satyaprakash, if you can explain more details about what do you derive from this development. The Bharatiya Janata Party is the largest party right now, leaning in 129 seats. Big development.
Audio nahi aa raha.
Satyaprakash, we'll try to get back to you. Are you able to hear me? Satyaprakash, आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं? मेरी आवाज आ रही है? All right, we'll try to get back to Satyaprakash for more details on this story. A bit of technical issue there, and we'll get back to Satyaprakash. But it is a very big development for Maharashtra local body polls, and BJP is the largest party in Maharashtra local body polls. Again, a big achievement for the Bharatiya Janata Party and Maharashtra local body polls. Mahayuti wins big development. 129 seats for BJP, leading in 129 seats out of the 288 seats, and the Shiv Sena, led by Eknath Shinde, had secured 51 seats, while the Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, led by Ajit Pawar, has also won 35 seats. The Congress Party is gaining around 35 seats. The Shiv Sena UBT faction, led by Uddhav, has won 9 seats, and the Sharad Pawar-led NCP-SP has secured 7 seats. Other parties, independents, have also won 22 seats. So, Maharashtra local body polls, BJP has come up as the largest party in the local body polls. And also reactions are coming in of this development. And they are also saying that the results of Maharashtra local body polls, this is what is being said by Eknath Shinde, it's just a trailer of what's to come on January 26 civic polls. Big development. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next big story. The Indian rupee's steady fall against the dollar has become one of the defining economic stories of late 2025. The slide reflects a mix of global and domestic pressures, foreign investors pulling money out of Indian markets, a widening trade deficit, and uncertainty around US trade policy. As the rupee weakens, imports such as oil, electronics, and machinery become more expensive, feeding inflation and raising everyday costs for households. At the same time, exporters in IT services, textiles, and pharmaceuticals find their products more competitive abroad, which can support growth in those sectors. The rupee's decline is therefore a double-edged sword, offering opportunities for some while straining others.
Nirmala Sitharaman replies to a question on the sliding value of the rupee.
Rupee has lost less than 1% of its value against the US dollar.
Indian rupee has plummeted to an unprecedented low.
Rupee has breached a key psychological threshold as the rupee free fall continues for 16 straight months.
Imagine you're standing at a petrol pump watching numbers climb faster than you expected. Or you're in a medical store quietly calculating whether to buy the full strip of tablets or just half an hour. Or maybe you're scrolling on your phone and notice
my OTT subscription fee just shot up 20% in 1 month.
All of this points to one thing. Somewhere in the background, something invisible has shifted. The invisible thing is the Indian rupee.
It's a historic low for the Indian rupee. That's very sad.
जब डॉलर मनमोहन सिंह जी के टाइम में जब हाई चल रहा था तो इन लोगों ने क्या कहा था तो आज क्या जवाब दे रहे हैं इनसे पूछिए ना.
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई 90 तक पहुंचाने के लिए 100 तक पहुंचा देंगे जिस गति से रुपया जा रहा है।
The fall of the rupee is not a breaking news event for most people. It doesn't arrive with sirens. It creeps in slowly, quietly, and by the time you notice it, it has already eaten into your monthly budget. What makes this harder to grasp is that the rupee has been falling for so long that many of us have grown up assuming that this is normal. In 1947, $1 was worth around 3 rupees. In the early 90s, it crossed 17. Today, it's hovering around 91.
Well, it is a deliberate choice, I think. The RBI is allowing the rupee to depreciate. This is not a very drastic depreciation. Of course, when you look at things like 90 rupees to the dollar being a level that is close to being breached, etc., it seems rather dramatic. But the reality is that the rupee has depreciated less than 10% against the dollar this year.
This is not a one-year story. It's a generational one. And to understand why this keeps happening, we have to start very far from India, thousands of kilometers away, in the United States. With a currency that controls the world more than any army ever could. The US dollar is not just America's money, it's the world's money. Oil is bought and sold in dollars. International loans are taken in dollars. Big companies keep their profits in dollars. And even countries that don't trust each other still trade in dollars. And when someone tries not to, they get a threat.
So they wanted to try and take over the dollar, the dominance of the dollar and the standard of the dollar. And I said, anybody that's in the BRICS consortium of nations, we're going to tariff you 10%.
Over decades, especially after World War II, the dollar slowly became the default language of global business. So when something changes in the American financial system, the effect is felt everywhere. And one of the most powerful levers in this system is the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve.
This is the Federal Reserve headquarters in Washington.
Good afternoon.
When the US Central Bank, called the Federal Reserve, raises interest rates, it is basically telling the world, keep your money with us, we will reward you more.
The U.S. Federal Reserve has decided to increase interest rates. I think it's time to move my money.
Higher interest means safer and better returns for global investors. Pension funds, insurance companies, and large investment firms move their money to the US because it suddenly feels like the safest parking spot. Money flows out of riskier places, countries like India, and flows into America. This movement doesn't happen on television. It happens on computer screens, inside trading rooms. But the impact shows up in your daily life. When investors pull money out of India, they sell Indian assets and convert their rupees into dollars. That creates more demand for dollars and more supply of rupees. Just like any other market, when supply goes up and demand goes down, prices fall. The price of the rupee falls. And when the rupee falls, everything India buys from the world becomes more expensive. This is where the story usually stops in most explanation. It's because of the dollar, they say. But that is only half the truth. Because many countries face a strong dollar. Yet, not all countries have their currencies fall in the same way. Some weaken slowly over decades. Some crash suddenly. India's story sits somewhere in between.
I think Indian rupee has performed much better than many other emerging market currencies. But I think the efforts are by the RBI more towards there are not too much of volatility. It is not to intervene in the market to fix the value of rupee.
The rupee has not collapsed overnight, but it has steadily lost purchasing power over generations. So now the story turns inward, towards India itself. India imports a lot: oil, gas, electronics, machinery, medical equipment, fertilizers. Even parts used to make products inside India are often imported. Most of these things are paid for in dollars. So when the rupee weakens, India needs to spend more rupees to buy the same things. Even if global oil prices remain stable, petrol and diesel can still become costlier inside India because the rupee is weaker than it was a decade ago.
Rupee is weaker, same phone costs more.
The cost doesn't stay limited to fuel. Transport becomes expensive, vegetables cost more to move from one farm to the other, from farms to cities. Bus fares, cab fares, delivery charges, everything feels slightly heavier on the pocket. This is how currency weakness turns into inflation. Not overnight, but steadily. Year after year, quietly reducing what one salary can buy compared to the previous generation. Now add another layer. India also depends on foreign investments to fund its growth.
To my entrepreneur friends from across the globe, I would like to say, come, make in India.
Roads, factories, startups, stock markets, a large part of this money comes from outside.
India's GDP growth hit 7%. I think I should invest in India.
When foreign investors feel nervous because of global tensions, rising US rates, or uncertainty about trade, they pull back. In recent years, especially around 2024 and 2025, foreign investors sold large amounts of Indian stocks and bonds. And that selling pressure weakened the rupee further. Here is where it becomes a loop. Investors leave, rupee weakens. Rupee weakens, investors worry more. They leave even faster. And this is not about India doing something terribly wrong overnight. It's about confidence. And confidence moves faster than facts. Now, to keep that confidence from collapsing entirely, someone has to step in. And the role falls to the Reserve Bank of India.
Our effort has been always to reduce any abnormal or excessive volatility. And that is what we will continue to endeavor.
It's not helpless. It has a very large reserve of foreign currency built slowly over decades, especially after the 1991 crisis taught India a very, very painful lesson about running out of dollars. When the rupee falls too fast, the RBI sells dollars from its reserves and buys rupees. This supports the rupee temporarily. Think of it like using savings to manage a tough month. It helps, but it cannot become a habit. Because
All right, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming in, Trump's photo among 16 Epstein files disappeared from US government website. Republic speaks to one of the survivors.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
200 mark with BJP in lead, MVA trails behind in trends. Indian visa application center suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong amid security concerns. Trump's photo among 16 Epstein files disappeared from US government website. A Republic speaks to one of the survivors. All right, viewers, we are getting a very big breaking news coming in right at this moment. We are getting visuals of PTI protest in Pakistan. As you can very well see, Imran Khan's party, PTI, is protesting against the sentences which were awarded to Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi. These are the images, these are the videos which you can see on your television screen. Visuals of the PTI protest which is happening in Pakistan. This after a sentence was awarded to Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi. For more information on this, we are being joined by Gursimran. Gursimran, what are the latest updates? What exactly is happening in the streets of Pakistan?
See, it was yesterday. We have seen that after 17 years, punishment was given. The jail sentence was given to Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi in the Toshakhana second case. It was very evident that it is going to rock the streets of Pakistan, especially Islamabad. We have seen that Imran Khan has given directions to Sohail Khan Afridi, who happens to be the Chief Minister of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, to intensify the protest and hit the streets. And now what we are witnessing, that PTI workers and the cadres have hit the streets. They are saying that injustice has been done, and it was actually on the expected lines. Reason being that the way DGISPR came out in open against Imran Khan and the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf last week, it was evident from that very moment that now the way for Imran Khan, it is not going to be a cakewalk. It is going to be a path of thorns that he has to cross, and the Pakistani army and the establishment will ensure that Imran Khan suffers way bigger than he has been suffering for the last 3 years. So now that is happening on ground, and we know that in Pakistan, the establishment has always been on the upper edge when it comes to the courts, and that was evident yesterday when Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi were given 17-year sentence in the Toshakhana 2 case.
All right, Gursimran, thanks for the updates. This is a developing story. We'll get more to you viewers as the story unfolds, because you can see the visuals of protest in Pakistan. Let's move on to another big story that we are receiving right now. In a disturbing and inhuman incident, a 16-year-old mentally challenged boy. This is a disturbing video. He was brutally assaulted at the boarding school in Bagalkote. The victim, whose name is Deepak Rathore, was allegedly beaten with a belt and plastic pipe by his own teachers, Akshay Indulkar. Along with his wife, he was beating the student, and not just beating, he was even laughing. While he was beating the student, he was withering in pain. The residential school is run by the couple. The attack on the boy continued even after he fell on the ground and was rolling and writhing in pain, as you can see very well from the visuals. They even threw chili powder into the boy's eyes, stated a police complaint which was filed by the boy's parents. Just imagine, the boy's parents were paying for him to stay at that boarding school, and he was assaulted definitely on a daily basis. It must be. They are beating him with a plastic pipe, a belt. They are even throwing chili powder in his eyes. Brutal visuals, brutal, unbecoming of teachers. And just imagine, this was an NGO-run school, and they were beating students like this. And he was a mentally challenged boy. He's a mentally challenged boy. It occurred a few months ago, and the visuals are now out, and action is happening. Action is being taken place, and very well, as you can see from the visuals, he is being beaten with a plastic pipe, brutally beaten. A mentally challenged boy who's already facing troubles in his life, and he is being beaten by his own teachers, who should have acted, who should have played the role of protectors, and these inhuman teachers are beating him in front of everybody else. So police action has taken place here, as you can see from the visuals. He has been taken. All right, we have Sangappa, DC Bagalkote with us. Sir, if you can tell us the latest updates, what are the latest developments, what action has been taken against these inhuman teachers, sir?
FIR has been registered for 4 people, 2 cooks and to whom they are in, Akshay and Anandji. FIR has been registered. Out of 32 children who have been stayed here, we have informed yesterday only to the parents. 28 parents have came and they have taken their children back. 4 children are there. We have informed their parents.
All right.
And yesterday we have done medical checkup with help of our district health officer and even psychiatrist also. The action has been taken by the district administration.
All right, sir. Was this an NGO and it did not have mandatory license also, sir, as we are getting the information? Is it true? And are all children shifted to some other locations or have the parents taken them home? Because these visuals are disturbing, sir.
No. Parents have taken back to their home and we have informed them. We have got other 2 schools which have taken permission from the department, one at Amingad and one Tagi. We have informed them, parents, if they agree, willing, we will shift the children to the concerned institutions. But now they have taken to there, they have sought some time. Sir, we will come back, they have told. Now, out of 32 children, 28 children's parents have taken back to their home.
All right. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sangappa, DC Bagalkot, who joined us for more information on this development which we saw, how brutally this child was beaten and with a belt and with a plastic pipe, and he was withering in pain. He was asking for help. He was mentally challenged and inhuman, unbecoming of teachers. Just imagine the parents were paying. They were paying for their kid, for their child, and he was receiving such a bad treatment. We also have Siddharth Goel, SP Bagalkote, who has joined us to talk about more on this incident. Sir, under what sections have action been taken place? And the FIR has been registered, we are hearing. Sir. All right. It seems the line got disconnected. We'll try to get back to Siddharth Goel, SP Bagalkote. But the visuals are horrifying and disturbing visuals, as you can very well see on the screen. He's just merely a 16-year-old boy who is mentally challenged, and this is the way they are treating him. They are beating him. They're beating him brutally. They're beating him with belts. They are beating him with a plastic pipe. And even the wife of the teacher is allegedly involved in the beating, and they're laughing after brutally thrashing this little young boy who was mentally challenged. Disturbing visuals, as you can see, and it took place a few months ago, around 3 months ago, as we are getting more intel, more information about this story. This was run by under an NGO. Okay, all right, we now have Siddharth Goel, who is the SP of Bagalkote. Sir, under what sections have action been taken place? The FIR has been registered. And if you can tell us more about this incident, the details of the crime, the horror, sir. Mr. Goel, are you able to hear my voice, sir? Can you tell me under what sections of the FIR has been registered against these culprits, sir? All right, so these were the brutal visuals, as you can very well see on your television screen, how he was brutally beaten. That young boy, 16-year-old boy, who was beaten with belts and with a plastic pipe. All right, let's move on to our next big breaking news that we are getting it. At the moment, RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's big statement amid atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. He says, and I quote, "Hindus are minority there. Hindus are minority there, and the situation is quite difficult. The Hindus there will have to stay united, and Hindus all over the world must help them. The Indian government will have to take cognizance of this. They will have to do something." This is coming from the RSS chief. They might already be doing something. He also said this: some things are disclosed and some cannot be. So it's hinting about the action. Sometimes there there are results, sometimes there aren't, but something has to be done. So he's showing concern. He further says if the Hindu society stands united, it won't take long to change the situation in that region. Now, regarding my thoughts on political change, as he said, I want to tell you that thinking about political change is not my job. We are working for social change through the Sangh. So very big development. This is a big statement coming on what happened to Hindus in Bangladesh. You saw the visuals how a Hindu man was brutally beaten and then burned in the street, on the street by the radicals. And this is a very big statement that is coming from RSS chief Sarsang Chalak Mohan Bhagwatji, and this, he said there are minority there, that is the Hindus are a minority in Bangladesh and the situation is quite difficult for them. Even though it's difficult for maximum protection, the Hindus there will have to stay united. So he appeals for Hindus to be united in Bangladesh to stay protected for their own safety, for the safety of Hindus. And he also urged the Hindus all over the world should come together and give a helping hand. They must help them and the government should take some action. And he also hinted that maybe some action is already happening. Sometimes you get results and sometimes it takes time and sometimes there is no result. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next news segment, that is Bharat in 1 minute. A wanted criminal with a bounty of rupees 50,000 on his head was killed in a police encounter. During patrolling, police tried to stop two men on motorcycle. The men opened fire on the police party. In counter firing, one of the criminal also got shot. National capital wakes up to thick blanket of toxic smog, reducing visibility and causing discomfort to residents across the city. Several parts of the city experienced a dense haze, with pollution levels remaining alarmingly high. 4 criminals were injured and 1 accused arrested following a police operation in Balia after the suspects opened fire at police. Police confirmed that a detailed investigation is ongoing and strict legal action will be taken against all individuals involved in the crime. All right, viewers, let's move on to our next top story. The Indian rupee's steady fall against the dollar has become one of the defining economic stories of late 2025. The slide reflects a mix of global and domestic pressures. Foreign investors pulling money out of Indian markets, a widening trade deficit, and uncertainty around US trade policy. As the rupee weakens, imports such as oil, electronics, and machinery become more expensive, feeding inflation and raising everyday costs for households. At the same time, exporters in IT services, textiles, and pharmaceuticals find their products more competitive abroad, which can support growth in those sectors. The rupee's decline is therefore a double-edged sword, offering opportunities for some while straining others.
Nirmala Sitharaman replies to a question on the sliding value of the rupee.
Rupee has lost less than 1% of its value against the US dollar.
Indian rupee has plummeted to an unprecedented low.
Rupee has breached a key psychological threshold as the rupee free fall continues for 16 straight months.
Imagine you're standing at a petrol pump watching numbers climb faster than you expected. Or you're in a medical store quietly calculating whether to buy the full strip of tablets or just half an hour. Or maybe you're scrolling on your phone and notice
my OTT subscription fee just shot up 20% in 1 month.
All of this points to one thing. Somewhere in the background, something invisible has shifted. The invisible thing is the Indian rupee.
It's a historic low for the Indian rupee. That's very sad.
जब डॉलर मनमोहन सिंह जी के टाइम में जब हाई चल रहा था तो इन लोगों ने क्या कहा था, तो आज क्या जवाब दे रहे हैं, इनसे पूछिए ना.
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बधाई, 90 तक पहुंचाने के लिए 100 तक पहुंचा देंगे जिस गति से रुपया जा रहा है.
The fall of the rupee is not a breaking news event for most people. It doesn't arrive with sirens. It creeps in slowly, quietly, and by the time you notice it, it has already eaten into your monthly budget.
What makes this harder to grasp is that the rupee has been falling for so long that many of us have grown up assuming that this is normal. In 1947, $1 was worth around 3 rupees. In the early 90s, it crossed 17. Today, it's hovering around 91.
Well, it is a deliberate choice, I think. The RBI is allowing the rupee to depreciate. This is not a very drastic depreciation. Of course, when you look at things like 90 rupees to the dollar being a level that is close to being breached, etc., it seems rather dramatic. But the reality is that the rupee has depreciated less than 10% against the dollar this year.
This is not a one-year story. It's a generational one. And to understand why this keeps happening, we have to start very far from India, thousands of kilometers away, in the United States. With a currency that controls the world more than any army ever could. The US dollar is not just America's money, it's the world's money. Oil is bought and sold in dollars. International loans are taken in dollars. Big companies keep their profits in dollars. And even countries that don't trust each other still trade in dollars. And when someone tries not to, they get a threat.
So they wanted to try and take over the dollar, the dominance of the dollar and the standard of the dollar. And I said, anybody that's in the BRICS consortium of nations, we're going to tariff you 10%.
Over decades, especially after World War II, the dollar slowly became the default language of global business. So when something changes in the American financial system, the effect is felt everywhere. And one of the most powerful levers in this system is the US Central Bank, the Federal Reserve.
This is the Federal Reserve headquarters in Washington.
Good afternoon. When the US Central Bank, called the Federal Reserve, raises interest rates, it is basically telling the world, keep your money with us, we will reward you more.
The US Federal Reserve has decided to increase interest rates. I think it's time to move my money.
Higher interest means safer and better returns for global investors. Pension funds, insurance companies, and large investment firms move their money to the US because it suddenly feels like the safest parking spot. Money flows out of riskier places, countries like India, and flows into America. This movement doesn't happen on television. It happens on computer screens, inside trading rooms. But the impact shows up in your daily life. When investors pull money out of India, they sell Indian assets and convert their rupees into dollars. That creates more demand for dollars and more supply of rupees. Just like any other market, when supply goes up and demand goes down, prices fall. The price of the rupee falls. And when the rupee falls, everything India buys from the world becomes more expensive. This is where the story usually stops in most explanation. It's because of the dollar, they say. But that is only half the truth. Because many countries face a strong dollar. Yet, not all countries have their currencies fall in the same way. Some weaken slowly over decades. Some crash suddenly. India's story sits somewhere in between.
I think Indian rupee has performed much better than many other emerging market currencies. But I think the efforts are by the RBI more towards there are not too much of volatility. It is not to intervene in the market to fix the value of rupee.
The rupee has not collapsed overnight, but it has steadily lost purchasing power over generations. So now the story turns inward, towards India itself. India imports a lot. Oil, gas, electronics, machinery, medical equipment, fertilizers. Even parts used to make products inside India are often imported. Most of these things are paid for in dollars. So when the rupee weakens, India needs to spend more rupees to buy the same things. Even if global oil prices remain stable, petrol and diesel can still become costlier inside India because the rupee is weaker than it was a decade ago.
Rupees weaker, same phone costs more.
The cost doesn't stay limited to fuel. Transport becomes expensive, vegetables cost more to move from one farm to the other, from farms to cities. Bus fares, cab fares, delivery charges, everything feels slightly heavier on the pocket. This is how currency weakness turns into inflation. Not overnight, but steadily. Year after year, quietly reducing what one salary can buy compared to the previous generation. Now add another layer. India also depends on foreign investments to fund its growth.
To my entrepreneur friends from across the globe, I would like to say, come, make in India.
Roads, factories, startups, stock markets, a large part of this money comes from outside.
India's GDP growth hit 7%. I think I should invest in India.
When foreign investors feel nervous because of global tensions, rising US rates, or uncertainty about trade, they pull back. In recent years, especially around 2024 and 2025, foreign investors sold large amounts of Indian stocks and bonds. And that selling pressure weakened the rupee further. Here is where it becomes a loop. Investors leave, rupee weakens. Rupee weakens, investors worry more. They leave even faster. And this is not about India doing something terribly wrong overnight. It's about confidence. And confidence moves faster than facts. Now, to keep that confidence from collapsing entirely, someone has to step in. And the role falls to the Reserve Bank of India.
Our effort has been always to reduce any abnormal or excessive volatility. And that is what we will continue to endeavor.
It's not helpless. It has a very large reserve of foreign currency built slowly over decades, especially after the 1991 crisis taught India a very, very painful lesson about running out of dollars. When the rupee falls too fast, the RBI sells dollars from its reserves and buys rupees. This supports the rupee temporarily. Think of it like using savings to manage a tough month. It helps, but it cannot become a habit. Because reserves...
Well, viewers, time to slip into a short commercial break. But coming up next, Bengal singer alleges assault bid over Jagoma performance. Coming up next.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters. And when that happens, we were not able to show you, but because that is very frequent between 2 to 3 p.m. We'll try to get that on camera for you guys. But while I was speaking to you, I could feel this mountain shake. So that is the range. And all of this is illegal, Shivam. All of this, the range of those blasts which is used in those mining, the kind of trucks that you see on the other end which are carrying those residual pebbles, those are also they are not legally allowed to sell those, but they're not only doing illegal work, they're also making double profit out of whatever is left here. They're making profit.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shocker comes to light from Karnataka's Bagalkot. A 16-year-old mentally challenged boy was brutally thrashed and belted, and plastic pipe was used while thrashing him. An FIR has been filed in the case. Bengal singer alleges assault bid over Jago Ma performance. Maharashtra local body election results are underway. Mahayuti crosses 200 mark with BJP in the lead. MVA trails behind in trends. Indian visa application center suspended in Bangladesh's Chittagong amid security concerns. Trump's photo among 16 Epstein files disappeared from United States government website. Republic speaks to one of the survivors. All right, we start this edition with some breaking news that's coming in, and this is in regard with the situation in Bangladesh. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has now given a big statement amid the atrocities against Hindus in Bangladesh. He says, and I quote, "Hindus are minority there and the situation is quite difficult. The Hindus there will have to stay united, and Hindus all over the world must help them. The Indian government will have to take cognizance of this, they will have to do something about the case. They might already be doing something. Some things are disclosed, some cannot be. Sometimes there are results, sometimes there aren't. But something has to be done in order to save Hindus. This is a big statement that's come from the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat in an event celebrating 100 years of the RSS. Mohan Bhagwat, the RSS chief, has said that Hindus will have to stay united in Bangladesh. This comes after Deepu Das, a Hindu man, was lynched brutally in Bangladesh after there were protests that took place outside the Indian High Commission as well, after which is this statement that has come in from the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat. Let's listen in to that full statement of Mohan Bhagwat, wherein he has asked Hindus to stay united not just in India but also in Bangladesh.
सब में होती तो ऐसा होता नहीं, सब में संवेदना होनी चाहिए और जो गलत परिस्थिति है उसको बदलने के लिए सबने मिलकर काम करना चाहिए। सामाजिक दृष्टि से देखने वाला मैं इसका उत्तर ऐसे ही दूंगा, हिंदुओं की दुर्दशा कब समाप्त होगी? वहां माइनॉरिटी है एकदम, वहां जरा कठिन है, फिर भी जो मैक्सिमम बचाव हो सकता है उसके लिए वहां के हिंदू को इकट्ठा रहना पड़ेगा और दुनिया भर के हिंदुओं को अपनी मर्यादा में रहकर उनकी कितनी मदद कर सकते हैं, जो और जितनी कर सकते हैं उतनी सब करनी पड़ेगी, हमको भी करनी पड़ेगी और हम तो वो कर रहे हैं। बाकी हिंदुओं का एक ही देश है, भारत देश, तो भारत की सरकार को इसका संज्ञान लेना पड़ेगा, कुछ करना पड़ेगा। कुछ कर भी रहे होंगे, कुछ बातें बताई जाती है, कुछ बताई नहीं जा सकती। परिणाम कभी होते कभी नहीं होते, लेकिन करना तो पड़ेगा। और इधर हम लोगों को संगठित होके समाज के नाते पक्का खड़ा रहना पड़ेगा। एक संघ हिंदू समाज अगर खड़ा होता है तो बंगाल में परिस्थिति बदलने के लिए कोई समय लगेगा नहीं। अब रही बात आखिरी प्रश्न की, राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के आपके क्या विचार है, तो मैं आपको फिर एक बार बताना चाहता हूं कि राजनीतिक परिवर्तन के बारे में सोचना मेरा काम नहीं है। हम समाज परिवर्तन का सोच के संघ का काम कर रहे हैं। परिवर्तित समाज क्या करना क्या नहीं करना इसका योग्य निर्णय लेगा, इसके बारे में मेरे मन में कोई दो राय नहीं है। वो समाज यानी मतदाता जो है उनको विचार करना है, तो क्या उपयुक्त है वो आप करिए।
Breaking news now coming in, and this is in regard with Republic Save Aravalli campaign, where it has resonated so much so that it is Bhupendra Yadav, the minister, the environment minister of India, who has now given out a statement on Aravalli saying that he has urged citizens to stop spreading misinformation on Aravalli, saying that there's only 0.19% of the Aravalli range that will have to be used for mining and the rest stays intact. However, there are concerns that has been raised by the experts. In fact, Bhupendra Yadav, the union minister, the environment minister, has also gone ahead to say that there is no need to spread misinformation and that the Aravallis are protected. However, no clarity has now been given on what he has to say on the protests that are taking place so far in the Aravallis range, on what is the redefinition that has been approved by the Supreme Court that the centre had issued, and why was this step even taken. No clarity on that. However, this is a fresh statement that has been issued by Bhupendra Yadav, the environment minister. Let's listen into that full statement that he has to say on the Save Aravallis campaign.
अरावली में कोई भी रिलैक्सेशन नहीं दिया गया है, पहली बात। अरावली भारत के 4 राज्यों में है, दिल्ली, राजस्थान, हरियाणा और गुजरात। टोटल अरावली 39 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में है। अरावली की पिटीशन 1985 से चल रही है। इस पिटीशन में चलने के बाद अरावली में माइनिंग के स्ट्रिक्ट नियम होने चाहिए, इसके हम भी पूरी तरीके से समर्थन करते हैं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने चारों राज्यों को कहा कि अरावली की सेम डेफिनेशन होनी चाहिए। सेम डेफिनेशन में 100 मीटर को, जो कि 1968 का जो जियोलॉजी का स्टडी है रिचर्ड मॉर्फी, उसके कारण है। कुछ यूट्यूब चैनल ने और कुछ लोगों ने एक कंफ्यूजन खड़ा कर दिया कि 100 मीटर का अर्थ होगा टॉप के 100 मीटर। ऐसा नहीं है। उसका जो बेस स्ट्रक्चर है, जो पर्वत का बेस स्ट्रक्चर है, अगर वो जमीन के अंदर भी 20 मीटर है, वहां से लेके 100 मीटर तक प्रोटेक्शन है। तो जो 100 मीटर का प्रोटेक्शन है, जो लोगों ने कंफ्यूजन करा है कि मतलब ऊपर का 100 मीटर है, नीचे खुदाई कर सकेंगे, वो नहीं है। मैं आपको फिर क्लियर कर रहा हूं। 100 मीटर का अर्थ है टॉप 100 मीटर से बॉटम के अंदर तक जो उसका पूरा फैलाव है। पहाड़ी तो ऐसे होती है, तो उसका बॉटम तो बड़ा होता है। जहां तक उसका बॉटम जाएगा वहां से लेके 100 मीटर तक प्रोटेक्शन है। और अगर एक पहाड़ी और दूसरी पहाड़ी के बीच में 500 मीटर का ही गैप है, तो वो जमीन भी अरावली रेंज मानी जाएगी। इस डेफिनेशन के आने के बाद 90% से ज्यादा एरिया प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में आ गया। 90% से ज्यादा। मेरा ये स्टेटमेंट लिख लीजिए, टोटल अरावली का एरिया 1,47,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर है। इसके बाद केवल अभी की जो मेरे पास 39 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, केवल 217 किलोमीटर, मतलब 2% में ही माइनिंग हो सकती है। और वो भी हर तरीके से नहीं हो सकती। उसके लिए भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डायरेक्शन दिया है कि आपने जैसे सारंडा और झारखंड में एक पूरा पहले माइनिंग प्लान बनाया है, वो प्लान तैयार करिए। वो प्लान तैयार करने के बाद भी ICFR जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है उसकी परमिशन होगी, उसके बाद ही परमिशन मिलेगी। दिल्ली में कोई भी माइनिंग अलाउ ही नहीं है, ना होगी। मैं फिर दोहरा रहा हूं, दिल्ली के अरावली हिल्स में माइंस पूरी तरीके से बैन है। अरावली में लगभग 20 से ज्यादा फॉरेस्ट रिजर्व प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया वो एज इट इज रहेंगे। तो रिजर्व एरिया, प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया, इवन 100 मीटर भी पहले क्या होता था, जो लोगों ने करा था कि टॉप को छोड़ के नीचे खुदाई करते थे, तो वो एक तरीके से उसके चारों तरफ करते थे। अब वो भी नहीं कर सकेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय दिया है, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया, और जियोलॉजिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया में जो इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड है रिचर्ड मॉर्फी, उसको दिया है। उसके बाद भी मामला सुप्रीम कोर्ट में है। हम पूरी तरीके से सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार हैं। पिछले 2 साल से लगातार स्वयं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अरावली में वृक्षारोपण किया है। ये सरकार पिछले 2 साल से ग्रीन अरावली का मूवमेंट चला रही है। मैंने खुद ने पिछले दिनों उदयपुर में सारे DFOs की, मतलब चारों जिलों के 39 DFO की मीटिंग करी है। हम हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में अरावली की नेटिव स्पीशीज का एक नर्सरी लगा रहे हैं। हम ग्रीन अरावली के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। ये एक झूठ फैलाया जा रहा है। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ये जो रिपोर्ट है, ये 2006 से राजस्थान में ऑलरेडी लागू है। इसमें कुछ भी एडिशन नहीं किया गया, बल्कि अरावली के टॉप से लेके और जमीन तक, मतलब जमीन से पूरा ऊपर 100 जो स्ट्रक्चर है, वो सारा प्रोटेक्टेड की श्रेणी में आता है।
All right, joining us live is my colleague Shambhavi, who is reporting from the Aravallis. Shambhavi, you had been there in the Aravallis range for quite some time now, almost 3 to 4 days. I want to know from you, what is the ground reality there? Because the minister says, the environment minister himself says, that there's only 0.19% of the Aravalli hills that be used for mining, and that it is not a cause of concern, and rest of the Aravalli range is protected. But I'm sure, like you were there on the ground, you had shown how mining was there, be it broad daylight or be it at night as well. What are the protesters saying there? Because if the people are protesting, it is for a reason. If the people are against the mining, it is for a reason. But the environment minister says that there is misinformation that is being spread, and that there is no harm that is being caused to the Aravallis if 0.19% of the range is being used for mining.
Well, when we talk about the protesters explaining or saying how they are being affected by the whole scene here, is that one thing we have found common between all of this is every villager, every village that we have been with, been there, every villager has been saying that what they're doing is they're actually doing illegal activity under the garb of legal activity. This has been a common stance for everyone, for every villager that we've been with. Apart from the fact when it comes to mining site and what percentage of Aravalli is being used, at least we have visited around 6 to 8 villages till now. And on an average, every village is surrounded by at least 6 mining sites. That is what has happened till now about what we have covered, and we will be covering many more. And there are other activities. One thing that we have seen is not following the minimum distance between a residential area and a mining area, because we have seen crushers, we have seen mining sites just merely 40 feet away from residential area. And we also showed our viewers during several lives, we can touch the leaves, we can touch the trees, we can touch the bicycle there, the flats there. All of them, they're covered with at least 1 to 2 inch deep cement that is permanently deposited. The structural damage to each and every house of most of these villages. There are huge cracks in the foundation. The people telling that because of the deep hole blasting, because of the high impact deep hole blasting happening so close to the residential area without following the minimum required distance between a habitable area and a mining area, without following that, there are cracks in the structures. Even yesterday, we were at Lalabandi village in Alwar, and we saw that there was this new water tank which was made, which costed around 1.20 crore rupees, which haven't even been used once, because just a few days after it was made, its foundation, the very foundation of all the 6 pillars which was holding the water tank, it had huge cracks. It shook because of the high impact deep hole blasting, because the deep hole blasting was happening just a few meters away without following the minimum distance. So this is the ground reality. This is what Republic has been showing its viewers and will continue to show as we cover the entire Aravalli range. Back to you.
Absolutely, Shamavi. In fact, when we talk about the people there, like you were saying, that every people who's there in all the residents of the Aravalli range, they have faced issues, and these are the kind of voices that the minister, that the government must hear, because these are the people on ground who are raising their issues on what kind of problems they are facing. But keeping in mind about the issue of the residents, because this is a people's issue, this is not about saving somebody, it is about saving a whole village. Aravallis have a history of nearly 2 billion old, and we are destroying history, we are destroying people's home there. What is the next course of action that the people are mulling there? Because the Supreme Court, like I said, has already given their verdict. So are they willing to knock the Supreme Court's doors again, or are they willing to file a petition? What is the next course of action that's going to be taken?
Well, they definitely are. They're not only willing. Every village that I've been to, they are showing me papers. They have filed several RTIs, not just one, not just 2, 3, 4, 5 RTIs, that all of them they've filed just to seek some answers. Why, with that, on the basis of what legality are these people running mines in Aravalli Hills near so close to their homes? Or what are the other requirements which they clearly were showing us that, see, these are the requirements which are required, but these mining but these mining companies or these crushers, they're not fulfilling them. Then we want answers, ma'am, that how have they been given a license? Why is their lease not being revoked or not being suspended for that matter? So let them actually come. And they also filed a petition in the Supreme Court asking to reconsider this decision. So they've not only done this right now, there were several RTIs that we have seen that were filed years ago, because this entire thing that we are covering right now, it predates this new decision. It predates this new acceptance of this new definition of Aravalli Hills. Right. The people have definitely come on the roads, the people are definitely protesting, and they're looking to find a recourse for this entire scene. Back to you.
Right, Shambhavi, thank you very much for keeping us updated with that story. Ladies and gentlemen, we got you what the centre has to say. Let's now tell you what the state government of Rajasthan has to say. This is Rajasthan State Finance Commission Chairman Arun Chaturvedi, who's spoken on the issue. Listen into what is Rajasthan State's take on this issue.
पिछले दिनों राजस्थान के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी ने 100 मीटर के दायरे में माइनिंग की अनुमति के विषय के ऊपर ट्वीट करके इस न्यायिक प्रक्रिया के विषय को राजनीतिक चर्चा का विषय बनाने का काम किया। मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है कि खुद गहलोत जी ने 2002 में जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे, उनकी सरकार थी, तब इस विषय के ऊपर सहमति देने का काम किया था। आज उसी विषय को वो फिर एक बार खड़ा करके ठंडे पानी में पत्थर मार करके उछालने का काम कर रहे हैं। हम सब जानते हैं कि वर्तमान केंद्र की सरकार और राजस्थान की सरकार, उन्होंने लगातार अरावली के क्षेत्र को प्रोटेक्शन के लिए लगातार काम किए। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने किसी प्रकार का आदेश अभी तक नहीं दिया है। केंद्र सरकार को इस विषय को लेकर के एक विस्तृत कार्य योजना बना करके पेश करने का है। उससे पहले इस प्रकार के विषय को खड़ा करके राजनीति करने का किसी प्रकार का स्थान नहीं। इसलिए सरकार खुद संवेदनशील है, इस विषय को जानती है, महत्ता को जानती है। अरावली का हम सब के जीवन में बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। उसका संरक्षण, प्रोटेक्शन, प्रिजर्वेशन, उस विषय के ऊपर लगातार काम करें।
All right, from Rajasthan, let's now tell you what's happening in the state of Karnataka. The Karnataka Congress power tussle has only deepened as leadership change buzz has grown within the ruling Congress. In a surprise move, DK Shivakumar met with former Minister KN Rajanna at a private guest house in Bengaluru, and this happened today. The closed-door talks have fueled speculation about a possible shift in dynamics within the party. Rajanna, remember, has previously opposed DK Shivakumar's rise in the party. So does this mean then the closed-door meeting could result in a new change in the chief ministerial position in Karnataka? Here's the report on that.
As the tussle for CM post rages on in Karnataka, Siddaramaya's close aide KN Rajanna's meeting with Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar has created quite a stir. The buzz is all about a possible shift in Karnataka's top post, with the state budget looming. DK Shivakumar's meeting with Rajanna, who has backed Siddaramaya, has added fuel to the fire. Deputy CM DK Shivakumar has maintained that he met Siddaramaya's close aide Rajanna out of friendship and party work. On the other hand, reacting to the visit, KN Rajanna said that DK Shivakumar had met him as the party president. Siddaramaya's aide Rajanna made it clear that there will be no change in his stance. No matter what DK Shivakumar tries, he will continue to support CM Siddaramaya.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿನವರೆಗೂ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಇರಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಸೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಈಗಲೂ ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ನಾನು ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಪರಾನೆ. ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೂ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಐ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೈ ದಟ್. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಚೇಂಜ್.
The drama unfolds as DK Shivakumar insists an agreement on the leadership change exists, while Siddaramaya continues to be in the denial mode. Meanwhile, Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara urged the High Command to resolve the crisis before the budget.
ನಾವು ಈಗ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೂ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಈಗೇನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವರೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಇವರೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅವು ಯಾವೂ ಕೂಡ ಬರದ ಹಾಗೆ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವೇನು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಮಿಸ್ ಫುಲ್ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
The infighting has raised concerns over Congress's prospects in Karnataka. With MLAs weighing in, the party's next move could decide the state's political future.
And moving on, Raukara police have now busted a massive fake lottery syndicate. 4 men have been arrested. Over rupees 25 lakh cash has now been seized and a full counterfeit ticket printing setup is recovered. Here's the story.
In a major crackdown, Rourkela police have busted a fake lottery racket operating under plant-side police station limits. Acting on a tip-off, multiple raids were carried out across the city on December 20th. Police recovered counterfeit lottery tickets, incriminating material, and rupees 25,37,260 rupees in cash. The accused were manufacturing fake lottery tickets and distributing them through agents across Rourkela. 4 men have been arrested in the case. Police seized 8 mobile phones, 5 notebooks, a desktop computer, printer, and other material used to print the fake tickets. A case has been registered under sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and Lotteries Regulation Act. The police are now tracking other members of the network and probing the full extent of the racket.
Coming in, a high alert has been issued in Jammu and Kashmir as police has recovered a telescope of assault rifle in Jammu. The recovery has been made in an area that is close to the NIA headquarters. Extremely tense situation there that's beginning to creep in Jammu. A high alert has been issued, and amid that, Jammu and Kashmir police had recovered a telescope of assault rifle in Jammu. The recovery has been made in an area that is close to NIA headquarters. Chinese manufacturer telescope has been recovered. We learned the telescope has now been recovered by Jammu and Kashmir police. The senior police officials have now rushed to the spot to investigate the case. Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast from Jammu on that. Gursimran, this is a big story that's come to fore. An assault rifle has been recovered. We learned that it is Chinese made. What is the investigation? What is the investigation proving so far in the case? Where was it recovered from and who does it belong to?
See, it's a couple of minutes ago that a recovery has been made. This is a telescope of an assault rifle that has been recovered from the Sidra area. And this is very close to the NIA headquarters and the headquarters of the security wing of Jammu and Kashmir police, because here you will see that it is exactly on the opposite side that the recovery has been made. These are the headquarters of the security in Jammu and also the NIA headquarters. They are at a distance of roughly 500 to 700 meters from each other from where the recovery has been made. We are told that the team from the Sidra police station and the Nagrota police, they have made this recovery, and this what it seems for now that this was a telescope, a Chinese made telescope that has been recovered from the area very close to the NIA headquarters. So what it was doing there, that is being probed, but due to the alertness of the Jammu and Kashmir police, this has been recovered, and now the senior officials have also rushed to the spot, that is to the Sidra police post, so that they can actually look into what this telescope was and how it was to be used, because usually the telescope is used to enhance the firing area of this weapon so that they can have a clear shot at the target. This has been recovered. It is yet to be actually seen that whether this was another recovery has also been made or whether it was a standalone recovery that has been done, because we are yet to get an official word from the Jammu and Kashmir police. But what we are picking up from our sources, that the Sidra police has done this recovery very close to the NIA headquarters in Jammu. This telescope has been recovered and it enhances the visibility of the shooter by 300 to 500 meters. That is what we have got to know after speaking to those who actually deal with these kind of telescopes. So this recovery is really very concerning, and that too coming at a time when the entire country, especially Jammu and Kashmir, has been placed on the high alert amid regular threats from across the border and the input suggesting a possible terror strike on the eve of New Year, in which the planning has already been done and the Lashkar groups are already waiting to sneak in into the Indian territory. So now this recovery has been made, and as we speak, the senior officials are rushing to the spot.
Right, Gursimran, like you said, this was a Chinese manufactured rifle, and you said that there are imprints of Pakistani terrorists also that could have been involved. So can we then say that this was a Pakistan-China nexus who were trying to infiltrate and cross our territory?
See, with specific to this case, it will be too early to say that whether it was a terror plot or how this thing has come to this very place. No doubt this is a security concern, but since the investigation is in too early stage to comment, because we had tried to speak to the senior officials in the Jammu police also, but at present they are not in a position to share anything with regards to this recovery. Yes, a telescope has been recovered, and this was a Chinese telescope from a Chinese manufacturer. These are the roughly details that we have been able to gather so far, but now it is, since this is a matter of investigation and thus includes recovery from very crucial areas, so this is from the NIA headquarters and close to the security headquarters in Jammu. So every angle is being looked into, and how this got into this very place, that is worked upon by the police.
Right, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us those details. Quickly moving across to all the other stories that we're tracking. This is Bharat in 1 minute. A wanted criminal with a bounty of rupees 50,000 on his head was killed in a police encounter. During patrolling, police tried to stop two men on the motorcycle. The men opened then fire on the police party. In counter-firing, one of the criminals got shot. National capital has woken up to thick blanket of toxic smog, reducing visibility and causing discomfort to residents across the city. Several parts of the city experienced a dense haze, with pollution levels remaining alarmingly high. 4 criminals were injured and 1 accused was arrested following a police operation in Balia after the suspects opened fire at the police. Police is now informed that a detailed investigation is ongoing and a strict legal action will be taken against all those individuals involved in the crime. All right, with that, it's time for us to slip into our short break. But after the break, getting you that exclusive interview where the Epstein file survivor has now spoken to Republic, giving out all the details. Getting you that exclusive interview coming up after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
We are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Not there, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH.
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts.
Ladies and gentlemen, for years, the name Jeffrey Epstein has been a chilling symbol of unchecked power and unimaginable trauma. He was a man who preyed on thousands of vulnerable young women. He trafficked them under the guise of opportunity, and all of this while being surrounded by some of the world's most influential figures. His crimes didn't just happen in isolation. They shattered lives, they silenced voices, and they left scores of families searching for justice that often felt out of reach. But viewers, the good thing is, beyond every headline, there are brave individuals who have endured the unthinkable, but now they are reclaiming their stories. Joining me today is one such young woman who has experienced this pain firsthand. I'm very happy to welcome Marina Licata, who joins us live from the United States. Marina, thank you so much for speaking with Republic Media Network.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. My first question to you is, what has made you go public with your story?
Well, when I first broke my silence in September, which was, I have to say, one of the toughest things, it was definitely in behalf for my survivor sisters, especially Virginia Guffrey, who's no longer here with us, and of course my daughter, who we have to, keep on representing our culture and our generation nowadays.
Right. Marina, first up, I would like to take you back to the past, but to your early childhood days. I believe you were born in Brazil, and then you moved to New York soon after with your mother and your sister. Take us back to your childhood days. What were the early days in New York like for you?
Well, my early days in New York were, in the beginning when I first moved to New York and when I was 8 years old, things were very different than what it was when I was in Brazil. Within about 2 to 3 months when I moved to New York, my stepfather started to sexually abuse me, and that sexual abuse endured until I was 12 years old. And then right after, when I was 14, I met Jeffrey Epstein.
So you had to undergo abuse by your stepfather, and was your mother and were your sisters witness to it?
My mother did not know the beginning that my stepfather was abusing me. She did, however, found out when I was about 10 or 10 and a half. But with complications of being an immigrant and being scared financial-wise, being alone and a woman in New York, she never protected me and never went to the police, but somebody else did help me. And we did go to the police, and my stepfather was arrested when I was 12 years old.
Okay. Did you and your family have to undergo any sort of financial struggles when you were living in New York during your early days, especially at the time when your stepfather was arrested?
I couldn't hear the beginning. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Marina, if you can hear me, I was just asking, did you and your family have to undergo financial struggles? Were there hard days when your stepfather was arrested?
Yes, there were a lot of struggles. And I think in the beginning I was juggling between, working some, regular jobs. But what people sometimes misunderstand is that when you're an immigrant and you come from another country and you don't have a Social Security in America, you do not get paid what you're supposed to get paid. Not only that, I was 12 years old, 13 years old, 14, 15, 16, working at these places where they did not pay me correctly. And this is how I ended up in Jeffrey Epstein's hand at 14.
Okay, so you were 14 when you first met Jeffrey Epstein. I want you to describe for us, how did that first meeting go, and who is it that first introduced you to Jeffrey Epstein?
When I first met Jeffrey Epstein was through a Jane Doe who we cannot name. she is from Brazil as well, and everybody that lived in Astoria, Queens, and New York knew that I was going through this very hard time. And I think it was very easy for her to bring me to Jeffrey Epstein's house. And when I did go there, it was something that she explained to me in the beginning that it was something else, and then it ended up being something completely different. And she groomed me, he groomed me even more. I was in a very vulnerable state, and it ended up being really bad in the end.
Marina, not going into too many details, but I would like you to elaborate a bit as much as you are comfortable with. If you can describe for us and for our audience what happened when you walked into the Jeffrey Epstein household for the first time. You mentioned you were 14 years old. Do take us through, if you can just describe that day for us.
So that day that I went there, you know, as being a young child at the time, it just seemed all very wow when you walk in. And, you know, first when you reach to the door, you see this beautiful, you know, huge door. It's a mansion in Manhattan, which, you know, being 12 at the time, I didn't even know there were mansions that big in Manhattan. Walking through, you know, this huge door and, you know, the girl rang the doorbell. The maid approached the door, opened up the door for us. And when we walked in, I was so amazed and so wowed with how big and wealthy looking the house was. And we waited in the office, you know, waiting room is what I like to say, and in the left-hand side of the house when you walk in. And on the right-hand side, later on I found out it was his camera room where he had all his videotaping going on throughout the house. And when we waited in the waiting room, I was so amazed by how many pictures, how many celebrities, how many politicians he had on his, you know, bureau with all these, you know, elite people. And at the time, being so young and being an immigrant, I did not know who everybody was. And the maid came back to get us, and we went to the elevator. And when we went up to the third floor, it opened up to the doors of a hallway which led into a massage room. And in that massage room, it was completely dark. Blackout shades. I mean, there was no windows because they were blacked out. And on the roof, on the ceiling of this massage room, they had these clouds as kind of to ease in and to make you comfortable. And in this room, he had a huge, you know, he had a huge bureau of all these lotions and, you know, massage oils. And when we walked in, you know, he asked for a massage, which I knew that was what I was going there for. And he asked me to do certain things that I was not expected to do. And those things were made me feel very uncomfortable. However, being in a situation where I was and being abused in the past, it made me very, very scared. You know, I was not only sexually abused by my stepfather, it also became physical. And I got very scared at the time, and I ended up being manipulated into doing stuff that I didn't want to do. And it progressed into something very, very big at the time, very slowly, but it progressed something to be, you know, rape at the end.
Okay. Who else was there at the time with you, Marina? Was it just the two of you? And did you ever get a chance to meet his very close associate who's been frequently named in this case, that is Ghislaine Maxwell?
In the beginning, it was just her and I. And I would say about a year and a half later, yes, I had encountered with Ghislaine Maxwell. We had a one-time encounter, and that is from what I remember.
And how many years of abuse did you have to endure from Jeffrey Epstein, if I may ask that very directly to you?
It started at the age of 14, and it ended in the age of 17 and a half, I'd say.
Okay, so that's about 3.5 years. And over the course of these 3.5 years, Marina, how many other such women did you meet at the Epstein household?
Many women, and I did not think they were getting abused. I thought, you know, maybe Epstein was having, you know, he always mentioned stuff about Victoria's Secret and, you know, him having students. And I really thought it was just meetings that he was having with these young girls. And being young, I didn't know how old they were. And unfortunately, there were many, many girls that walked in through those doors. I must have seen at least over 100 girls just walking in and out of there.
What was the age of the youngest victim that you met at the Epstein household?
You know, I have to say, I think I might have been the youngest one to know that I was young. I don't know personally anybody else younger than me. I'm pretty sure there was, but I did not get to meet them.
Okay. And Marina, I want to understand from you, the first time that you met the man, how was he like to have a conversation with? Because if somebody is, you know, it's human nature. If somebody is, you know, if his nature is very predatory, it is but our natural instinct to have our guards up. But when you walked into the household, did you feel any sort of discomfort? How was he like to speak to in person initially?
When he first met me, he was very kind. He was very polite. I did not think that it was going to progress to a point where he made sure that he owned everybody, including the government, including the president, including the banks. It was something in the beginning that I thought he was very kind. And then it became very quickly where I was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And if we did not abide to his rules, there were certain, you know, repercussions that we knew we were going to face. And he made sure that he would let us know about that.
Right. And Marina, at any point did you gather any sense that he was going to introduce you and many other victims and survivors like you to any of his other high-profile associates or friends, if I may use that term?
So, you know, myself, he never told me he was going to introduce myself to any of his friends, but he did talk to a lot of high-profile people, Hollywood stars, politicians. And when he used to get massages, when I was there, he used to talk to them, a lot of them, and I will not name them, and he used to put us on the phone with them as well and brag that he was getting a massage by a nice young girl. And he would brag, and you know, he would put us on the phone with them, and you know, he would say, "Hey, how are you?" And I'm like, "I'm good. You know, we're here with Jeffrey," and you know, that was basically it. But I never, I got to meet a few people, but I've never been abused by any of them, so I can't say any of that for myself.
Okay. And back home, back at home, Marina, for you, was your mother or any of your close confidants aware of what was unfolding at the Epstein household?
No, nobody knew. Family-wise, nobody knew. I think there was a lack of, you know, protection and maybe motherhood from my mom. And I think when we were going through so many things, you know, I don't think she really, I think her focus was more that my stepfather went to jail and we needed money. And I was bringing in a lot of money at the time, you know, also having 2 jobs and seeing Jeffrey Epstein, which she did not know. And I don't think in her mind it crossed or even to ask where I was getting the money from. It was just more, here's the money, the bills are getting paid, everybody seems happy, my sister's taken care of, I'm taken care of, my mother's taken care of, the bills are taken care of, we have food. And I just think her motherly duties were not presented at the time.
Okay. And you mentioned that, you know, you encountered him till about when you were 17 and a half years old. How were you able to pull out of that situation?
It's not that I was able to pull out of it. Jeffrey Epstein was very upset when, you know, at the time he seen that I was no longer a young, vulnerable girl and I could no longer put on an act and, you know, be his fun girl is what he would like to say, or his good girl. And he quickly became very tired of me at that age. And my friends who also used to go there were that age, and it was just no longer for us. We were no longer fun for him, and he quickly, you know, booted us out and said, "Hey, you know, you guys are getting kind of old, and you're no fun." And I just really don't. We're just not clicking anymore, and that's when our relationship ended.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Marina. That was very elaborate. But bringing you now to the present day and the entire controversy that's currently surrounding the Department of Justice, I want to know, what is it that you have to say from a survivor's perspective of the 300,000-page document that has now been released?
you know, I have a lot to say of those 300,000 pages that are very repetitive. When we start to go into it, and it is redacted heavily. It is a slap not only in our faces, the survivors, but also in the public's eyes. The whole world has been waiting for today, and I'm sorry, for yesterday, right, December 19th. And you know, when these files came out and everybody's digging through them, everyone's like, what is going on here? There is nothing to see here. And then all the other distractions that President Trump did, you know, he put his name in the Kennedy Center. He's bombing other places. It is too much things going on for us to worry about where his name is going, what he's doing to other countries, which is completely unfair to us and to the public. It is very sad to say. All the survivors are very disappointed. We are very angry. We're full of anxiety. We're full of emotions. We've been waiting for this day to come. And not only does he release files that already have been released, but he releases files fully redacted, protecting the elite, powerful men who are his friends, including himself. It is said and it is proven that his pictures were on Jeffrey Epstein's desk. And now when we go back to look at those pictures, those files are missing completely. You know, it is what I like to say a circus show at this point. And it is something that President Trump and the DOJ has created. And we are going to find a way to end that, because as survivors, we will continue to fight not only for ourselves, but for this generation and the next generation to protect them.
Well, exactly, Marina, because that is something that I was going to come to next. One of the arguments that is now being put out by the House of Democrats is that a lot of the photographs which had President Trump on it, you know, him being pictured with other high-profile names and, of course, with Jeffrey Epstein, were released initially, but now they have suddenly gone missing from off records. So do you believe that there has been a consolidated attempt from the Department of Justice to cover this up?
Here in America, it is gone viral with that situation. He can try, DOJ, Pan Bondi, we don't know who is doing it. They can try to cover it up, but we know, and you know, Instagram, TikTok, it is everywhere. People have caught the pictures. They have it on their, you know, on their saved photos, and there's nothing they can do now. And we know by the emails that there is a lot of people involved that he could try to hide, but it is not going to happen. We are going to bring this to light, and it is up to the public also to believe this. These pictures were there. They were there. They were taken away from the archives, and now it has disappeared, but we have saved them, and we will continue to post them on the internet, and it will continue to go viral.
Why do you think, Marina, President Trump has been shielded from this? Do you believe that there is political motive, or is it just to save image of the Trump administration? What do you have to say on that?
I have to say, we don't care about anything about this political game and this political battleground that he has created. In the beginning, we were upset, and we were like, oh my God, this became a Democratic Party, a Republican Party. And now in the end, being around both parties, they both have come together. And it is no longer a political battleground. He can say that it is a Democratic hoax, and he can say that we are a hoax, and he can say whatever he wants. But at the end of the day, I and we as survivors have been around both parties. It is no longer a political battleground. They've come together. We've seen the women Democratic and Republican caucus come together. What is something that we do not see when we see the House committee? They're always arguing, right? Like, if you watch them, they're constantly going back and forth. This is the first time that these women have come together in one room and have been wanting to work together against this. And it is not only because of our abuse today, it is to save all the women who are going through abuse and who have gone through past abuse. This is why this was such an important movement. And of course it is that we want to get the files out there, but we want to make change for the future.
Right. So, Marina, is it safe to say that we've just hit the tip of the iceberg as far as the release of the Epstein files is concerned?
You know, it's hard to say. It's really hard to say. We might have been hit the tip of the iceberg, but we hope that the next batch of files that come out, because we're always hopeful, you know, and some of these files, you know, like the important information that came out from Annie Farmer, which she has been saying for years, you know, from Maria Farmer, they have gone to the FBI in 1996. She has been going on live television telling everybody this. Nobody has believed her. And today or yesterday, people are so surprised by this. And we're like, wait a minute, did you think the survivor was making this serious accusation and not being honest about it? And if you didn't think she was honest about it, why didn't anybody investigate this sooner? Did we have to let the DOJ come out with this and then everybody's like so surprised about it? So at least some good things came out from this. And I'm glad to say that my survivor sister today is so proud and so happy that this has come to light. But it is also very, very another slap in the face, another move that, you know, the DOJ and the President Trump has disrespected us to not believe us for, you know, especially her who has been saying this and has vocalized this for a very long time. Yeah. So, you know, we're happy at the same time, but we are very disappointed. We are very angry with these files, and we will continue to fight. Nobody will stop us.
Right. My final question to you, Marina, is in terms of next course of action, as you were correctly mentioning, what is it that the survivor community is hoping from the government, from the DOJ, in providing complete closure to all the victims of Jeffrey Epstein?
You know, we have been going through, you know, myself, you know, for the past 2 days, I've been trying really hard to go through all these files and trying to put in some keywords. And we're very disappointed to say the least is all we asked was to redact our names. And that was not done. The DOJ, the justice system has failed us once again here. And they have, you know, disrespected all the victims that were leaked. And then not to redact the names that they were supposed to redact is another slap in the face. So we ask for the DOJ and whoever's in charge of this, because we no longer know who's in charge of this, because we think President Trump is in charge of this, but we know he's not redacting this, somebody's doing it for him. And then we think Pam Bondi is doing this, but we know somebody else is doing this. And we think Kash Patel is doing this, but then we know somebody's under him. So we ask whoever's in charge of this, please do your job right. Please look at us not as grown women, adult women, but look at us when we were children and we went through this. This is something very serious. We have these files out there with unredacted victims' names. It is absurd. They need to redact our names, and they need to unredact these powerful elite men who will continue to be a predator if we don't stop them.
Absolutely. Marina, we echo your sentiments over there, and we really do appreciate you coming out there, speaking your story, sharing your experience with the world, knowing that how difficult it might have been for you and for women like you at such a young age, and how triggering it may be, if I may use that word. But thank you so much for taking out the time and for speaking to Republic Media Network and sharing your story. We hope that your fight continues and reaches its logical conclusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me, and I really, really appreciate it. Protect your peace. Thank you.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
we are willing to put an end to this conflict via peaceful means based on the principles that I outlined in July last year when I spoke at the Foreign Ministry of Russia.
Putin squarely blamed Kyiv for the failure of peace negotiations, accusing Ukraine's leadership of refusing dialogue.
Statements from Zelensky that he is not prepared to discuss territory issues.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
We just now felt this entire mountain shiver because there are blasts going on. As we were telling you, usually for the limestone mining, the acceptable range of the blast is around 1 meter. And that won't be so harsh that we could feel this entire mountain, feel shake. Yes, definitely. And the kind of, because for cement mining, they need a blast of a larger range of something around 50 meters or 60 meters. And when that happens,
This week on Get Me Right, 3 events that together signal a tectonic geopolitical shift in the world. The United States released its national security strategy paper. The UK, its intelligence and security report from the parliament. And amidst all this, China crossed, for the first time in world history for any nation, $1 trillion of trade surplus. And then the gas chamber that our national capital becomes every winter. Is there any hope, or are we condemned to live this forever? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. three events that together signal a tectonic geopolitical shift in the world. The United States released its national security strategy paper. The UK, its intelligence and security report from the parliament. And amidst all this, China crossed, for the first time in world history for any nation, $1 trillion of trade surplus. And then the gas chamber that our national capital becomes every winter. Is there any hope, or are we condemned to live this forever? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
Gentlemen, you're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started with the agenda stories of the day. Starting this edition with the first top focus story that we're tracking on this edition. Ladies and gentlemen, today, a closed-door meeting was held between D.K. Shivakumar and K.N. Rajanna, and this has sparked speculations yet again over the chief ministerial change in Karnataka. What is it all about? Take a look.
As the tussle for CM post rages on in Karnataka, Siddaramaia's close aide K.N. Rajanna's meeting with Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar has created quite a stir. The buzz is all about a possible shift in Karnataka's top post, with the state budget looming. D.K. Shivakumar's meeting with Rajanna, who has backed Siddaramaiah, has added fuel to the fire. Deputy CM D.K. Shivakumar has maintained that he met Siddaramaia's close aide Rajanna out of friendship and party work.
ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಸಕರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಮಂತ್ರಿ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಸೌಹಾರ್ದತೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಫೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ.
On the other hand, reacting to the visit, K.N. Rajanna said that D.K. Shivakumar had met him as the party president. Siddaramaia's aide Rajanna made it clear that there will be no change in his stance. No matter what D.K. Shivakumar tries, he will continue to support CM Siddaramaiah.
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಎಲ್ಲಿನವರೆಗೂ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವ್ರು ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೂ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಸೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಈಗಲೂ ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ನಾನು ಇವಾಗಲೂ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರ ಪರಾನೆ. ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅವ್ರು ಏನೇ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ, ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಗೂ ಈವನ್ ಟುಡೇ ಐ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬೈ ದಟ್. ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಚೇಂಜ್.
The drama unfolds as D.K. Shivakumar insists an agreement on the leadership change exists, while Siddaramaiah continues to be in the denial mode. Meanwhile, Karnataka Home Minister Dr. G. Parmeshwara urged the High Command to resolve the crisis before the budget.
ನಾವು ಈಗ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟ್ ಹತ್ರ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಗೆಹರಿಸಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು ಅಂತ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ನವರು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಇದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಯಾವುದೂ ಗೊಂದಲ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಈಗೇನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅವರೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಇವರೊಂದು ಹೇಳಿಕೆ ಈ ರೀತಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅವು ಯಾವುವೂ ಕೂಡ ಬರದ ಹಾಗೆ ಬಡ್ಜೆಟನ್ನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವೇನು ಜನಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಆ ಪ್ರಾಮಿಸ್ ಫುಲ್ಫಿಲ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೋಬೇಕು.
The infighting has raised concerns over Congress's prospects in Karnataka. With MLAs weighing in, the party's next move could decide the state's political future.
And now from Karnataka, let's tell you what's happening in the state of Bengal. A Bengali singer, her name is Lagnijita Chakrabarti. She has alleged that she was abused and nearly assaulted during a live concert in West Bengal after she refused to change her song choice. The incident took place on Saturday at a private school in East Mednapur. Here's what happened and here's how the singer has to respond on the case.
In a controversial incident in West Bengal, popular singer Lagnijita Chakrabarti was allegedly stopped from singing the devotional song Jago Ma by local TMC leader Mehboob Malik. The confrontation took place at a private school in Bhagwanpur, where Malik reportedly demanded secular songs and later even attempted to assault the artist. The singer, who rose to fame with the popular Bengali track Boshanto Eshegache, said that the incident occurred while she was performing the devotional song Jago Ma. Lognajita Chakraborty have sent a written complaint against the TMC leader and have demanded action by the Bengal police. She also alleged that TMC leader Mehboob Malik is a member of the school's governing body and tried to intimidate and beat her up on stage. The singer has also alleged that the officer in charge of the Bhagwanpur police station refused to file a case. A case has now been filed and Mehboob Malik is also in police custody. He has even claimed that Lognajita Chakraborty demanded extra money as there was a delay in giving her the stage for her performance. As we speak, no action has been taken against Mehboob Malik by TMC. The incident has sparked outrage among artists and cultural circles, with many calling for strict action against those who disrupt performances and threaten artistic freedom.
In Karnataka, ladies and gentlemen, a mentally challenged boy was brutally beaten and assaulted at a boarding school for children with special needs in the Navagar area of Bagalkot. The authorities have detained those responsible for the attack, why it happened and how far has the investigation reached, and what does the parents of the boy have to tell the media. Here's a report on that.
A shocking and disturbing video has emerged from Bagalkot, Karnataka, showing innocent, differently abled children being brutally beaten and tortured. The victims are students at a school for differently abled children. What was supposed to be a safe space for those kids became a place of torture. The horrific video reveals a school's management, a husband-wife duo and other staff members mercilessly thrashing the helpless children with a pipe and a belt. Even as one child collapsed to the ground, pinned down by a ruthless staff member, the brutal assault showed no mercy. Beating continued. In one of the videos, the woman was seen even throwing chili powder in one of the kids' eyes. The other children, traumatized by the gruesome scene unfolding before them, were forced to sit in silence, powerless to intervene. The woman you've seen on your screens is Anandi Hindulkar, the woman who brutally threw chili powder in one of the kids' eyes. In a shocking display of callousness, the person recording the incident is heard laughing as the boy writhed in agony. One of the students' parents have filed a complaint against the couple and an FIR has been registered by the police. The police have detained the couple responsible for the attack, along with 2 others linked to the school for questioning. The incident has raised serious concerns over safety and accountability of schools, which are meant for nurturing differently abled children.
And in now news from Maharashtra, the high-stakes local body battle in Maharashtra has ended in a one-sided verdict. The ruling Mahayuti alliance has stormed ahead, with the BJP emerging as the single largest party and the clear winner of the local body elections. The results underline a strong endorsement of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' leadership, while the Mahavikas Aghadi has suffered a major setback with a dominant Mahayuti and a fractured opposition. The outcome sets the political tone ahead of the crucial BMC elections.
A high-stake battle between the ruling Mahayuti and Mahavikas Aghadi (MVA) in Maharashtra's local body polls became one-sided at the end. Counting has ended and the numbers tell the story. A decisive win for the Mahayuti alliance and the BJP standing tall as the single biggest winner.
मी पहिल्यांदा महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेचे आभार मानतो की महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने भारतीय जनता पक्षाला आणि आमच्या महायुतीला प्रचंड मोठं समर्थन दिलेलं आहे. आपल्याला कल्पना आहे की मी यापूर्वीच भाकीत केलं होतं की एकूण जे काही नगराध्यक्ष निवडून येतील त्यापैकी 75% हे महायुतीचे निवडून येतील. तशाच प्रकारचा कौल हा महाराष्ट्राच्या जनतेने दिलेला आहे आणि विशेषतः भारतीय जनता पार्टी हाच पहिल्या क्रमांकाचा पक्ष आहे हे देखील पुन्हा एकदा या ठिकाणी अधोरेखित झालेलं आहे.
The Maharashtra local body poll results have delivered a decisive mandate in favor of the BJP. Sweeping 129 of the 288 seats, the party has emerged as the single largest force, leaving its rivals far behind. Shinde's Shiv Sena won 51 seats, while the Ajit Pawar's NCP won 35 seats. Meanwhile, Maha Vikas Aghadi, who recently faced a setback after Congress dumped Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar and was just limited to 51 seats out of 288, in which Uddhav's Shiv Sena won 9 and Sharad's NCP won just 7 seats. The numbers underscore a clear endorsement of BJP's leadership and mark a commanding show of strength across Maharashtra's civic bodies. Reacting to the results, Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde said the party has delivered a strong strike in the elections, calling it a big victory for the Sena.
अभी अभी चुनाव के नतीजे सामने आए हैं. इसमें शिवसेना का स्ट्राइक रेट जो है काफ़ी तगड़ा रहा है और जैसे लोकसभा में स्ट्राइक रेट था, विधानसभा में स्ट्राइक रेट था, वैसे ही ये स्थानीय जो चुनाव है नगर परिषद नगर पंचायत में शिवसेना ने बरकरार रखा है. लोगों ने शिवसेना का साथ दिया है और लाडली बहनों ने भी साथ दिया है, सब मतदाताओं ने साथ दिया है. शिवसेना कई लोग कहते थे कि शिवसेना सिर्फ ठाणे और मुंबई तक सीमित है, लेकिन अब चांदा से बांदा तक शिवसेना सभी घर घर में पहुंच गई है और शिवसेना को भारी जीत हासिल हुई है इस चुनाव में.
Meanwhile, Maharashtra Assembly Speaker Rahul Narvekar has hailed the BMC election results as a resounding endorsement of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis' leadership.
आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र जी फडणवीस साहब के नेतृत्व में आज महाराष्ट्र में जो नगर पालिका नगर परिषद के चुनाव के निकष दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उससे ये स्पष्ट होता है कि उनका नेतृत्व पूरे महाराष्ट्र ने स्वीकारा हुआ है और उनके नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक अभूतपूर्व और लैंडस्लाइड विक्ट्री प्राप्त की है. इतर पार्टियों के मुकाबले डबल से भी ज्यादा सीटों पर विजय प्राप्त की है और ये अभूतपूर्व विजय भारतीय जनता पार्टी के ऊपर महाराष्ट्र की जनता के विश्वास का प्रतीक है.
A dominant Mahayuti, a resurgent BJP, and a fractured opposition. The results signal a strong vote of confidence in the ruling alliance's leadership, setting the tone for the upcoming BMC polls.
And now moving on, tensions have reached a breaking point in Chhattisgarh's Kanker district as a dispute over a burial escalated into a full-blown violent clash between two communities. Two churches were set on fire and several police officers, including a DIG and an SP, were left injured during the chaos. The administration has now clamped down with Section 144 to prevent further escalation. What happened and how it escalated? What is the current situation on ground? Here's the detailed report on that.
Tensions erupted in Chhattisgarh's Kanker district after a disagreement over a village elder's burial sparked a violent communal standoff.
नारा लगाते हुए, चिल्लाते हुए, बुढ़ाल पेलता सेवा सेवा, ऐसा नाना प्रकार की रैली चिल्लाकर आने के बाद सीधा जो मरघट को तोड़फोड़ किए. तो जैसे मरघट को तोड़ना चालू किए, परंतु हमने एक भी शब्द कुछ नहीं कहा, परंतु इन्होंने उसके बाद उनको छोड़ के सीधा जहां हम आम पेड़ में बैठे थे वहां मारने के लिए आने के बाद हमारे लोगों को दौड़ा कर मारना चालू किए.
Alleged attempts to alter long-standing tribal burial practices ignited the fuse, culminating in a brutal clash between rival groups.
गांव-गांव में जो धर्मांतरण में ऐसे व्यक्तियों को मृत्यु होने पर जो दाह संस्कार हमारे गांव के नीति के साथ नहीं करते, इसका हमें विरोध है और इसी को हम कहीं पर दाह संस्कार करने नहीं दे रहे हैं। अगर हमारे समाज की रीति नीति, ग्राम की रीति नीति से अगर करते हैं तो हमें उसे कोई विरोध नहीं है, हम उसे सम्मान है, और नहीं करते तो हम काफ़ी विरोध भी कर रहे हैं और हमारे देवी देवताओं को संरक्षण और बचाना चाहते हैं।
Angry mobs targeted prayer halls and damaged private property as local police struggled to contain the mob. Top police officials, including the DIG and SP, were injured while trying to mediate between the ripped groups as stones rained down on them. In a dramatic turn, authorities exhumed the village elder's body for a post-mortem in a bid to pacify the villagers and probe the death. A massive police deployment is underway in North Bastar's tribal belt to prevent retaliatory attacks as the administration remains on high alert. While the situation is reported to be under control, surveillance has been stepped up across the district, with authorities keeping a hawk's eye on developments.
And now moving on to the story that we're tracking in this edition, Imran Khan has been hit with yet another massive setback. A Pakistan court has sentenced the former Prime Minister and his wife Bushra Bibi to 17 years in jail, each in the Toshakhana corruption case. The verdict has exploded into protest by the PTI workers out on the streets. Here's a detailed report on what's currently happening in Pakistan.
Fresh unrest has erupted on Pakistan's streets, with PTI workers protesting in Mansehra against the sentencing of former Prime Minister Imran Khan and his wife Bushra Bibi. A day earlier, a Pakistan court handed Imran Khan and Bushra Bibi 17 years in jail each in the Toshakhana corruption case. The court ruled that the couple illegally retained and sold state gifts, including expensive jewelry from the Saudi government, at prices far below the market value. The verdict was delivered from Adiala jail, where Khan is already lodged in multiple cases. The Toshakhana case has shadowed Imran Khan since 2021, with investigators alleging fraudulent declarations and illegal profits from state gifts meant for the treasury. The former PM has consistently denied wrongdoing, calling the charges fabricated and politically driven. However, this verdict has triggered fresh protests and a hardened stance by PTI workers. All eyes are now on how the party mobilizes and whether more unrest follows this explosive judgment.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of 6 Stories at 6. That's all that we could pack in this edition of the show. We will be back tomorrow, same time, with more agenda-setting news. Till then, keep watching Republic.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, राजा मसाला। ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल और जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। Please stop! झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका। Not there, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा। तेरा झुमका। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
We are
The Epstein Files Transparency Act's December's 19 deadline prompted the recent release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, which disclosed a vast amount of information that connects the finance's personal life to his connections to most influential people in the world. Tens of thousands of pictures and papers are now visualizing what was once whispered in the deposition transcripts. The House Overnight Committee collected over 95,000 photos and documents from Epstein's estate, which served as a foundation for the recent revelations. Here are the Epstein files, page number 1.
The recent release of the Jeffrey Epstein files, triggered by the December 19, 2025 deadline of the Epstein Files Transparency Act, has unveiled a massive trove of data that bridges the gap between the financier's private life and his proximity to the world's most powerful figures. What was once whispered in deposition transcripts is now being visualized through tens of thousands of images and documents. The backbone of the recent disclosures is a collection of approximately 95,000 photographs and documents obtained from Epstein's estate by the House Oversight Committee. While the Department of Justice, DOJ, began its mandated release on December 19th, House Democrats had already begun a drip feed of these materials. The files include estate photos, high-resolution images of Epstein's properties, including his Manhattan townhouse and his private island, Little St. James, photos of a dentist's office in his Caribbean home, BDSM equipment, and peculiar office decor, such as a chalkboard with words written on it, a commemorative book given to Epstein for his 50th birthday containing notes and signatures from various elites. The files contain visual confirmation of several high-profile connections that have been the subject of speculation for years. One significant image features former President Bill Clinton smiling alongside Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The photo reportedly bears Clinton's signature in gold ink, though his representatives have long maintained he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes. Photos capture Bill Gates in social settings with Epstein, including one where he is seated with the financier and the former Prince Andrew. Another photo strangely showed Gates and Andrew together with King Charles, cropped out of the original frame. In a surprising intersection of worlds, filmmaker Woody Allen is seen in multiple photos, including one where he is conversing with former Trump advisor Steve Bannon at an Epstein-related social gathering. The files offer a nuanced examination of the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump, which spanned approximately 15 years before a falling out in 2004. Trump appears in at least 3 images from the new batch. One shows him at a Hawaiian-themed party surrounded by 6 women whose faces are redacted. Another shows him sitting with a woman on what appears to be an aircraft. Despite the provocative nature of the photos, investigators and journalists note that none of the images released thus far show Donald Trump engaging in illegal activity or provide smoking gun evidence of involvement in Epstein's sex trafficking ring. Despite the December 19th deadline, the release has been criticized for being incomplete. Huge swaths of the 95,000 photos remain unreleased to the public. The House Oversight Committee has stated it is redacting the faces of potential victims to protect their privacy. The Department of Justice released a partial batch on the deadline day, announcing that the remainder of the files would be released over several weeks. This has led to accusations of a cover-up from some lawmakers who argue the DOJ is violating the transparency law. The files have unearthed details that paint a picture of Jeffrey Epstein's obsessive need for leverage and his strange intellectual preoccupations. Photos of a landline phone at Epstein's island residence showed first names written on the speed dial, hinting at the immediacy of his access to powerful people. Some of the most personal images include Epstein in a bathtub and a selfie of the financier with a swollen lip, the context of which remains unknown. The release has turned into a partisan battleground. Democrats, led by Representative Robert Garcia, claim the files prove a White House cover-up. At the same time, the White House and Republican allies accuse Democrats of cherry-picking photos to create a false narrative against President Trump, noting that Trump himself signed the act to release these very files.
And in other news that we're tracking, the Rourkela police have busted a massive fake lottery syndicate. 4 men have been arrested, rupees 25 lakh cash has been seized, and a full counterfeit ticket printing setup has been recovered. Here's a report on that.
In a major crackdown, Rourkela police have busted a fake lottery racket operating under plant-side police station limits. Acting on a tip-off, multiple raids were carried out across the city on December 20th. Police recovered counterfeit lottery tickets, incriminating material, and rupees 25,37,260 rupees in cash. The accused were manufacturing fake lottery tickets and distributing them through agents across Rourkela. 4 men have been arrested in the case. Police seized 8 mobile phones, 5 notebooks, a desktop computer, printer, and other material used to print the fake tickets. A case has been registered under sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita and Lotteries Regulation Act. The police are now tracking other members of the network and probing the full extent of the racket.
This week on Get Me Right, 3 events that together signal a tectonic geopolitical shift in the world. The United States released its national security strategy paper. The UK, its intelligence and security report from the parliament. And amidst all this, China crossed, for the first time in world history for any nation, $1 trillion of trade surplus. And then the gas chamber that our national capital becomes every winter. Is there any hope, or are we condemned to live this forever? This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
झुमका तेरा झुमका
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा. No. मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी. What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Hi there, welcome back after a short, unavoidable break to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, the Parliament ended with moderate legislative success and lots of noise, like always. An issue that should have been center stage, the air emergency in North India, got sidestepped by politics. Let's make it our priority in this episode. Second, 3 key developments on the geostrategic and geopolitical front came together this week. The Trump administration released a national security strategy paper. The United Kingdom Parliament came out with its intelligence and security report. And China crossed US $1 trillion in trade surplus for the first time in history for any nation. We will connect the dots. Let's get going. There are moments in history when great powers announce their decline not through defeat, but through doctrine, through the careful diction of strategy papers, the cautious choreography of speeches, and a studied silence that follows. The United States has reached such a moment as it subconsciously prepares to pass on the baton to whosoever, most likely China. If you club the 3 events, the Trump administration's national security strategy, released past week, the UK Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee's scathing assessment of its own China response, and China's breathtaking crossing of US $1 trillion trade surplus this week, one can read the tea leaves on a tectonic shift in global power balance. Washington is no longer claiming to lead the world. It is only desiring to secure its hemisphere, which is half, to respect China's rise, and to demand that allies fend for themselves. We have long argued on this show that America has dimmed its beacon and turned inward, while factories beyond its borders, often Chinese, sometimes Chinese-led, and everywhere China-enabled, reconstruct the sinews of global power. This is not a retreat with trumpets. It is a retreat with rhetoric. Sample this.
Indeed, it's only under President Trump's leadership during his first term and now that we've been able to restore America's greatness after years of suffering under the so-called bipartisan consensus, which is really just a euphemism for disastrous foreign policy. Out with utopian idealism, in with hard-nosed realism.
This was U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declaring the end of American utopian idealism at the Reagan Defense Forum last week. He not just shred the post-Cold War transatlantic foreign policy consensus, he drafted its obituary. He framed a strategic realignment, prioritize Western Hemisphere, demand burden sharing from allies, and adopt a conciliatory posture towards China's military buildup. Quote, stable peace, fair trade, and respectful relations with China, unquote, he said, while respecting the historic military buildup China is undertaking. The rhetoric is not accidental. It is a declaration that the US now recognizes China not merely as a competitor or adversary, but as peer, and crucially, a peer whose industrial and military tempo must be respected rather than resisted at any cost. While alarm bells stopped ringing some time ago in world capitals, from Tokyo to Warsaw to Berlin, between Hexet and the NSS, it is clear now that Pax Americana is no more an insurance policy. It tells Europe, not gently, that the era of American babysitting is over. And it tells Beijing that Washington's narrative has shed its messianic ambitions in favor of a kind of pragmatic detent. No sermonizing, on your guard, and maybe look the other way on Taiwan. The outline is stark. Dominate the Americas, respect China's rise, undermine Europe, ignore India, retreat from the Middle East, and treat Africa as a commodity corridor shared with China. In an age of contested supply chains and precarious alliances, the language of respecting a rival's buildup is more than euphemism. It is an acknowledgement of asymmetry in industrial capacity and of limits. From Cold War, America has transitioned to a cold bargain, in which Europe is no longer a co-architect of the liberal order, but a lecture hall of woke left scolds and fragile militaries, which, if we are brutally honest, suits the political appetite of Washington's current mega mood. Japan and South Korea are appreciated in proportion to their defense spending. India is a civilizational partner in theory, just in theory, but non-essential in the immediate calculus. At least not till we acknowledge Uncle Trump's role in Operation Sindoor, which of course we won't. This week's milestone, China posting a $1 trillion trade surplus, $1 trillion worth of more exports than imports, is not merely economic trivia. It is a trumpet blast that echoes across defense planning rooms from Arlington to Canberra. Exports nearly $3.4 trillion, imports around $2.3 trillion in the first 11 months. Semiconductor shipments rising nearly 25%. Shipbuilding exports surging. Auto exports cresting beyond 6.5 million vehicles. And a currency engineered to keep costs competitive and supply chains sticky. This is not a sprint. It is an industrial marathon run across continents with relay teams in Southeast Asia, Mexico, and Africa, all stitched into an ecosystem of production hubs designed to outflank tariffs and outpace rivals. China's export machine has become a global scaffolding, electronics topping $1 trillion, rare earth dominance from mine to processing plants, medium advanced fab capacity scaling even without top-end chips, and cities specialized with relentless precision. Xixi for hair dryers, Wenzhou for lighters, Ningbo for home appliances. It is an economy of clusters that behaves like warships in a convoy, mutually reinforcing, collectively unstoppable. The world may still joke about made in China label. The joke is stale. The machine is not. This industrial surplus is not just wealth, it is mass. And in geopolitics, mass becomes momentum, as in physics. Momentum becomes leverage. Leverage becomes deterrence. Deterrence becomes doctrine, which is why Washington's language has bent towards respecting what it cannot reverse at an acceptable cost. The United States is at least showing clarity on where it stands. Across the Atlantic, the UK Parliament's Intelligence and Security Committee has produced a report that feels less like oversight and more like confession of confusion. The government's response to China is robust and clear-eyed, ministers claim. But the committee's verdict, no strategy, no whole-of-state approach, no resources, no speed, agencies that did not recognize responsibility for countering Chinese interference, policy departments lacking expertise or the mandate to confront Beijing's overt influence operations. The result is not just vulnerability, it is vacancy, the absence of a strategic posture in the face of a systemic rival who excels at playing the long game. Here is the uncomfortable symmetry. Washington retreats in doctrine London stalls in capacity. One withdraws from global leadership, the other fails to muster domestic coherence. Beijing, meanwhile, scales. And the scale has a name: manufacturing. China commands roughly 28% of global manufacturing. The US hovers around 17%. Chinese shipyards are outproducing American ones. Chinese steel output dwarfs US production by an order of magnitude, 12 times. Same for critical minerals, rare earths. When the Atlantic called the new national security strategy the longest suicide note in American history, the rhetoric bites because the facts have teeth. Washington's swerve towards hemispheric prioritization and allied burden sharing reads in part like an attempt to reconcile strategic ambition with industrial reality. Respecting China's buildup is not a confession of defeat. It is an implicit bargain that war without overwhelming capacity is unsustainable, and that soft power without hard production is theater. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute published its latest critical technology tracker this week, covering high-impact global research in 74 areas. It found that China now leads in 66 of those technologies, in fields as varied as computer vision, quantum sensors, and nuclear energy, with the US ahead in just 8. This even as AI compute, electric vehicles, battery chains, shipbuilding, and consumer durable clustering increasingly tilt towards ecosystems Beijing has carefully orchestrated for 2 decades. Leadership is not just invention, it is scaling. The US perhaps still remains beautiful at invention. China remains relentless at scale. The NSS language hardens an earlier trend. Obama's free-riding derision for allies has become Trump's burden sharing. Proxies must defend themselves. Allies must pay up, arm up, build up. In theory, this is fair. In practice, it is messy. Europe, spooked by American political volatility, is hedging. After the Greenland grab push from Trump, Denmark has shifted its missile defense shield from American to European. Japan and South Korea have increased budgets and incentives to deepen military-industrial production. India faces tariffs instead of trust, and the delicate triangulation with Washington against Beijing becomes awkwardly transactional. The trust economy of alliances, built on reliability, predictability, reciprocity, seems downsized. With America in an artificial intelligence frenzy and even a bubble, it is tempting to believe that AI is the cure-all, that algorithmic supremacy will compensate for industrial insufficiency. But the real economy does not run on models. It runs on motors. Compute chips are critical, of course. So are the cooling systems, fabs, packaging, power grids, and logistics networks that make them usable at scale. Even here, like former UK PM Rishi Sunak warns, Trump's greenlighting of NVIDIA's H200 sales to China could inadvertently furnish Beijing's AI capacity beyond what Trump comprehends. Even otherwise, software does not cast steel, build hulls, process rare earths, or ship 6.5 million cars. China's rise underscores a forgotten truth. The nation-state is a hardware device. Ideals, institutions, and codes are firmware. But without hard production, the device has no power. The NSS is an acknowledgement that the United States finds itself in the position of Britain in the late 19th century or Germany and Japan in the 20th, overtaken militarily by a rising industrial powerhouse. China's gaming of international trade, rising hostility to neighbors, and especially its accelerating military buildup show the urgent need for credible deterrence. So what are the options available to India, for example, and the rest of the world facing this American retreat and a wolf warrior China? We can collectively either sulk or strategize. India's omission in Washington's newer rhetoric seems more a personal peeve. New Delhi has rightly not taken offense. We are already showing a spine and a strategy. Multi-alignment is the name of the game. Don't miss the deliberate intent in these pictures when Prime Minister Modi received President Putin of Russia at the tarmac of the IGI airport. In a way, New Delhi has been wise in its soft pushback against early calls for Quad's militarization, given that United States itself seems to be quitting Indo-Pacific. The goal from here on should be to create resilient corridors of trade, technology, energy, and defense that neither depend on America's moods nor on China's monopolies. Hard-nosed industrial policy, coupled with diplomatic swordplay, will decide India's fate in this decade. Collectively, the production capacities of the rest of the world, America included, still match and compete with China. If everyone coordinates and comes together, then maybe a global network of supply chains can emerge, not dependent on China and not feeding the Chinese industrial complex. But that's a long ask. Let's be clear. America isn't dying. It still leads in frontier computing, biotech, aerospace, and capital markets, for example. Its navy remains potent. Its alliance web, while frayed, is still vast. But leadership is not list. Leadership is coherence. The consistent capacity to set rules, enforce norms, mobilize coalitions, and define outcomes. That's where it's lacking under Trump, perhaps. That's where it is adapting, perhaps. Shedding the post-World War II mythology of omnipotence in favor of prudence. As the old saying goes, let discretion be better part of valor. It is embracing limits of its ambition. China's $1 trillion surplus is not simply a feat of exports. It is a vote of confidence from the world's practical economy, an admission that the Chinese factory is often cheaper, faster, and more reliable than alternatives. Still, China's $1 trillion surplus is the drumbeat of a manufacturing empire that does not need to lead ideologically because it dominates practically. That still does not mean Chinese hegemony. America leaves a world of contested modularity, a world of many centers, many corridors, and many calculations. And in that world, leadership is earned not by declaring intentions, but by delivering capacity. The $1 trillion surplus is capacity. The UK report of the Parliament is a demand for capacity. The NSS of the United States is a concession to capacity. India's 2047 Atmanirbhar vision is a race to that capacity. May all come together. Moving on to the next one. It's upon us again, year after year. Nothing changes. If you have lived in Delhi NCR for a week this winter, you have already smoked the equivalent of several packs of cigarettes without ever lighting one. The national capital turns each winter into a gas chamber. The sun itself looks ill through the toxic haze. I want to rage like I do every year, for pretty much apart from keeping my car serviced and having a pollution under control certificate, I cannot do anything else but watch or gasp as the governments of all political persuasion fail year after year.
दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके चल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का AQI कम करा है।
This was Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa being honest about his failures, till he twisted the knife and put the onus on earlier AAP government in Delhi or the present one in Punjab. But then what of Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, both ruled by the BJP? It is a geography of criminal negligence on the part of administrations from the fields of Punjab to the farms of western Uttar Pradesh. It is a cycle of mismanaged circumstances where sometimes religion, as in the case of Diwali crackers, or other times poor practices, as in the case of construction dust, become the excuse for letting things be. But politeness can no longer breathe. It's a cycle that begins with post-monsoon clean slate of clean air. But first comes road construction and repair activity with its tar burning. Just as the dust is settling, construction picks a pace to meet Diwali possession deadlines of builders. Come Diwali and you have firecrackers spanning a week. By the time you think there's a breather, comes stubble burning, which goes all of November. And just when you believe it is all over, comes winter fog, mixing all the smoke of last 2 months and turning toxic smog. Lungs go heavy. You feel there's an elephant on your chest. The yoga teacher refuses pranayam. Schools shut. Odd even comes into play. The administrative gymnastics of bureaucrats are matched by mental acrobatics of courts and tribunals, with piecemeal solutions thrown around like that water spray gun on the roads. Not just Delhi NCR, but the entire Indo-Gangetic plain becomes a place of collective funeral in waiting. You can almost map the hypocrisy by geography. Punjab, Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, all are accomplices. The pollution control boards control everything except pollution. The tragedy is invisible. There are no ambulance sirens, no bursting ICUs, only millions quietly inhaling slow poison. Perhaps that's why no one declares curfews or marches on Parliament. It is a silent massacre, without sound, but with deep consequence. Every breath cuts months from our lives. Every winter, Delhi loses a little more of its future. When foreign diplomats call Delhi a punishment posting, when oxygen cylinder dealers brag of brisk business, when yoga teachers postpone classes because the air is too toxic for deep breathing, we should hang our heads. This is not merely administrative failure, it is national humiliation. While governments do their annual gigs of shame on pollution, you should start with some personal choices. Put on a mask, buy an air purifier if you can afford. Follow rules on vehicular pollution. The India-China thaw has come in time perhaps. Every other day I see the Chinese embassy in Delhi posting the lessons from the Beijing experience. Even if it is to shame us, let us take the shame and learn. A decade ago, Beijing was where Delhi is today. Its PM 2.5 levels averaged over 100 micrograms per meter cube in 2013. Now, that number has fallen to below 30 micrograms. Still not alpine fresh, but a spectacular improvement born of relentless policy and execution. We should swallow our ego and learn. First up, to be able to do that, we need to treat pollution as war, not as weather report. Beijing declared a formal war on pollution. Targets were not advisory, they were mandatory, with mayors held personally liable for missed air quality goals. Delhi and NCR states need similar accountability, fix deadlines, publish data, penalize departments that fail, sack bureaucrats and ministers. Second, restructure industry. Beijing relocated 3,000 high-polluting factories, including its giant Shugong steel plant, converting the site into a green cultural hub. Delhi, meanwhile, allows old foundries to operate inside residential belts like Wazirpur and Okhla. The Union Territory must move such units to planned industrial zones equipped with waste treatment systems, while offering workers retraining in cleaner trades. Nearby coal-powered plants, Dadri, Jhajjar, Panipat, must either shift to cleaner fuels or be phased out, exactly as Beijing did. Then comes the most difficult part, coordination cutting across the political divide. Beijing's turnaround succeeded because of regional collaboration across the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, or the BTH cluster. Pollutants have no borders. Delhi's crisis is inseparable from Noida's and Gurgaon's. We need a legally empowered NCR Clean Air Commission modeled on the BTH alliance, coordinating real-time data, uniform emission standards, and emergency actions. No more fractured controls. Lesson 4. Use technology relentlessly. Beijing employs big data platforms and AI to locate pollution hotspots and enforce compliance. Drones track illegal construction and burning. Delhi has the brains, perhaps it lacks execution. Equip the central and state pollution control boards with predictive analytics, not just monitors that max out at 500 AQI. Public dashboards that name defaulters will generate deterrence faster than secret memos ever could. Replicating Beijing will be hard. China runs an authoritarian system, remember. India balances democracy, federalism, and poverty. Yet, progress is possible within freedom, provided leadership treats public health as non-negotiable. Unfortunately, we did not see it in Parliament. Our Constitution promises the right to life. Clean air is its first condition. You have to be able to breathe. Delhi cannot afford another winter of paralysis. Suppose we integrate lessons practically, enforce BS6 vehicles, retire polluting factories, scale EV infrastructure, monitor through AI, and coordinate NCR-wide policy. Perhaps within 5 years, the city could potentially halve its PM 2.5 levels, a transformation equal to Beijing's early progress. That means millions fewer asthma attacks, billions saved in healthcare, and children who can run outdoors without coughing. But we must start with honesty. We failed. The governments, all of them failed. The rest of us let them fail, allowed them to fail. Now the question is whether we choose despair or discipline. Clean air will not arrive through court orders or token bans, but through collective courage of citizens who demand action and administrators who finally deliver. The next winter does not have to smell like this. If Delhi finds the will, it can once again let the sun shine clearly on the Yamuna. Until then, every breath we take is both a protest and a prayer. Thanks for watching.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
So Ramnath Goenka told me he was driving the car and he was seeing Lal Bahadur Shastri standing in the bus stand. He said, I am no more a minister, so I cannot take the government car. And he said, Kamraj, why don't you become? Kamraj said, no, I don't know English, I don't know Hindi. You know, to be a prime minister, you need more qualities. You must know global situation, global relationship. And Ramdari Singh Dinkar died on the lap of Jayaprakash Narayan, right from 1969. He decided that this lady will turn out to be a dictator.
I've been meaning to do a few conversations that will last a longer length of time than most. And it has been my deep aspiration to bring to all the viewers of Republic on Digital a compendium of the lived experience of one of the greatest public intellectuals ever in the history of our country, Mr. S. Gurumurthy. Now, all of you know him as in different capacities. He's a warrior. He's been a warrior journalist. He's gone to jail fighting for the truth. He's never changed. He's a deeply spiritual individual, blessed in many ways that cannot be described in words. He's a lawyer. He is a corporate strategist. But most importantly than anything else, his life is a complete dedication to the nation. How does one look at the country through the eyes of a person like this? Mr. Gurumurthy's lived experience, what he has seen, the stories he has to share. Some of it is of course there in a text format, you can search and you can find. But I have always believed whenever I met him that I have had the privilege of hearing a lot of Mr. Gurumurthy, and I wish I had taken a tape recorder on those occasions, or at least recorded it for posterity. Since I was not able to do that, I approached Mr. Gurumurthy and asked him, can I do a 5 or 6 part podcast series with you, where I put your lived experience 1 decade at a time. And I am truly honored and delighted that he has agreed, and he is with me in the studio today. So first of all, Mr. Gurumurthy, once again seek your blessings as we start this project of bringing your life's experience to all the viewers for posterity.
Thank you, Arnav.
And I am very delighted and proud that you have agreed to this, that you have chosen Republic to do this.
Actually, I chose only, it is you.
So thank you.
Because, I see in you as a fighter.
Thank you, sir.
That's why I thought that I must share my experience. Society has been my open air university. I have experienced the society. So I thought of sharing the experience of that society, which every Indian must know. That's why I thought I must share my thoughts with you.
Thank you, sir. This is so important because when people hear you speak, they also feel your emotions. They feel that the experiences which you have been through your eyes, your language, and your particularly unique style of narrating things. So I think people will listen, and I really hope they listen. And so I want to start by saying that today, viewers, we will cover Mr. Gurumurthy's life through the 60s and 70s. We'll put it together in one episode. We'll talk for about 1 hour. So may I start by asking you, Mr. Gurumurthy, a broad question. I don't think many people are there watching this who would have a lived experience of the 60s, unless you are at least in your late 60s now. So many people, or more maybe, or maybe early 70s or mid 70s, because you were yourself maybe just an early teenager in the 60s. So
I was doing my college.
You were doing your college. You were doing your college. So let's start with 1960, sir, and take it to 1980 in the course of this conversation. What is your earliest recollection of the country and events around the 60s? What is your earliest recollection? Because you're a person who's been a thinking individual, putting things in context since you were very, very young. What do you remember of the 60s? Jawaharlal Nehru was, I think, Prime Minister. The principle of linguistic and cultural identity as the determining principle for state formation was there in the 1960s. It is at that time that 50s, all the states, 14 states and 9 union territories was created. Then integrated territories were grouped into 27 states. Then there was a census in 61, and then the map of Bombay was redrawn to include Marathi speaking as well as Gujarati speaking regions. Then there were regional movements, linguistic movements, and it was also the root of the Hindi imposition row, because I think in the 1960s the DMK led the protest against the enactment of the Official Languages Act. Annadurai spoke vehemently against the act. He wanted an indefinite continuation of English as the official language. So when I read about the 60s, the first thing which comes to my mind was here was a country that had just become independent. But was it tearing up into languages? Were languages dividing the country rather than bringing them together? In that context, your earliest memories and your recollections, please.
You see, I came to Chennai in 1964. Till then I was in a village. I got educated in a school 5 kilometers from a village in municipal high school in Villupuram. So my knowledge of public affairs was limited to merely the political parties and the elections, which I saw in 1962 as a child. But when I came to the city, then I began understanding the larger aspects of public life. And my understanding was basically through the struggle between the regional party, the DMK, and the national party, the Congress. We were all very highly nationalist as a family, even in the village. So naturally I was drawn to the Congress. I was in the awe of Pandit Nehru and then Lal Bahadur Shastri. This was the time I was beginning to learn about politics, how it shapes the society and how the society shapes politics. I saw that Congress was probably taking this country for granted, that this country is going to be in their hands forever. I think there was a great immaturity that made the Congress feel that there would be no challenge to it. So the 1967 election was the first major challenge to the Congress when the Congress almost lost majority. It barely got majority. I think they got about 287 seats or something like that, right under 300. And at that time only the many parties joined together to form post-alliance governments in Madhya Pradesh, in UP. That is how people like Charan Singh and others came up, and that is where the Socialists and the BJP began working. Even the Communists joined the Jansangh supported government in Bihar. And so that was a period of great churning in Indian politics, 1967. But that was also the greatest misfortune of Tamil Nadu, that the DMK captured power, and it captured by a strategic intervention they got from Rajagopalachari, who was a great nationalist and one of the tallest intellectuals of the country. Because of his antipathy to Kamaraj, he put together all the anti-nationals, the communist parties, the DMK, the Muslim League, and they won, and they won hands down. That was the biggest shock for people.
Why do you call them anti-nationals?
Because they wanted to separate from India. Till 1963, they were demanding Dravida Nadu, a separate Dravidian state. Only in 1963 they gave it up. Till then, in fact, the original DK party led by E.V. Ramsam Naikar, they celebrated our Independence Day as the Black Day. So this is their origin. In fact, the Dravidian party did not even want to associate with Tamil, because if you associate with Tamil, it is Sanatana Dharma. That is what was E.V. Ramsam Naikar's complaint against Tamil, that you touch Tamil literature, whether it is Tirukkural or Silappatikaram or it is the Tolkappiyam or Kambaramayanam, everything is only Sanatana Dharma. The Sangam Tamil literature is Sanatana Dharma. So he said Tamil is a barbaric language, Tamil literature should be burnt. This was the origin of the DMK. Only because of the anti-Hindi movement, they all turned into great admirers of Tamil, and Congress handed over Tamil to the DMK, whereas the entire Tamil ethos, literature, everything was built by the congressmen and nationalists. I saw it with my own eyes. That is what made me join the Congress. And for the next 10 years I worked. I come from a very ordinary family. We couldn't afford to be in politics because I was the only person to get educated in my family. I am the last of 4 brothers. My family was in great distress. It was financially in a very poor condition. But still we all participated in politics. In 1971 election, we were all beaten black and blue. And the way the DMK ruled at that time was almost equal to how Lalu Prasad ruled Bihar. Then I decided to join RSS, that we have to protect ourselves. It is only because of the DMK's atrocities. Though I was in the Congress, I also joined the RSS. This happened in 1971. Then I began understanding the All India politics, then JP movement. Once I joined the RSS, then that expanded my vision from Tamil Nadu to the whole country. Then I thought about the country, where the direction, in which wrong direction it is, which is a mood, and that is what made me participate in larger national politics.
What was happening within the Congress in the 1960s? Because there was the 1961 Goa was brought back from Portugal. Then there was a setback of the 1962 Chinese aggression, which did not go well for us when the Chinese launched an offensive on us. And Nehru blundered. It is said that Nehru blundered in 1962 by being too friendly or trusting the Chinese. And when it didn't go well for us, that he was a broken man, and it's in those circumstances that he died. Then Lal Bahadur Shastri came in. Then he died in mysterious circumstances, and then Indira Gandhi came in. What was that period like? Was it a family trying to continue to keep its hold on power, or was it something else? Was it a very uncertain country in that period?
See, I felt, and at that time what I felt was in an amateurish way. As I now look back and see retrospectively what happened at that time. Later I came in association with the Indian aspirants, Ramnath Goenka, Jayaprakash Narayan. Then I began knowing what was happening at that time. You see, the Congress got into an ideological confusion in 1940. Because the Congress was never a party of this kind. It had Hindu ethos. It had Vande Mataram, Bharat Mata Ki Jai. And it even adopted Hindu Rashtra. Because Pandit Nehru wrote in 1935 in his Glimpses of World History, if I remember right, at page 702, that Swami Vivekananda preached very aggressively the concept of Hindu nationalism, and I don't think it is against anybody. So he accepted it. But after Jinnah called for Pakistan, the Congress discarded the word Hindu. It discarded Vande Mataram. It discarded Bharat Mata Ki Jai. It became purely a party without ideology. This confusion deepened after independence and after Mahatma Gandhi died. It is my theory that to finish the Hindu elements in the Congress who looked to Patel for leadership, Nehru openly declared that Muslim communalism is aggressive, but Hindu communalism is dangerous. This is the first time Hindus were called communal in independent India. That became the political style of the Congress. And once they slipped away from nationalism, Jansangh took over that place. If you see the BJP today, and the starting of Jansangh, all the nationalist orientation, slogans, philosophy, methods of the Congress is now the BJP's. The Congress has now become what the Muslim League was, and I think the Prime Minister is right. So now looking at in retrospect, the transformation took place in this period. Jawaharlal Nehru, in his last days, in the National Integration Council, he even said that we need a national assimilation policy and the minorities must be assimilated into the national mainstream. This was his speech in the National Integration Council. But the man, he was slowly losing control over the country and himself. Lal Bahadur Shastri was a very different man. But unfortunately, he was snatched away. When Mrs. Gandhi came, That was the turning point. I will tell you how it happened.
So, but about that, can I ask you a question on Shastri?
Yes.
Shastri died after the second India-Pakistan war of 1965 over Kashmir. Pakistan launched Operation Gibraltar to incite insurgency in India. We attacked them back. There was a UN mandated ceasefire, and then amidst war and drought, Shastri said, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. It symbolized defense and agriculture. He was an aggressive man. People did not realize this, that Lal Bahadur Shastri even exposed Pakistan in the United Nations for treachery. He wrote a letter saying, you have betrayed the peace agreement. He was not a pacific person. But somewhere, he suddenly died. The moment, the day he and the Pakistan president, I think Muhammad Ayub Khan, signed the Tashkent Declaration, he died.
That night?
That night he died. He went to sleep, he woke up coughing, and he died at 1:30 in the morning. And many people believe that he was poisoned, that he was...
See, it was mysterious, no doubt, and there was no inquiry about it. That's even more important.
Do you think Shastri was... The death of Shastri is a abiding mystery?
It's a mystery.
What do you think about it?
I personally feel that at that time, given the relationship between the Soviet Union and the Nehru family, not exactly that they would have thought that Nehru's legacy will come to Indira Gandhi, but they certainly felt that Nehru legacy is being snatched away to the nationalist domain by Lal Bahadur Shastri. In fact, they are calling Pakistan and India for peace talks in Tashkent itself is a mysterious move, because Russia was not a great friend of Pakistan. It was not a neutral country. It was supporting us. And in fact, China and Pakistan were closer. And China and Russia were drifting apart. In 1968, they were about to have a war. It was about to become a nuclear war. That is what made China later go to make a deal with America. So if you put all this together, this whole thing looks very mysterious and suspicious.
Viewers, I want to give you a little backdrop. We can run pictures over this. We don't know much about Lal Bahadur Shastri, but I can tell you this, that Lal Bahadur Shastri was a fighter, and he was not a person who would compromise. In fact, many people still believe he was one of the greatest and most short-lived prime ministers of the country. He fought Pakistan. He signed a peace deal, but he told off Pakistan, and the Russians, Soviet Union, Americans realized here is a man who is a nationalist. So as Dr. Gurumurthy says, the nationalist side of the Congress was coming up. Nehru had died. If Shastri had continued, maybe Indira Gandhi would have never become prime minister. And when he died, surprisingly, by the time his body was brought back from Tashkent, the body had turned blue. There was a bluish tint his body had taken, which makes his death one of the biggest mysteries. Films have been made about this. A post-mortem was never carried out. Till now, we don't know how and why Shastri died. So do you believe that Shastri had become an obstacle to the Vadra Nehru Gandhi family?
I would say this much, that they did not want the Congress to become nationalist.
Who is they?
The leftists. After all, the left thinkers in India, even some of the socialists were left thinkers. They dominated the public discourse. They gave direction to the country. The anti-Hindu direction mainly came from the left thinkers in the 50s and 60s and 70s. So, I will tell you an interesting anecdote in the life of Lal Bahadur Shastri. Please. Lal Bahadur Shastri resigned as railway minister after the accident which happened in Aravalli in Tamil Nadu. So Ramnath Goenka told me he was driving the car and he was seeing Lal Bahadur Shastri standing in the bus stand. He said, well, at that time Ramnath did not know he had resigned actually, because he had resigned in the parliament, announced the retirement in parliament, resignation in the parliament, and then gave the car back to the government and came and stood in the. He went to Lal Bahadur, why are you standing here? He said, I am no more a minister, so I cannot take the government car. So Ramnath Goenka put him in his car and took him home. He said, my only problem, Ramnath, is, you see, depending upon my salary, I have taken a loan of 10,000 rupees. I do not know how I am going to repay that loan.
Can you imagine that, viewers? This was public morality in the 60s.
It was Lal Bahadur Shastri morality. I would not say it's the same with all Congress people.
It's not public morality. It is the kind of person that he was.
And then Ramnath said, I will give you that money. Whenever you can, you give it to me. Ramnath used to say that when he told Ramnath this, Ramnath cried. Because Lal Bahadur Shastri had 9 children. And all children were married in the house in which he was staying. Behind, there was a tree. Under the tree only the children got married. He didn't even invite people. He didn't have the money. That was the man.
Wow. This anecdote tells us about the Prime Minister this country had, who we know very little about, Lal Bahadur Shastri, who died mysteriously. And had he not died, Indira Gandhi would never have come up, because the moment he died, the power struggle happened. And in that power struggle also, there were different factions, ladies and gentlemen. There was Gulzari Lal Nanda became the Prime Minister. There was a person called Gulzari Lal Nanda, by the way, in history books, the shortest serving Prime Minister of India. Then there was the Morarji Desai factor. He was a very powerful leader. He was Finance Minister in Nehru's government. And then there was Kamraj, what is called the syndicate, led by famous Atulya Ghosh. And Kamraj was like Kamraj, they say, was like a person who held all the clout. So there was Kamraj on the one side and there was Morarji Desai on the other. And then there was a syndicate fighting with Morarji Desai. And in the middle of that comes up Indira Gandhi. What is your recollection of that period? Because if we have to understand the emergency, to understand the politics of the 70s, we must understand the politics of the 60s. What was the Congress like from 65 to 70 in that period between all these different groups? Can you explain it to a lay audience?
Actually, at that time there was very little information available in the public domain, except the fact that Indira Gandhi became shockingly the Prime Minister.
Shockingly.
Nobody expected it. And Morarji Desai was made to accept Deputy Prime Ministership under her. Because they all felt...
Deputy Prime
Minister. So, everybody thought that the Congress has to be united. If the Congress has to be united, then we will have to make compromises. But I will tell you a personal anecdote. When Lal Bahadur Shastri had died, that morning at 3 o'clock, Goenka, Kamraj called Goenka and told him, Goenka, I have to go to Delhi, you have to arrange an aircraft for me. So Ramnath Goenka arranged a small aircraft which the Hindu paper had, and Goenka also went in the aircraft with Kamraj. And Kamraj was breathing so heavily, he was so restless, as if a death had taken place in his own house. So for 15-20 minutes Goenka waited and asked him, Kamraj, what do you feel? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Then he said, Kamraj, why don't you become? Kamraj said, no. I don't know English, I don't know Hindi. To be a Prime Minister, you need more qualities. You must know global situation, global relationship. I am not fit for that. See, he was the tallest and the strongest man of the Congress. If he wanted to become Prime Minister, Nobody would have said no. He would have been the most appropriate person also, considering his overall leadership qualities. Then he said, what do you think of Morarji Bhai? He said, he is a little odd person. That was his comment in Tamil. Then he said, what are you going to do? He said, I have got to consult people. I cannot take a view on my own only. I have to consult everybody. See, the strongest man in the Congress, the most trusted man, the cleanest man, talking like this. And of course, they all went and finally thought, this Indira Gandhi is a gungi gudiya and she will listen to whatever they were saying, and they got into a huge mess. Then Goenka told me that Indira Gandhi was a little happy with him because he brought Kamraj in the flight, and she felt that maybe he had a role in Kamraj finally shaping the opinion in her favor, and so she was very comfortable with him. But in 1969, when she broke the Congress party, Goenka went and met her. He said, don't do it. Because today, Congress and the country are one. We are seeing all vociferous tendencies and dividers developing in different parts of the country. Congress has to remain united. And don't break it. Then it seems she asked, Mr. Goenka, are you my friend or my enemy? Goenka stood up and said, the choice is yours. That is how the battle started between Indian Express and...
So if I can just pause you at this minute. Viewers, if you listen to this part, you can wind back and listen here. You're hearing about Indira Gandhi coming up. Indira Gandhi was very ambitious. She always felt she was the person who had a global exposure. She spoke English well, she was foreign educated, she had the right image. And there were other rooted leaders who had less confidence. And Kamraj, who was very powerful, led the syndicate, felt ill-equipped to lead the country. He thought a foreign educated global exposure, Indira Gandhi could have done more. It is also argued that he felt maybe he could control and be the power behind the throne, as it were. And as you are listening to this, please remember that was a different India. Today, non-English speaking, rooted politicians from humble backgrounds are becoming prime ministers, presidents of our country. So it's a change of times. You don't need to be anglicized to be a leader in our country. But in this period, a small portion we missed, which I am going to ask Mr. Gurumurthy about. Mr. Gurumurthy, we are now seeing the imminent collapse of the Congress, generally believed. But something happened in 1967. In the 1967 election, that was the first election in which the Congress lost a lot of seats. They went down from 361 in 1962 to only 283 seats. Their vote share fell by 7%. The Naxal movement was picking up in Bengal with Charu Majumdar, and a lot of the people in Indira's cabinet lost the elections. Even Kamraj lost, S.K. Patil lost, Atulya Ghosh lost in Bengal. I want to ask you, sir, was India getting disillusioned with the Congress party by 1967? Why did that happen? Because present day, we don't have, many people don't remember something almost 60 years back. Was something changing? Was the country changing? Were expectations rising? Why did the Congress appear to be beginning to go down in 67?
You see, actually, as I told you, the Congress lost its roots. And because there was no competition, local or national, the Congress was winning the elections.
There was no opposition. There was no alternative national formation.
Yes, but the Congress was neither fish, flesh nor fowl.
Okay.
It had no identity. Okay. So others were developing their identities. The socialists were developing their identities. Jansangh was developing its identities. Regional parties were developing its identities. And the Congress dissenters had formed the Swatantra Party. Yes. So these are all the factors, because after all, those who formed the Swatantra Party were also the Congress people. So the Congress at the grassroots level began to split away from the Congress. That was the reason for the defeat in 1967. But once the Congress moved away from the nationalist orientation, it could not come back to that orientation. So Mrs. Gandhi shifted the whole thing to economic ideology. That is why she wrote that famous letter which broke the Congress. That letter to the syndicate, her random thoughts. And that is where she wanted bank nationalized and things like that. That was the starting point of the breakup of the...
She wanted to present herself as a socialist.
Socialist.
What was her intent there? Was she true to that spirit or was she acting?
I think she was advised.
She was advised to become a socialist.
Yes.
To pretend to be a socialist or be a socialist?
Because at times socialism was becoming a very important all over the world with the rise of Russia, Soviet Union. So there was a certain aura about socialism. The Congress had adopted socialism but didn't pursue it very much. In 1958, in 57 in Aravalli, they adopted socialism as the creed of the Congress. But like Congress always celebrates an idea but doesn't really go deep into it. Yeah. But Mrs. Gandhi thought this is the way to fix these elder leaders.
To fix them.
There was absolutely no doubt that 6-page letter which she wrote, which caused the breakup of the Congress. And on that basis, she took the support of the left, she took the support of the DMK, she took the support of even the Socialist Party. Between 1969 and 71, she began doing this bank nationalization, then the Privy Purse abolition, to show that she is anti-rich, anti-capital, and so she became some kind of an icon for socialism. And many youths began to come back to the Congress, which is a fact.
So viewers, at this moment, just to understand what Mr. Gurumurthy is saying, socialism, what we call leftist views, left of center views, what appear to be pro-people views, are not always ideologically driven, is the lesson which I am learning from Mr. Gurumurthy. Often they are political strategies. When Indira Gandhi felt that she was under attack for more powerful people who had formed this Swatantra party, she needed to survive. So she started saying Garibi Hatao. She started saying abolish the privy purses of the princes, nationalize 14 banks, put income tax, put wealth tax, pauperize the princes. Obviously these ideas were very popular. Who in India would not want to hear a leader who would say, I am going to take on the princes, I am going to give power back to the people. But was it power to the people is my next question. Was it really power to the people? She achieved her objectives, she broke the Congress. She positioned herself as a popular leader and then came Congress I, which was called Congress Indira. Am I right in reading it up to this point? So somewhere I am seeing that in the present also I go back and forth. That even now, this whole pretense of socialism, the pretense of leftist, pretense of pro-people, what sometimes Rahul Gandhi starts saying Ambani, Adani, do you find a similar strategy there? Are they comparable at all, that at a moment of political crisis internally, you try and position yourself as the redeemer of the poor?
No, this is only one aspect of Rahul Gandhi. But the other aspects of Rahul Gandhi, virtually taking the position which Muslim League took in 1930s.
That Indira Gandhi didn't do.
She didn't do. And to break the Hindu society into this and that, she didn't do. She didn't talk about OBC, she didn't talk about scheduled caste.
She just said Garibi Hatao.
Garibi Hatao. Her approach was economic ideology. But it is not that made her win. That made her popular. But what made her win was that she was able to paint others as supporters of capitalism, supporters of America, because people like us were branded as CIA agents at that time.
Really?
Yeah.
Were you?
Yes.
This is a story. Okay, so now comes the story. Ladies and gentlemen, incredible, one of the greatest people in our country, biggest nationalist, has been called a CIA agent.
Yes.
Tell us
in
about
those
it,
days.
Mr. Gurumurthy.
Anybody,
You must have been very young, like you must have been in
yeah,
your
I was a
20s.
chartered accountant. I was rising, and I was, of course, in my own way, I had my influence. But at the local level, Congress people would call me CIA agent, because at the national level, even Kamaraj was called a CIA agent. Morarji Desai was called a CIA agent.
I remember Morarji Desai was called as.
The entire BJP, RSS were classified as CIA agents. So,
Did she go after her? Did she go after those who she saw as a potential threat?
Ramnath Goenka.
That will come to later. Yeah. That will come to later.
Because he was probably the one man who gave the sinews to the entire anti-Congress movement at that time, right from 1969. He decided that this lady will turn out to be a dictator. He was the first man to realize. And so Goenka was, because he had a very powerful newspaper, all other newspapers succumbed to Mrs. Gandhi. It is only he. So a newspaper played a critical role in keeping the opposition together, and he was a great socializer with the opposition people. And even the socialists turned against Mrs. Gandhi in 1971 elections, and the syndicate was formed. And once she defeated the syndicate, she deserted all the communists, DMK, everybody. All the people who supported her between 1967 and 1971, she began discarding one by one by one. She made only one concession. She gave to the CPI, many people came and joined the Congress from the CPI, Mohan Kumar Mangalam and people like that. She gave them one big project, the JNU.
I'll come to that.
So she gave them what they wanted. But after she won the Bangladesh war, she did not need anybody.
So there was, is it true that now let us come to the Bangladesh war to 1971. Mr. Gurumurthy, she did extremely well in terms of the military response, and when Pakistan Army launched Operation Searchlight, which was, the massacre of Bengali intellectuals, students, civilians, Mukti Wahini started, 1 crore refugees came into Bengal, Assam, Tripura. She went and she helped Bangladesh get independence. The map of the subcontinent was redrawn, and a new geopolitical map emerged with the emergence of Bangladesh as a sovereign nation. Now, while I feel she did very well in terms of the military response and speed of decision making, did she become a dictator? Did the potential of her as a dictator begin to show in the aftermath of 1971? Because she started, she formed Congress R. She had had, if you look back into history, you would see that she has imposed president's rule in several states. She imposed president's rule in Gujarat. I think, if I am not mistaken, she imposed president's rule in even Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu, at that later?
It all much later.
Much later, but there were about 15 states in the country which operated under central administration through the governors. So, did Indira Gandhi turn into a dictator before the imposition of emergency between 71 and 75? What are your recollections of that period and reading of the political mood at the time?
In the early 1970s, after she won, even before she won, she began talking about the socialists and the CIA agents, American supporters. So she was dividing the nation into two. All the nationalists were classified as anti-nationals. This happened even before the 1971 election. Okay. Once she won the 1971 election and got 2/3 majority.
After the war.
The first thing she did was to amend the constitution, 24th and 25th amendment to the constitution, which was advised by Mohan Kumar Mangalam.
Okay, tell us about Mohan Kumaramangalam for people who don't know. Tell us about him.
Mohan Kumaramangalam was the person who drafted the partition resolution of Jinnah. You can Google and get this information. Communists and Muslim League were one. And they found that in the Muslim League, there is more merit than in the Congress. So he had that orientation. This anti-national orientation was very much in the communist movement. And they were even very hesitant about participating in democracy. They carried on a long debate. And those who wanted to participate in democracy, they contested elections and others became militants. That is how this division took place in Andhra, in what is known as Telangana now. In all the Madhya Pradesh and other areas, the Naxalite movement developed later. Afterwards, the Naxalite movement as an ideological movement developed in Bengal. But before that, as an anarchic movement, it was always there in Andhra and other places who did not accept the communist line. Now, once Mrs. Gandhi took this line, she began to get the communists into the Congress and sidelined the Communist Party itself. By the time the emergency came, she had marginalized the Communist Party. In fact, they put so much faith in her, she discarded them. She had taken, but there were some very good advisors, P.N. Huxer and others, very good advisors. And so the best advice Mrs. Gandhi got to deal with both the public narrative, the Bangladesh, and they were the ones who got the Indo-Asian Defense Pact, which was the only reason how we could win the Bangladesh war, divide. So Russia and India worked together and it was in India's interest at that time. But what went to her head was the popularity and power. She thought she was invincible. And she amended the constitution. And afterwards that constitution went for a test in the Supreme Court. In the Keshavananda Bharati case, they overruled the amendment. And the day the judges overruled the amendment, 3 of them she superseded. The first major attack on the judiciary. And the 4th person was, A.N. Ray was made the Chief Justice. All this, then she began talking about committed judiciary, committed bureaucracy, committed press. All committed to what? Committed to socialism. That is herself. By that time, committed to her. Committed to the ruling government, committed to the ruling party, which means her. Because she had become, after 1971, the unchallenged power in the Congress.
Unchallenged?
Yes. So, this is where the Bihar movement developed. Because all the corrupt people began to work under her umbrella. And Congress had become a corrupt party. That is where the students began agitating in Bihar. And Jayaprakash Narayan led that movement. That is where I became more and more aware of what was happening at that level within the Congress, outside, and what a national movement can be.
What was the RSS at that time? You write in your recollections, the experiences bestowed by Kanchi Mahaswami, part 15, Violence or Satyagraha. You say, since 1970, Indira Gandhi was conducting massive campaigns against the RSS. We thought then that the organization must be a good one. We had participated in one of the meetings of Narayana Rao, Jan Sangh leader, and inquired about RSS. He replied how RSS helps in the character building of youth and imbibe with noble qualities like patriotism, body strength, mental stamina. Hence, we were attracted by the RSS and went to his office. That is how my relationship with the RSS blossomed. And before I come to the emergency, I want to just ask you, I'm finding a contradiction here. Someone who was so deeply with the Congress or supportive of the Congress's nationalism gets disillusioned with it and later comes under the influence of the RSS. What was the RSS in 1971-72? What was your first association with the RSS, if you can share more about that?
You see, I did not find any contradiction between my participation in the Congress and in the RSS, because Congress was the only nationalist party in Tamil Nadu.
This will be so difficult for people to relate to now.
It is at that time, because Congress was the only nationalist. All nationalists were under the umbrella of Congress in Tamil Nadu. So I was in the nationalist umbrella of the Congress. At the same time, I found RSS an important ingredient of nationalism. So there were many who were like that. The hatred that Mrs. Gandhi was generating against the RSS was not being shared by all congressmen. In fact, every congressman with whom I moved in Tamil Nadu knew I was an RSS man. I had no problem. I could move with Kamraj. I could go and meet him. My professor who introduced me to the Congress and made my bond with the Congress deep, and even with Kamraj, people like C. Subramaniam, Ramaya, who was the president of the Congress, at a very young age I could move with all these people, and every one of them knew I was an RSS man. So far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, I don't know about...
It's not only Tamil Nadu. You're not the only one. There are several people who did not find a contradiction between being RSS members and being with the Congress in the 60s. Which is why, when one hears Rahul Gandhi abuse, attack and call the RSS a fascist organization now, he is unaware of the fact that his Congress, the extreme left Congress, which represents the interests of the Muslim radicals today very effectively, is not the Congress that existed in his great-grandfather's time.
Of course, Rahul doesn't know many things.
He doesn't know much history.
And so he will not know this also.
Now let me ask you about the emergency. Mr. Gurumurthy, the immediate legal trigger for the emergency declared on June 25, 1975 was the landmark verdict of the Allahabad High Court delivered on June 12, 1975 by Justice Jagmohan Sinha. The unanimous verdict found Indira Gandhi guilty of electoral malpractices for her 1971 Raebareli election. Now, the case was brought by the person who lost to her, Raj Narayan, who said that her election agent was actually working for the government and his presence vitiated the level playing field for political campaigning, and then she was disqualified for holding elected office for 6 years. Mr. Gurumurthy, a serving Prime Minister at that time was told that you cannot be a member of Parliament. And then she had no option but to quit constitutionally, and that's when she responded. We can go into that. Do you believe that a group came together against Indira Gandhi for her growing authoritarian tendencies? Or do you believe this was purely by legal process? Or do you believe it was a response to what many felt was her anyway growing authoritarianism between 71 to 75? There was a group which felt that now she must be stopped. Or do you believe this was really only a legal process which was the trigger?
See, I am 100% sure that so far as the Allahabad High Court judgment is concerned, it is a legal process.
It's a legal process.
But what triggered the emergency is the Bihar movement, which had become a massive movement.
What was the Bihar movement?
Bihar movement was a movement started by students against the then Bihar Chief Minister, who was corrupt. But you know, Mrs. Gandhi has a tendency, once she identifies herself with a person, if that person is attacked and she has to remove him, then she feels that it is actually an attack on her, and her stature is coming down. That is, I think his name was Gafur. And the same thing happened with Antule also. So it is her personality that if you attack my man, it is an attack on me. And that is how the Bihar movement welled up into a huge movement. And at that time, that railway minister was also killed. I forget his name. Yes. And that became a huge thing because that assassination was somewhat linked to the Prime Minister's office. You know, in the CBI investigation, when it was coming out, DSEN was sent to turn the investigation. Arun Shourie had extensively reported on this. And then the actors were changed to fix the Ananda Margis in that, many wrong things were happening at that time. So when JP decided to lead the Bihar movement, that completely shook Mrs. Gandhi. I knew how it happened at that time. If you want, I can relate I was the audit manager of the Indian Express in 1974. When I was in the Indian Express guest house staying there for their audit, and then the guest house keeper came and told me, see, all these big people are coming. I will remove your baggage and keep it outside. Maybe they will be here for 3-4 hours. Afterwards, they will go. Then you can come and be in the guest house. So my baggage was kept outside and I was in the veranda. Then all these great people came. Jayaprakash Narayan, Achyut Patwardhan, Nanaji Deshmukh, Ramdhari Singh Dinkar and Goenka, all the 5 people came. They were persuading Jayaprakash Narayan to lead the Bihar movement. This was, I think, December 1974. JP was he said, my health is not good, my prostate issues are there, I get up 10 times a night to go to the toilet. And if I start the movement and if I die and it becomes anarchic, it will be bad for the country. At that time, Ramdhari Singh Dinkar was the one who was telling him, I know more about Mrs. Gandhi than any of you. He was very, very close to the Nehru family. He was the Rashtra Kavi appointed by Pandit Nehru. Pandit Nehru had a lot of love for him. And Mrs. Gandhi also had a lot of intimacy with him. So he said, she is a dictator. And if she is not stopped, it will be great harm to the country. I am saying this because of my personal knowledge of her. I was in the hearing distance. So then everybody was pressurizing him and Ramnathji said, I will have you treated in Vellore hospital, you don't worry, you will be spick and span, you will be 20 years younger, the way Ramnathji generally encourages a person. They all could not decide. And then Goenka said, let all of us go to Tirupati. Then these gentlemen went to Tirupati. I didn't know what happened afterwards. Months later, I became the advisor of Ramnath Goenka. Then Ramnathji told me that when they went to Tirupati, in Tirupati, Ramdhari Singh Dinkar prayed to Balaji, give the remaining years of my life to Jayaprakash Narayan. And then all of them came to the Chennai house of Goenka. And Ramdhari Singh Dinkar died on the lap of Jayaprakash Narayan. Completely shook everybody. And probably JP took it as divine will. And then only he agreed to lead the Bihar movement. And the first he announced, he was in, I think in February he went to Gujarat. And there he announced he will lead the Bihar movement. That is how Bihar movement became so popular. And there was an attempt to kill Jayaprakash Narayan, where Nanaji Deshmukh took the blow on his hand and his hand was broken. JP survived. All this was welling up. Police, Bihar police. I mean, Bihar police means, who could be, at what level it was decided that JP should be attacked. All this came in the newspapers and it became a huge issue in the country because Jayaprakash Narayan was probably the cleanest and the noblest personality at that time. And it was welling up. Now I am going to read to you what on December 31, 1974. December 31, 1974. Okay. The Joint Secretary in the PMO was Tandon, P.D. Tandon. He writes, I am filled with foreboding. A crisis is building up. The main cause of the crisis is the PM. She is completely lacking in tolerance. She is not at all interested in the values which her father had done so much to foster. Nor is she deeply acquainted with the constitutional framework of our country. The next three sentences are important. She will not relinquish power regardless of what happens. In brief, the PM is only concerned with her power and rule. Such persons tend rapidly towards fascism. They have no reservations about becoming dictators. This was his record.
She wanted to become a dictator. She aspired to become a dictator.
She was always, you see, that dictatorial tendency
was there.
That is what Ramdar Dinkar told.
Yeah, that she saw herself as a person who ruled by force rather than through elections. And I think I agree with that, because I want to ask you a next follow-up question. We were talking about the case which led to the trigger for the emergency, which is the Allahabad High Court verdict, which disqualified her as a member of parliament. Now, it said you can't be elected member of parliament for 6 years. She would have to leave as prime minister. But on June 24th, 12 days after the original verdict, the Supreme Court gave a partial stay. The Supreme Court said, Indira Gandhi, you can remain prime minister, but your rights as an MP are restricted. You cannot attend parliament, you cannot get a salary as an MP, but you can remain prime minister. So her prime ministership was secured. My question to you is, this aspect people don't know, that the Supreme Court had given her a little bit of a leeway to her. If she could continue to be prime minister, then why did she, one day after the Supreme Court gave her a stay, allowing her to remain prime minister, why did she invoke 352 of the constitution to declare the emergency, suspending, becoming a complete dictator of India? Because there must have been something else going on in her mind. Either she was very insecure or worried, or she had what you are saying, that incipient dictatorial tendency. Now that you look back in hindsight, 50 years later, what do you think?
There are three reasons.
Sir.
When the Supreme Court gave a stay, which was so humiliating.
Humiliating.
That she cannot talk in the parliament.
But she would remain prime minister.
No, she cannot talk in the parliament. That the prime minister who cannot talk in the parliament, what is she? This is one. Number two, he cannot vote in the parliament. 3, she cannot draw salaries, and except that you are statistically a member of parliament, you are nobody.
But she would remain prime minister.
This is an invitation for a revolt in the Congress.
Invitation to a revolt.
Revolt in the Congress. Considering the huge amount of anti-establishment wave which has been built by the JP movement. On the 25th, there was a huge rally demanding her resignation, addressed by Jayaprakash Narayan in Delhi.
And these were organic rallies.
Organic.
People just turned up.
Absolutely.
They were not paid to
See,
be brought. I mean, I want to show those visuals and talk about
to my knowledge, till 1971 elections, 1967 elections, money never played a constitutive role in elections. Mrs. Gandhi gave an interview, I don't know, we must have to Google and get it, to an Yugoslavian journalist, if I remember right. I will make fighting elections so costly that the opposition will not be able to fight election at all.
She said so publicly?
Yes.
That shows how anti-democratic she was.
No, that means, see, she accumulated...
This was a socialist person pretending to be a socialist who said that.
There is no socialism.
There is no socialism. I'm saying this is proof. This was pure pretense.
No, this, we have to get this because it was discussed very, very intensely in, by political parties and others. Some of her pronouncements or intensely anti-national, intensely anti-democracy, intensely anti-judiciary also. I mean, I will break from the sequence and go to, after she came back in 1980, the media asked her a question, particularly after Antule and things like that. There is so much of corruption, Mrs. Gandhi. No, corruption is a global phenomenon. So a judge of the Delhi High Court quoted those two sentences. If the Prime Minister of the country says corruption is a global phenomenon and rationalizes it, who can save this country from corruption? This is a recorded part of the judgment of the Delhi High Court. So she knew no end of herself when the power went to her head. So coming back to the first is, it is a revolt, it is a call for revolt against the Congress, because the Congress still had people like Jagjeevan Ram and all that, who were very, in their own way, very popular people. And Mrs. Gandhi was afraid of only one man in the Congress. He was Jagjeevan Ram. And he was the one who trounced her also after the 1977 elections. The second thing is a huge amount of public anger, which is likely to spill into the streets. She was scared of it. And she thought the best thing is, I don't think she believed in peaceful management of the country. She felt, this politics is anarchic. It has to be controlled with an iron hand. I think that was always in her mind. And so all this put together, she was searching for a way out. In fact, emergency was already there. Why she had to declare one more emergency? The 1967 war, she could have done everything. But she wanted to declare an emergency, saying that there is an internal rebellion to overthrow the government, and to tell the system, the administration, that she is imposing emergency. Emergency didn't happen immediately except in Delhi. In Delhi only the emergency became instant, because they closed down the media, stopped the electricity, and the Delhi people did not even know what happened. All the opposition leaders were arrested. Delhi people do not know. People outside may have known. In those days the communication was very poor. It was only through STD calls you can tell people. So for 2 days the Delhi public did not know there was an emergency. So she began to take over the administration in those 2, 3, 4 days. And then in a paper I have traced how it happened, how she began to take over the country. In just 3 months, the emergency cabal began administering the country. In the first month, the media was completely gagged. Yes. And in the second month, the entire administration was brought under the control. Correct. The third month, the emergency gang took over. In the 6th month, she subordinated the judiciary. I will tell you what happened with the judiciary. In the case which 13 high courts had decided that a person's right to life cannot be suspended during the emergency. It is the ADM Jabalpur case that came to the Supreme Court. In the Supreme Court, the question that was primarily asked, what was being argued was, does a person, you may lose all your rights, but do you also lose your right to life? That was the question. But no judge had the guts to ask this question except one judge. I am going to read out to you what exactly happened in the court. So, the Attorney General was arguing this case that when the sovereign, which has given the rights to the people, resumes the right back, there is nothing which is available with the people, and during the reign of the emergency, anything can happen, no fundamental rights to anyone. So Justice Khanna asked him one question. If during the emergency, H.R. Khanna on 16th December 1976, that is where emergency becomes deeper and deeper, and with this argument in the court, the emergency becomes complete. H.R. Khanna asked him, if during the emergency, a police officer, because of personal enmity, killed another man, will there be no judicial remedy? Pat came the reply from Attorney General. This reply could never have been given by him unless it was authorized by the political system. It may shock your conscience. It shocks mine. But no proceedings can be taken in a court of law on that score. Consistent with my earlier submission that there would be no judicial remedy in such a case so long as emergency exists, that a person can be killed.
So basically officially sanctioned assassinations and killings would have been allowed?
Yes, it was.
This is the kind of widespread judicial powers that an Asif Munir would be giving himself today in Pakistan, with lack of judicial scrutiny over his decisions. So it was equivalent to the kind of Pakistani military dictatorship that Indira Gandhi wanted to impose and had imposed in the country.
See, that was the time I started studying the Constitution of India. In fact, I got such intense interest in the Constitution of India that opened my eyes to the entire idea of democracy, how other laws, in fact, my foray into the field of law was because of emergency under the Constitution. I'll tell you, I'll just quote 2 or 3 sentences from how the other judges saw this case.
In fact, none of these constitutional amendments during the emergency which weakened judicial review and checks and balances were ever really questioned in the court. All of these powers were being increased. There were constitution amendments. The term of Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies was increased to 6 years from 5 years. The courts were barred from questioning the president's decision, that is Indira Gandhi's decision to declare the emergency, and there was forced sterilization going on. So while Mr. Gurumurthy moves on to the next subject, let me tell you viewers, at that point of time, Sanjay Gandhi, Indira Gandhi's son, would drag people out of their homes and carry out sterilization. Men were being sterilized. A total of 2.6 million sterilization procedures were carried out in 75-76 alone. In 77-78, 8.1 million men in India were forcibly sterilized. So if you look at it, more than 1 crore Indian men were forcibly sterilized. This is worse than the Nazi record. This is worse than Hitler's record. And I'm saying this so that everybody who is today a Congress supporter should remember and ask Rahul Gandhi what he thinks about this. They will never accept it. They try to put Indira Gandhi as a paragon on democracy. I personally believe she was one of the worst living dictators this country has ever seen. You were saying?
I'll tell you what the Supreme Court, except Justice Khanna. See the Supreme Court letting down the country and the people and the Constitution will have to be remembered to show how the Supreme Court is now behaving. The Justice M.H. Beg went as far as to eulogize the government for keeping the detainees comfortable in jail. We understand that the care and the concern bestowed by state authorities upon the welfare of the detainees, who are all well housed, well fed and well treated, is almost maternal.
He actually said this in a judgment.
This was in the same judgment.
Why were judges talking like this? So
Fear.
What did they have to gain
Fear.
from Indira Gandhi? Fear of Indira Gandhi.
Fear. Ultimately, it is not Constitution which protects the constitutional provisions which protect the Constitution. It is the courage of the judges. It is only one man. And see what Chandrachud says. People who have faith in themselves and the country would not paint the pictures of diabolic distortion and mendacious malignment of the government of the country. Y.V. Chandrachud council after council expressed the fear that during the emergency, the executive may whip and strip and starve the detainee, and if this be our judgment, even shoot him down. Such misdeeds have not tarnished the record of free India, and I have a diamond heart, diamond bright hope that such things would never come to pass.
This is D.Y. Chandrachud's father. He was a supporter of the emergency. So Justice D.Y. Chandrachud's father was a great fan of Indira Gandhi and a supporter of the emergency. That's why D.Y. Chandrachud, it is often said, has always felt a need to present himself as a great democratic liberal to make up for his father's tarnished record. Would it be fair to say that? See, his father was a great emergency.
Obviously, he is a different man. Chandrachud, the son Chandrachud is a different man.
But his father was a supporter of...
Obviously. Now...
Terrible.
This is after emergency. On 24th May, the government did kill. A year later, after this argument is made in the Supreme Court, a year later on 24th May 1977, the Times of India reported, the Calicut regional engineering student P. Rajan died while in lawful custody at so-and-so police station on March 2nd, 1976. They are making this argument on 16th December 76 that the government has the right to kill. On March 16th, 1976, this killing takes place. The report added that affidavits including by the former Chief Minister Karunakaran before the Kerala High Court admitted this killing by the state. Precisely, the cabal's attorney told the Supreme Court that the government could kill legally, and the cabal-led government did kill.
And government authorized killing was seen to be valid.
Valid, because the Supreme Court validated
the submitted arguments of the Attorney General of Indira Gandhi.
See, the most important point in the emergency discourse which is missed is none of these things.
Which is what?
That it is a barbaric rule for 18 months. This is how emergency discourse limits the emergency. But the most important point is the amendment of the Constitution by the 42nd Amendment during the emergency, which converted India into a single party dynastic rule. I am going to say how. This was by amending Article 32 of the Constitution of India.
Reducing fundamental rights?
No.
Reducing the primacy of fundamental
No. This is far, far beyond.
Curtailing the power of the Supreme Court?
32D is for banning unlawful organizations. The unlawful organization definition included political parties. And if a party were to organize strike, for example, George Fernandez organized a railway strike.
You were a great supporter of George Fernandez.
He organized the railway strike before the emergency. If under amended Article 32D of the Constitution of India, if that amendment had held good and Mrs. Gandhi had returned to power, George Fernandez organizing a strike would mean his organization, his party could be banned. If anyone who talks for creating communal disturbances, that party can be banned. That Jansan could be banned. If one party is talking about a language or region, it could be banned. That means you can ban all the political parties.
So you were a supporter of George Fernandez at that point of time, but you were also a critic later. You have said in your and we must think, remember viewers, that many of you have probably not known of George Fernandez. He was an incredible person. He was a great speaker, and he was a great union leader.
Indefatigable worker.
Indefatigable union leader. I of course got to know him only in his many advanced years. But the RSS did not like him. The RSS did not like his strategy. But you have always said, and I want you to talk about George Fernandez, you have always said the man had sharp intellect, unlimited bravery, continuous hard work and honesty. But you also said he became emotional very quickly. And if he had avoided some of the blunders, he could have been the Prime Minister of India. I don't know what would have happened to me if I had continued my contact with George Fernandez's group. And you went on to say there is no doubt that George Fernandez was a daring one, but he was not able to generate revolutionaries. Even revolutionary communists could not bring in revolution for the last 40 to 50 years. Tell us about George Fernandez. Who is George Fernandez? What was he trying to do? What was his ideological association? And what did the RSS think of him? These were a group of people who were obviously frustrated with the emergency, with Indira Gandhi, and they were trying to fight. Were they underground? Were they avoiding arrest? Were they in jail? What was going on then?
You see, you have to go a little back in history when the Samyukta Socialist Party was formed by the socialists. And Ram Manohar Lohia was the principal driving force. He was the socialist chief. And he was totally opposed to the Gandhi-Nehru family. So he created a set of socialists who were at any cost opposed this family. And George Fernandez came in that tradition. And when she imposed emergency, George Fernandez thought that he could create a revolution in the country.
Against her.
In fact, it was at that time I met George Fernandez, because the RSS told me, George Fernandez had called a meeting. There was a manager of Mathrubhumi newspaper in Chennai, in whose house 3 meetings were held. So when I went and participated in that meeting, nobody knew, there were 20, 30 people, nobody knew anybody, and they began talking about how to make bombs and things. We were surprised that we did not know anybody who were present, and they did not know who we were. And then we came and told the RSS leaders, he said, don't speak in that meeting, just keep observing what is happening. Then George came to that meeting. He also began talking like that. Nobody got anybody introduced, and it was not a team, it was a crowd. Then we thought, no, this kind of a revolutionary approach will get exposed very soon. And that is what happened. But undoubtedly, he was a very, very courageous fighter against the emergency. There is no doubt about it. But he was an individual. He didn't have an organization. RSS had an organization. The RSS could face...
Why could George Fernandez and RSS not come together against a common enemy, which was Indira Gandhi, the authoritarian Indira Gandhi?
You see, in 1971, all of them came together as the Grand Alliance. But the socialists were always in split mind, because they liked the socialist policies of Indira Gandhi also. So they were confused. Now I will come to this 42nd amendment, when Rahul Gandhi is holding the constitution.
Yeah, he goes around.
Which constitution he is holding? He must be asked to hold the constitution which was amended and passed by Mrs. Gandhi. On the 2nd of January, this constitution was approved, and on the 19th she declared the elections, because if she won the elections, she could ban all the political parties and make Congress the only party, which means the family as the only ruler of the country. So he must be told, I don't know why the BJP is not doing it, print 1,000 copies of that constitution, which existed on 2nd January 1976, and give it to all the Congress people and say, you hold this constitution. Why are you holding that constitution of Ambedkar, which was completely amended by Indira Gandhi? Which constitution are you going to protect? This could have been the most telling political response to Rahul Gandhi holding the constitution. I don't know why the BJP is not doing it.
So my question is that why did Indira Gandhi announce elections? You just said earlier that she had authoritarian tendencies. She wanted to be sort of dictator for life. Her son had turned into a terrible, terrible monster. sort of sterilizing people, making his own money, having a parallel government. But she suddenly dissolved the parliament after bringing in the 42nd Amendment in 1976, and then she announces the election in March 1977. If she was a dictator, why did she announce the election? Did she think she would win? How could she think she could win after she had terrorized the people of India? What was her gambit?
Very simple. There was no opposition worth the name. There were 4 political parties, all splintered, and none of them have...
Jayaprakash Narayan?
No, Jayaprakash Narayan was apolitical. No, he was leading a movement.
Bharatiya Janata, Lok Dal, Charan Singh was there.
BLD was there, socialists were there.
Jan Sangh was there.
Jan Sangh was there.
But they were not united.
Congress were there. All 4 different parties, and they are all in jail. I'll tell you what happened. On the 19th, Advaniji was released. And on the 20th, we all met him in Madras railway station. He had come from Bangalore and he was to go to Delhi. And so we had a small meeting. When I tell you what Advani told at the time.
Where was this meeting?
This was in Chennai, and we had gone to a nearby place in one of the houses, and where we had a discussion. So we asked Advaniji, what are we going to do? He said, I am confused.
Okay.
You see, if we don't contest the elections, she will say you can't even contest the elections. If we contest the elections and lose, she will say emergency has been validated by the people. So I really do not know what should be our response. This was the state of the president of the BJP. But what really happened, what Mrs. Gandhi miscalculated, was the underground movement had reached the people like fire.
Okay.
And since she had completely shut down the newspapers, she got only what she wanted to read, the newspapers were printing. So the underground movement and the feelings that had welled up against her, she was not aware. She thought that she has quelled the opposition, there is no opposition worth the name. And even if they form an alliance, she will be able to sweep because the alliance cannot project a prime minister. Normal political calculations made her do it. But the clincher was, all the political 4 parties decided to dissolve themselves and form one party.
You were then in the Indian Express?
I was working very closely with this.
With this whole experiment of putting the whole thing together, sir?
No, I was not in the...
But you were watching from the sideline.
I knew what was
What role did Ramnath Goenka have in this?
He, Jayaprakash Narayan and Kripalani were the ones who said that there must be only one party. Dissolve all parties. Then the Jan Sangh came forward to dissolve the party. Morarji Desai came to dissolve the party.
Did Ramnath Goenka have a role? You have said that 2 able men were helping JP. One was Nanaji Deshmukh, who was in prison. The other was Ramnath Goenka. Both Nanaji and Goenka were very close to each other. Goenka narrated the then proceedings. He said, Guru, without the blessings of God and the efforts of myself, Nanaji and RSS, this move would not have materialized in 24 hours. The democracy would have perished. Correct. There were many who had wanted to boycott elections and imprison. George Fernandez was also of the same opinion. But then the Janata Party was formed, and the Janata Party included Jan Sangh, which was backed by RSS. And then Babu Jagjeevan Ram also left the Congress and joined the Janata Party, creating a perception of unity in the opposition. So this is not something that Indira Gandhi had planned, which means Ramnath Goenka played a great role along with Nanaji Deshmukh and the others in politically checkmating Indira Gandhi. Ramnath Goenka was then the owner and proprietor of the Indian Express. Can I ask you a question here, sir? Now here's a question, sir. Was it appropriate for a media house and the owner of a media house to play a central role in the political game?
See, you have to go back in history as to how Ramnath Goenka became a media baron. He was asked to start a newspaper by Mahatma Gandhi to support the freedom movement. You know, 3 newspapers were started actually to support the freedom movement. One was the Hindu, second was the Hindustan Times, the third was the Indian Express. And Ramnath Goenka was the only activist media baron. He was a Congress party worker also. And in 1942, when the Quit India movement was on, and all the leaders were arrested, and the media was asked to submit itself to the government regulations, Mahatma Gandhi asked the media to close down. Ramnath Goenka closed down and got elected as the Suspended Newspapers Editors Conference. So he was intensely associated with the process, and he was one of the Constituent Assembly members. And then he contested election in 1952 on behalf of the Congress party in Tamil Nadu. Of course, he lost. And in 1971, because Mrs. Gandhi began harassing him and persecuting him, he contested election on the Jansangh ticket in 1971. This is the way he fought. He was a fighter.
So he's a complete activist.
Absolutely. And the nationalist political blood was in him. So that is why and I tell you 2 instances, I must tell you, 2 anecdotes. What is the strategy? Even another thing, Ramnathji told me on the 4th of January 1975. I said, Ramnathji, we cannot run the paper for more than another 1 month. Guru, don't worry, something will happen by this month end. And afterwards, I didn't meet him. I met him only after the elections were over. I asked Ramnathji, is it the election decision that you said that it will happen before the month end? He said, yes. I said, how did you know this, Ramnathji? He said, my astrologer and Mrs. Gandhi's astrologer were one and the same.
But what a moment that was, you see, a media baron playing a big role in the political atmosphere at that time, bringing political parties together. JP was at the center. But I hear this story, and you have also written that when all these leaders came together, today political parties don't come together. You had this India alliance, it is already broken up now, and Rahul Gandhi says, I don't want an alliance. But at that time, there was anger among the people, but people needed to be brought in together. And then these door-to-door campaigns were being thought about. You write that Vajpayee did not root for that idea, saying it would be curtailed by the intervention of the central government. People were saying, how do we reach out to people? And there was a talk that now we need to have a big rally at Ramlila Maidan. So I am quoting you, you are saying on 7th February at Delhi, there was a debate on the first venue. They wanted to skip the sprawling Ram Maidan grounds and move to a smaller venue, Chandni Chowk. But this was rejected and the opposition had to stick to the original plan. Indira Gandhi took all measures to stop the rally. Transport was stopped. The movie Bobby was telecast on Doordarshan because Indira Gandhi thought people will watch Bobby and not go to the crowd. But what happened? Did that rally happen? What were the crowds at that rally? Do you remember any of that? Were you there? Did you read about it?
No.
What was your lived experience of that moment about that rally? And what was the reporting around it that happened?
I was not in the rally. In fact, I was not in Delhi on that day. Because we had to manage the crisis of the Indian Express. It was a day-to-day survival, borrowing money, and even for paying air tickets, we had to borrow money, and that was the condition of the Indian Express. But when the discussion took place in the Janata Party, many people said we should have 5,000 meetings all over the country in every district headquarters. And everybody was saying we should do this, we should do this. Vajpayee said no, ye hoga nahi. Emergency hai abhi bhi. Police will never allow us to do this. So, बड़ी रैलियां होनी चाहिए. हवा बनेगी. This was Atalji's idea. And that will sweep the country. So Atalji clinched it ultimately. So the first rally was in Ramlila Maidan. So everybody was worried whether people will come or whatever. But the way people converged
in one venue.
In one way. In fact, through a helicopter, Mrs. Gandhi saw all this. How people are walking to the venue. Then she asked, I think there was one Shastri who was the election commissioner, whether the election could be stopped. He said, no, once the election notification has been announced, you cannot stop it, even under the emergency powers, because electoral course will work on its own. So Mrs. Gandhi knew on that very rally how the Janata, now I will read out how the Janata tornado was described by the media. Addressed by the opposition leaders including Jagjeevan Ram, who deserted the Congress party after the poll was announced, Morarji Desai, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Charan Singh, Chandrasekhar, the rally was described by political commentators as epoch-making. Now Chandan Mitra, who covered the rally, he has written, it was an act of defense, something India had not seen before. Wrote he, the emergency was still in force, but the people's response to the call was overwhelming. The rally conveyed the mood of the nation. Suddenly, all knew that Indira regime was collapsing. That one rally...
One did not have to wait for the election results to find out about the mood of the people. And that time there was no social media, there was no internet, there was very limited communication, but things were going across. And that rally had an impact across the country. I think not just, it was reported everywhere.
Everywhere. Not only that, every rally was like that.
Every rally was.
Every rally, anywhere it happened. I participated.
Where were you on the day the results came of the 1977?
I was in Delhi.
Tell me about that day.
When the results came, you know, in the Indian Express, at that time the results were displayed on a board. People used to throw currencies on that, on the board that was kept near the Indian Express. That Indian Express, you know, in that 7-10 days period, Indian Express copies would get exhausted. Wow. So at 8 o'clock, people will again come and ask, please print it again. So the paper was printed again and circulated. This showed that there is something, this is where I think Indian democracy is very, very important. It has got to the root of the people. Now it may have been distorted by politics, this or the other. But the electoral democracy has gone so deep into India.
What did Ramnath Goenka say to you that day? Were you with him?
No, yeah. He always believed that his belief in God was unmatched. He always said God will not let us down. God, he had 2 slokas. He always used to recite those 2 slokas, Bhagavad Gita. And once he recited the slokas, he will get the energy needed to fight. Then I thought, this man is not working only on calculations, political calculations. There is something which he connects
higher
deeper.
Purpose, yeah. So Mr. Goenka had a great role at that time, and I'm very fortunate I've had this. Do you know how much time has passed? We've already been speaking for 1 hour and 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, what have we covered today? We have covered a period of India from roughly 1960 to 1977. So we are towards the end of the 70s. Because what you see in this is that many things which you know about Indian politics today, only the lived experience can give you the real picture. 3 takeaways from this conversation. The Congress then and the Congress now are unrecognizable. Congress, I mean 60s Congress. Secondly, nationalism was the creed post-independence, but something changed between the 80s and now, which we are going to talk about in the future. Thirdly, Lal Bahadur Shastri was the most underestimated person in Indian politics and one of the bravest prime ministers of the country. But the biggest takeaway from this conversation is that authoritarianism of the Gandhi family is deep-rooted. Those authoritarian tendencies continued with Sonia Gandhi becoming remote control Prime Minister. And in a way, that same atavism is there in Rahul Gandhi also, that the feeling that they own the country. However, the people won. Indira Gandhi lost the elections. But there are lessons of what happened after that, which are very relevant in India today. And I will continue this part of the conversation in my next podcast with the great and one and only Mr. Gurumurthy. Mr. Gurumurthy, I hope you've enjoyed this conversation. It's allowed
because I relived the whole
You relived the whole thing, and I relived a lot, which I had never, I've imagined the visuals and I have got a different perspective of history. And I look forward to our next conversation, which we will take from 1978 to 1991. Until then, I will thank you very much for being with us today. And I request everyone to watch this and share it with as many people, especially young people today, who may have no recollection of that time. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Pure शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, everyday.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Ladies and gentlemen, for years, the name Jeffrey Epstein has been a chilling symbol of unchecked power and unimaginable trauma. He was a man who preyed on thousands of vulnerable young women. He trafficked them under the guise of opportunity, and all of this while being surrounded by some of the world's most influential figures. His crimes didn't just happen in isolation. They shattered lives, they silenced voices, and they left scores of families searching for justice that often felt out of reach. But viewers, the good thing is, beyond every headline, there are brave individuals who have endured the unthinkable, but now they are reclaiming their stories. Joining me today is one such young woman who has experienced this pain firsthand. I'm very happy to welcome Marina Licata, who joins us live from the United States. Marina, thank you so much for speaking with Republic Media Network.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. My first question to you is, what has made you go public with your story?
Well, when I first broke my silence in September, which was, I have to say, one of the toughest things, it was definitely in behalf for my survivor sisters, especially Virginia Guffrey, who's no longer here with us, and of course my daughter, who we have to, keep on representing our culture and our generation nowadays.
Right. Marina, first up, I would like to take you back to the past, but to your early childhood days. I believe you were born in Brazil, and then you moved to New York soon after with your mother and your sister. Take us back to your childhood days. What were the early days in New York like for you?
Well, my early days in New York were, in the beginning when I first moved to New York and when I was 8 years old, things were very different than what it was when I was in Brazil. Within about 2 to 3 months when I moved to New York, my stepfather started to sexually abuse me, and that sexual abuse endured until I was 12 years old. And then right after, when I was 14, I met Jeffrey Epstein.
So you had to undergo abuse by your stepfather, and was your mother and were your sisters witness to it?
My mother did not know the beginning that my stepfather was abusing me. She did, however, found out when I was about 10 or 10 and a half. But with complications of being an immigrant and being scared financial-wise, being alone and a woman in New York, she never protected me and never went to the police, but somebody else did help me. And we did go to the police, and my stepfather was arrested when I was 12 years old. Okay.
Did you and your family have to undergo any sort of financial struggles when you were living in New York during your early days, especially at the time when your stepfather was arrested?
I couldn't hear the beginning. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Marina, if you can hear me, I was just asking, did you and your family have to undergo financial struggles? Were there hard days when your stepfather was arrested?
Yes, there were a lot of struggles. And I think in the beginning I was juggling between, working some, regular jobs. But what people sometimes misunderstand is that when you're an immigrant and you come from another country and you don't have a Social Security in America, you do not get paid what you're supposed to get paid. Not only that, I was 12 years old, 13 years old, 14, 15, 16, working at these places where they did not pay me correctly. And this is how I ended up in Jeffrey Epstein's hand at 14.
Okay, so you were 14 when you first met Jeffrey Epstein. I want you to describe for us, how did that first meeting go, and who is it that first introduced you to Jeffrey Epstein?
When I first met Jeffrey Epstein was through a Jane Doe who we cannot name. She is from Brazil as well, and everybody that lived in Astoria, Queens, and New York knew that I was going through this very hard time. And I think it was very easy for her to bring me to Jeffrey Epstein's house. And when I did go there, it was something that she explained to me in the beginning that it was something else, and then it ended up being something completely different. And she groomed me, he groomed me even more. I was in a very vulnerable state, and it ended up being really bad in the end.
Marina, not going into too many details, but I would like you to elaborate a bit, as much as you are comfortable with. If you can describe for us and for our audience, what happened when you walked into the Jeffrey Epstein household for the first time? You mentioned you were 14 years old. Do take us through, if you can just describe that day for us.
So that day that I went there, as being a young child at the time, it just seemed all very wow when you walk in. And, first when you reach to the door, you see this beautiful, huge door. It's a mansion in Manhattan, which, being 12 at the time, I didn't even know there were mansions that big in Manhattan. Walking through, this huge door and, the girl rang the doorbell. The maid approached the door, opened up the door for us. And when we walked in, I was so amazed and so wowed with how big and wealthy looking the house was. And we waited in the office, waiting room is what I like to say, and in the left-hand side of the house when you walk in. And on the right-hand side, later on, I found out it was his camera room where he had all his videotaping going on throughout the house. And when we waited in the waiting room, I was so amazed by how many pictures, how many celebrities, how many politicians he had on his, bureau with all these, elite people. And at the time, being so young and being an immigrant, I did not know who everybody was. And the maid came back to get us, and we went to the elevator. And when we went up to the third floor, it opened up to the doors of a hallway which led into a massage room. And in that massage room, it was completely dark, blackout shades. I mean, there was no windows because they were blacked out. And on the roof, on the ceiling of this massage room, they had these clouds as kind of to ease in and to make you comfortable. And in this room, he had a huge, bureau of all these lotions and, massage oils. And when we walked in, he asked for a massage, which I knew that was what I was going there for. And he asked me to do certain things that I was not expected to do. And those things were made me feel very uncomfortable. However, being in a situation where I was and being abused in the past, it made me very, very scared. I was not only sexually abused by my stepfather, it also became physical. And I got very scared at the time, and I ended up being manipulated into doing stuff that I didn't want to do, and it progressed into something very, very big at the time, very slowly, but it progressed something to be, rape at the end.
Okay. Who else was there at the time with you, Marina? Was it just the two of you? And did you ever get a chance to meet his very close associate who's been frequently named in this case, that is Ghislaine Maxwell?
In the beginning, it was just her and I. And I would say about a year and a half later, yes, I had encountered with Ghislaine Maxwell. We had a one-time encounter, and that is from what I remember.
And how many years of abuse did you have to endure from Jeffrey Epstein, if I may ask that very directly to you?
It started at the age of 14, and it ended in the age of 17 and a half, I'd say.
Okay, so that's about 3.5 years. And over the course of these 3.5 years, Marina, how many other such women did you meet at the Epstein household?
Many women, and I did not think they were getting abused. I thought, maybe Epstein was having, he always mentioned stuff about Victoria's Secret and, him having students. And I really thought it was just meetings that he was having with these young girls. And being young, I didn't know how old they were. And unfortunately, there were many, many girls that walked in through those doors. I must have seen at least over 100 girls just walking in and out of there.
What was the age of the youngest victim that you met at the Epstein household?
I have to say, I think I might have been the youngest one to know that I was young. I don't know personally anybody else younger than me. I'm pretty sure there was, but I did not get to meet them.
Okay. And Marina, I want to understand from you, the first time that you met the man, how was he like to have a conversation with? Because if somebody is, it's human nature. If somebody is, if his nature is very predatory, it is but our natural instinct to have our guards up. But when you walked into the household, did you feel any sort of discomfort? How was he like to speak to in person initially?
When he first met me, he was very kind. He was very polite. I did not think that it was going to progressed to a point where he made sure that he owned everybody, including the government, including the president, including the banks. It was something in the beginning that I thought he was very kind. And then it became very quickly where I was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And if we did not abide to his rules, there were certain repercussions that we knew we were going to face. And he made sure that he would let us know about that.
Right. And Marina, at any point did you gather any sense that he was going to introduce you and many other victims and survivors like you to any of his other high-profile associates or friends, if I may use that term?
So, myself, he never told me he was going to introduce myself to any of his friends, but he did talk to a lot of high-profile people, Hollywood stars, politicians. And when he used to get massages, when I was there, he used to talk to them, a lot of them, and I will not name them, and he used to put us on the phone with them as well and brag that he was getting a massage by a nice young girl. And he would brag, and he would put us on the phone with them, and he would say, "Hey, how are you?" And I'm like, "I'm good. We're here with Jeffrey," and that was basically it. But I never, I got to meet a few people, but I've never been abused by any of them, so I can't say any of that for myself.
Okay. And back home, back at home, Marina, for you, was your mother or any of your close confidants aware of what was unfolding at the Epstein household?
No, nobody knew. Family-wise, nobody knew. I think there was a lack of, protection and maybe motherhood from my mom. And I think when we were going through so many things, I don't think she really, I think her focus was more that my stepfather went to jail and we needed money. And I was bringing in a lot of money at the time, also having 2 jobs and seeing Jeffrey Epstein, which she did not know. And I don't think in her mind it crossed or even to ask where I was getting the money from. It was just more, here's the money, the bills are getting paid, everybody seems happy, my sister's taken care of, I'm taken care of, my mother's taken care of, the bills are taken care of, we have food. And I just think her motherly duties were not presented at the time.
Okay. And you mentioned that, you encountered him till about when you were 17 and a half years old. How were you able to pull out of that situation?
It's not that I was able to pull out of it. Jeffrey Epstein was very upset when, at the time, he seen that I was no longer a young, vulnerable girl, and I could no longer put on an act and, be his fun girl, is what he would like to say, or his good girl. And he quickly became very tired of me at that age. And my friends who also used to go there were that age, and it was just no longer for us. We were no longer fun for him, and he quickly, booted us out and said, "Hey, you guys are getting kind of old, and you're no fun, and I just really don't. We're just not clicking anymore." And that's when our relationship ended.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
An element is born. Introducing the Phantom Black Edition by Grand Vitara. Nexa.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
An element is born. Introducing the Phantom Black Edition by Grand Vitara. Nexa.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
प्लीज स्टॉप।
झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका।
नॉट देयर, मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and good evening and welcome to the special broadcast on Republic TV. Looking Forward is about stories that are shaping up over the coming days as well as weeks. News that is developing and will touch your health, your politics, your connectivity, and the world's geopolitical balance. Story number 1 tonight takes us to Delhi NCR, where the air quality index is set to plunge deeper into the severe zone this week. Forecast from the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorological warn of toxic haze trapped by dense fog as well as low winds. Vehicular emissions, industrial pollution, and stubble burning are the usual culprits. But here's the biggest question. While millions struggle to breathe, Parliament's winter session just ended without a single discussion on pollution. Is India's air crisis being ignored at the highest level? We'll break down what's coming and what must change. Our story number 2 heads to Maharashtra, where the long-delayed civic polls are finally scheduled for 15th of January. The battle for the BMC, India's richest civic body with a budget of over 74,000 crore rupees, is heating up. The big twist: Shiv Sena UBT and Raj Thakre's MNS are on the verge of a game-changing alliance. Will this Marathi unity deal deliver or splinter the opposition further? We'll analyze the seat-sharing math. In story number 3, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar is set to appear before Delhi police in the revived National Herald money laundering case summoned over donations to young Indian. D.K. Shivakumar calls it political harassment and vows to fight. As the probe widens to include top Congress leaders, is this timed vendetta or legitimate scrutiny? We'll look at the legal as well as political ramifications. Our story number 4 lifts off from Sriharikota, where ISRO's mighty LVM-3, the Bahubali, is ready to launch the 6.5-ton Bluebird 6 satellite. This Indo-US collaboration will deliver direct-to-mobile broadband worldwide, a heavyweight commercial mission that signals India's arrival in the global space big league. Countdown begins soon. We'll track this massive milestone. And finally, story number 5 from the global stage. President Donald Trump has set a Christmas 2025 deadline for Ukraine to sign a peace deal with Russia, warning that delays could see Moscow harden its position. With Russia holding about 18% of Ukraine and advancing slowly, territory remains the sticking point. Will Trump's holiday deadline bring peace or just more pressure? We'll assess the odds, so sit back for the next 1 hour. Let's begin with the headlines of the day.
एक पहाड़ी और दूसरी पहाड़ी के बीच में 500 मीटर का गैप है, तो वो जमीन भी अरावली रेंज मानी जाएगी। इस डेफिनेशन के आने के बाद 90% से ज्यादा एरिया प्रोटेक्टेड एरिया में आ गया।
Facing flag over Aravalli, Move Union Environment Minister Bhupender Yadav says that more than 90% of it will be under protection.
हिंदुओं की दुर्दशा कब समाप्त होगी? वहाँ माइनॉरिटी है एकदम, वहाँ जरा कठिन है फिर भी जो मैक्सिमम बचाव हो सकता है उसके लिए वहाँ के हिंदू को इकट्ठा रहना पड़ेगा।
Hindus under attack in Bangladesh. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat says in Bangladesh, situation remains difficult for Hindus because they are a minority there and there is a need for Hindu unity. The Bharatiya Janata Party emerges as the single largest party in the Maharashtra local body elections, wins 129 out of the 288 municipalities. Delhi chokes as thick smog covers the city. AQI rises to an alarming 374, even 900 in some areas. Trump's photo among 16 Epstein files disappeared from US government website. Republic speaks to one of the survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, the air quality index in the national capital and surrounding areas is expected to deteriorate this week, with forecast indicating a dip into the severe category. The Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology predicts that Delhi's AQI will fluctuate between severe and very poor over the next 6 days, with the city recording an average AQI of 374. Now, the situation is further exacerbated by dense fog and unfavorable weather conditions, with the ventilation index a key indicator of the dispersal potential. And while this is happening, let's not forget that the winter session of the parliament has ended with absolutely no discussion at all on pollution. Here's what you can expect in the coming week.
The Air Quality Index, or AQI, is deteriorating rapidly, plunging the city into severe pollution levels. On December 21st, Delhi's AQI hovered around 390 to 400. This is in the severe category, one of the worst Decembers in 8 years. But what does this mean, and why is it happening? Let's break it down. In Delhi right now, we are in the severe zone, with readings up to 438 in areas like Anand Vihar and Akshardham. This means breathing the air is like smoking several cigarettes a day, hazardous for lungs, heart, and in fact, health overall. As of December 21st, 2025, Delhi is blanketed in dense smog. The 24-hour average AQI is somewhere around 393 to 398, with peaks that have also crossed 400. GRAP Stage 4. The strictest restrictions is in force, banning construction and limiting vehicles. However, pollution persists due to calm winds, dense fog, and no rain to clear the air. The restrictions under GRAP 4 include a ban on non-essential construction activities, the entry of certain diesel vehicles, and enhanced enforcement to curb the pollution sources.
The situation in Delhi is extremely severe in terms of air quality in the coming days, with the temperature dipping down and also in terms of wind speed slowing. The AQI will also increase, and the situation is only going to get hazardous. But the most unfortunate part is that this entire winter session, despite promising the country to have a discussion on air quality or air pollution and the national air pollution crisis in general, and specifically with regard to Delhi as well, there was no discussion that took place. And imagine that the parliamentarians who are accountable, responsible, these lawmakers are supposed to actually discuss burning issues that country is facing and make adequate law. They completely failed us, and it's so unfortunate that imagine citizens are forced to breathe this air. The only thing in the name of air quality governance that we see is these ad hoc band-aid GRAP restrictions, and even those restrictions are completely violated.
Poor AQI has hit everyone, but especially children, elderly, and those with asthma or heart conditions. Short-term repercussions in the body include coughing, eye irritation, headaches. However, long-term includes respiratory diseases, lung cancer risk, heart attacks, and even impacts on the brain development.
So air pollution and its impact on human beings is perhaps the single most important deciding factor to influence our collective dream as a nation to become Viksit Bharat in 2047. This dream will become difficult to attain if the nation itself, as a large part of our citizens, are medically weakened. We are losing more than 2 million Indians every year directly because of air pollution. Air pollution is killing every minute hundreds and hundreds of Indians. It's going to be an avalanche of cases which the Indian healthcare system and the Indian economy will be hard to find.
Central Delhi was not spared either, with India Gate and Kartavya Path showing a thick layer of smog hovering over the iconic stretch. The AQI in this area was recorded at 381, falling in the very poor category. In East Delhi's Anand Vihar locality, pollution levels touched severe, with the AQI again at 438, making it one of the most polluted pockets of the capital on Sunday.